Well, I can sit.
Oh my god, that's
sexy on.
Yeah, I like the recording to be very precarious.
Well, last night though,
Wait,
but no, for real, the stuff that she just texted you happened right now during the podcast?
Yeah, during the podcast.
Alright.
Yeah,
If it has a podcast at your place, it would have been more haunted.
Yeah, I don't know if it happens like that though, or maybe it's scary when there's only one person there. But last night anyway, we were just in my room. It was like trying to go to sleep.
I deserve that.
We were trying to go to sleep, and we just heard very clearly, like, I sat up for like 30 minutes trying to figure out what noise it could have been that was like more rational, but it was literally psst. Like it was like drawn out like that too. It was like psst.
Okay.
And
so
it was
heard it too?
Huh? Yeah, Celeste heard it. And we both immediately assumed it had to be a human. Because there was like nothing else that I just couldn't imagine what would have made that noise other than that. Anyway, so that was just yesterday. So it's been a weird couple days. Plus the mannequin moved on its own.
Did it really?
Yeah, it was in like a different spot one day.
Does that mannequin... Okay, let me ask you, because your place has been haunted quite a few times.
Uh-huh.
Is that mannequin a, like, prime target for haunting things?
No, I've never had that mannequin move or anything like that happen.
Okay.
Until like the other...
Because...
Like a couple...
Last night.
Last Sunday night.
And
that's good.
We looked at the mannequin and it just started going... Abra,
No, that one's weird because it just made me...
Out and grab you.
That would be awesome.
That would be great, though.
I heat up.
It starts melting. No, but it made me think that someone like broke into my house and like moved shit around or something like to mess with me because we didn't see the mannequin move or anything. We went for a walk and then when we came back, the mannequin was literally a complete like where the mannequin is now. That's where she moved to. She was in the corner of the room. I was like all the way across the room. So, yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
I feel like knowing that your place is haunted, I feel like keeping a mannequin around is asking for trouble.
I like it. I also feel like if someone broke in, they'd be scared by it.
I like it. Or they'd be scared by it? That one's like a scarecrow situation, kind of.
Kind of. I mean, like, they'd see it looks like a person just standing up in the room. So it would at least be a distraction. If someone, like, actually broke into my house, because that room has no... Like, I can't do anything if someone breaks in. Like, I'm fucked. Because I'm in, like, the worst position.
There's no way to get out.
Like, you gotta keep
your bed or something.
I was going to say, you gotta keep an axe or something in there, but I guess the house being
haunted...
a bat. The house being haunted, also a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well,
I have a bat next to my bed.
I have an even worse idea.
What?
You should get a suit of armor.
But that
also seems like prime haunting.
But then I stay there all the time so that if someone breaks in, I can just move. No, but the scariest moment, one of the scariest moments of my life was, which is one of the reasons why I moved my bed. Because remember where my bed was? I'm glad we moved it again.
Keep putting it on top of things.
Remember where my bed was?
Capture more of the room.
Up against that wall.
Yeah.
Like how it had been for years. One time I was sleeping and I heard very, very clearly like the shower open very loudly. So I was like, well, there's someone in the bathroom. But anyway, so I can't do anything from there. So I'm sitting duck. I'm quacking. I'm sitting there.
You lied there prone.
Yeah. I literally sat there. I got up and just like stared at the bathroom for like maybe 15 minutes without blinking or moving at all, and then just ran out.
Really?
Yeah, I had to. I was 100% convinced there was a person in there.
Like, how long ago was this?
This was like probably a year ago.
Last night.
This was last Sunday night. I was sitting in my bed. Someone's coming out the shower. Anyway, but it was scary.
Wow.
That was a while ago. That was last.
Last night. You should tell them about the phone.
Oh, the phone's scary.
Well, that's the whole point of this is scary, right?
No, yeah, I don't want to tell them a scary one.
Oh, yeah, tell me a scary one.
Well, you did just tell us a fucking terrifying one. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, well, what happened is I went inside, like, the actual house, and I just slept in there because I was, like, tired. So I just slept in there.
Tired of being scared.
Next morning, like, the door was kind of ajar, and there was nothing.
That's weird. Your door turned into a jar.
Yeah, I was like, this used to be a door, and now it's a jar. One of the weirder things is one I can't even I can explain, it's just annoying to explain, is that like my keyboard I hate it. I shouldn't have brought this. This was so
No, it's
annoying.
good.
It's annoying to explain. This one time, my keyboard was on a certain setting, and I had it every single. You know how like you have piano, keyboard, synth, and they can all be set to different settings.
Yeah.
So I had them all set, and I sometimes keep it on for like days so that I don't lose the settings if I'm working on a song or something.
Yeah.
So I kept it on, and I left, and I went somewhere, and when I came back, the piano setting was the same, but all the other ones were back to default, which to me seemed like someone messed with it and was trying to make it look like they hadn't. And that one weirded me out more than a lot of them, because that one made it seem like someone broke in.
But the piano setting wasn't it wasn't at its default though.
No, the piano setting was at like 27 or something. Like it was at the one that it was already on.
Yeah.
But the other ones were back to the default, and it doesn't do that. It's never done that ever before.
But
So-
it could have been like a power thing, right?
But if the power came back on, it would have all of them would have went to the default.
Gotcha.
So that's why it was weird. And I that one made me feel weird because that one felt like someone came into my room and was like trying to cover their tracks or something, which I didn't like.
Your
that.
Eric,
mom's
I didn't-
practicing piano in your room and you're not there.
Eric, I didn't tell you, I busted out a #1 summer jam while you were gone.
Which is weird because there's a piano inside, so it doesn't even make sense.
Is piano in your house too?
Not a piano, but like a full size keyboard.
Okay.
But it's
Wow,
like
keyboards.
yeah.
No, I didn't mean your mom.
wanted
I meant me,
a-
Eric.
Huh?
I meant I did. Me, not your mom.
You broke into my room and did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how me and Grant have been producing the Darnell Rap Rock album.
I'd feel a lot better
Every
about-
time you walk away.
I'd feel a lot better about that than like right most other situations.
So wait, what's the telephone?
Okay, the telephone is that.
That's scary.
That
Scary
is
phone.
this one's kinda
Is that what that
scary.
song's about?
No.
No, but it seems like it's totally
Coincidence,
that's
though.
crazy.
What a coincidence. Life
Yeah.
is full of them.
Tell me the fucking phone.
What's scary?
I know.
No, the only reason why I'm struggling is because I've tried to tell the story like twice in the past couple months, and I keep misremembering stuff. But anyway, what happened was I went to my back room and I heard a phone going off, but it was like an old school phone.
Yeah.
But I still assumed it was a cell phone that had like the old school phone ringtone.
Mhm.
And it was like, I overturned my room trying to find it because I assumed like one of my friends had left it there, like in the couch or whatnot. And I looked all over, and it wasn't. I know you're thinking it wasn't in the couch, and it wasn't under the couch, and it wasn't under the bed. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't in any of the cabinets. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't under the piano. It wasn't anywhere. I couldn't find it. And then at some point, I got it into my head that it was coming from the attic, which I have an attic that's like minuscule. It's like
Your crawl space, basically.
it's like a crawl space where you could store like a few boxes. But like, if you were able to fit up there, it would be like.
Eric's tried to fit bodies up there.
I've tried it, and you can't. You can't. You have to chop them up first.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I had it in my head that the sound was coming from the attic. So what I did naturally was I didn't go up there, and I waited until the phone stopped ringing because I was scared. And then I pretty much just like left at some point because it was like it had been ringing for like what felt like 10 minutes. It probably was like actually.
That's actually what I was gonna ask. It's like how long?
I couldn't tell you realistically because in fear I couldn't tell how long it actually was. It felt like 10 minutes, but it could have been like 1 minute.
Okay.
And that's just too long. I was just like, it was, I don't know. It was like the fact that it was coming from the attic.
Yeah.
So I just like left at some point. I came back and it wasn't ringing anymore. So I was like, all right, it's not ringing. I'm going to go check out the attic. And I climbed up to the attic, and I hope the Patreon people are liking the story.
I hope you're scared.
This all really happened. So I went up to the attic, and what I didn't know about my attic was that it has like a circuit, like a plug.
Yeah.
And there was just a phone, like a really old phone plugged into it. And I took it out, and I brought it inside and showed my parents that this was like 4 or 5 years ago probably. Or maybe not that long, but it was something like that.
All hands on deck there.
Yeah, that was like a sweet life on deck right there.
Was Rockhampton team effort?
That's good. Anyway,
Tell
my
them you
parents
got your
my
parents.
parents didn't recognize it, so that was really the tall and short. That's what you were talking about, right? Yeah. So they didn't recognize it, and the thing is that it was plugged in. So like the fact that it had only rang that one time is kind of weird.
But it didn't have a phone line though.
What do you mean?
Like phones plug into the wall.
Right.
Like not the electricity, but
I don't know.
like a.
Maybe it was just going off. I don't know.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like it didn't have a
Yeah, I don't think so.
Ethernet cable. No, yeah.
No, I don't think so. So it doesn't make sense. I feel like it was probably dying. I don't know. I guess it doesn't make sense if it was
I
all.
have no idea.
Yeah, I don't.
Story is baffling to me.
I wish I would have picked it up, but at the time, it felt like the wrong
It's the
call.
That's a better one. I was gonna say the voice goes, "Do it."
You ever heard about that 4-year-old that picked up Amelia Earhart's distress signals?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so there's this story about
On their ham radio or something.
apparently there is this. It's like a myth, but there's this kid who picked up distress signals on a hobbyist radio, and supposedly they were from Amelia Earhart, and of course he was 6 or 7 or something.
Yeah,
More McConaughey, Amelia Earhart.
that would be
Maybe
awesome.
duel.
That would be cool. It was on a desert island somewhere, and she's complaining that she only brought 10 of her favorite albums.
How do you think Amelia Earhart
Would
feels
deserve
about Fugazi?
She probably would like some of their early work.
Who?
My bad.
Fugazi.
Who would like it though?
Amelia Earhart.
Oh yeah, definitely their early work.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that I didn't have any actual takes on Fugazi.
That's how I felt when I started to listen to that first album. I literally don't know how I'm going to be like, well, this one was better than this one. This just doesn't.
They
even
all
do
sound
that.
the same.
Yeah, they all sound similar. I was like,
They all
every
sound the
song
same,
sounded
and
similar.
every song doesn't really even sound like an idea. It just sounds like a jam. And I don't know. To me, it was.
I would love to have them at Trip Fest. That's what I'm
I
trying
would,
to
I would love to have the Trip Fest.
Yeah. So what is Grant refuses to tell me the truth? What is his Shrimp Fest plan?
Oh,
We're
if he's
really on the
refusing-
set list. That's the only thing. It's just we don't
What
have
is
a
it?
date or anything. We have no date.
No date?
We have no date yet.
I'll be your
We,
date.
we have no dates.
Aw.
Yeah. See, I
So
turned
we
The
that-
said
problem is
no.
we
Made
can't
that
find
real
dates.
wholesome.
We can't find dates to our own music festivals. So
Yeah.
it's on hold right now.
Celeste said no to me because she's going with Flip Fitch.
It's fucked up. It's flipping messed
By the way,
up.
I don't think I've ever met her.
Really? No, you have.
I mean, maybe. Okay, sorry.
Yes, you
I've
have.
maybe seen her and said hi, but I don't think I've ever been introduced.
I've hung out with her a bunch of times. Sometimes it feels like I haven't even met her.
Pretty quiet.
Is
But-
she a ghost?
Well, it's a very loud room usually too.
Yeah, that's true. But
That's-
yeah, you guys met whenever you were ranking the presidents.
Oh, she was at that party. That's right.
You guys met specifically when you were ranking.
Well,
the
that was her first
Sit,
introduction.
Danny, Celise, go ahead and discuss.
Millard Fillmore.
Yeah, Miller Fillmore.
Millard Fillmore wasn't my number one, was
He
it?
never said he was your number one.
No, I know that was what I said. When you said,
I have no idea.
you both shouted Millard Fillmore.
I have your list somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
Okay.
I'm gonna need that footage. I've seen footage.
I
I'm
remember.
annoyed.
You do stay annoyed.
When I'm in that back room, I'll tell you what, I do stay annoyed.
How long have you lived in that back room?
Since high school. I
You're
mean,
annoyed.
Forever.
That's what it
that
means.
means.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yikes.
That's why I said I've seen you talk about
hacky
governments.
over here.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I think the Noid when I hear Noid.
I stay getting pizza.
Yeah, I mean I do. Eric can contest.
I'll love to contest. This man fucking asked me a question and left. Motherfucker.
It's ridiculous.
And the Patreon is loving this.
Patreon is
silence.
loving this.
Danny, if we're doing Patreon after show material, you gotta stay in the room for it,
Again,
buddy.
he cannot stay in the room. It's just.
What if it fucked up?
That
they
was
just heard the gasp. Yeah, I wish you guys could see what just happened. He put a fucking steak knife through his shoulder on accident.
It's all good now though.
Patched up. Patch Adams.
Patch Adams. Now that's a film right
You
there.
like that movie?
I've never seen it. It is a film.
Good Morning Vietnam.
I haven't seen that either, but I know people like him in that.
Yeah.
Have you seen Toys? I really want to see Toys. Have you heard about Toys?
I've
The
heard
movie
about it.
toys?
In the movie Toys.
Like the old one?
Yeah.
I don't know about it.
I don't know. Have you seen it?
I've heard
I was
about
really
dolls.
young.
See, I feel like it's supposed to be a weird movie.
I remember it being weird. I don't remember anything about it, honestly.
All right.
Toy Soldiers.
Now,
Dolls.
Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers is
That's what I
great.
meant.
Small Soldiers is awesome.
That's what I meant. Small Soldiers.
The N64 Dreamcast 3DO games, Army Man, also great.
Oh, those are really good. They are. I'm not kidding.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I played them, yeah.
Yeah.
They're really good.
I had one for
He's
GameCube
not
that I
joking.
really liked also. Yeah, I'm not joking.
He's not fucking around this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a reverse Mirage
Who-
situation.
Who owns 3DO now? Is anybody on them?
I have no idea.
I think THQ maybe.
Should we put in a bid?
I like to. Somebody called Trip
Why
Hawkins.
do
I'm
they
buying 3DO.
Why do like Shell stations play the sonic noise?
I actually watched a whole video on this.
Oh, really?
I'll have to send it to you sometime.
Who was it? Because I saw a video, but I felt like it didn't.
It didn't explain it.
Was it
We
the
watched
Nightmare Expo? Oh wait, we watched it.
I think yes, we watched it together. I think we might have watched it together.
I don't know because there's a channel that I like subscribe to that I'm sorry.
I
to say
watched it
have-
with Alex. I watched it with Alex.
Is it the Nightmare Expo guy?
I got no idea.
I feel like.
Pablo?
Who did I watch it with? Who did I watch it with? I watched it with Alex. It's something that everybody says a lot.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
Every time I hang out with that dude, he's like, "Dude, I got this video you got to see," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"All right."
me and Alex were connoisseurs of great content.
Well, I just remember like the night that I stayed at your house when I was house
Yes.
hunting, and Alex was like, "You guys want to watch this Spyro speed run?"
That was different than the time you showed up to my house when you were headhunting.
Yeah. When I was headhunting, it was with Krippendorf's tribe.
And by the way,
Oh, by the
Patreon.
way, speaking of headhunting,
What?
Patreon, please stay peeled for our.
yeah, this is actually going to turn into a plug.
Yeah,
after
well,
we're
yeah.
recording.
Stay.
I was going to say, speaking of headhunting,
Well, hold on, wait. Keep your eyes peeled for our film theory with Matt Pat on Krippendorf's tribe.
yeah, you're going to love that.
Yeah.
But I was going to say,
I'll
speaking of
find it.
Speaking
headhunting,
of headhunting,
got it. The newest episode of Ant Pants.
you're working a different plug-in
JP.
I already plugged it.
Does his.
on the streamer.
I know, but he talks about his top 10 favorite albums. Finally.
Yeah, I know.
We finally had that debate.
Yeah, I heard. Well, at least I had heard that he had Donkey Kong 2.
Yeah,
on
I know,
there.
but we talked about that. We talked about over
You mean
2 or
you
months
mean
ago.
Monkey
we never did
Kong?
it.
Yeah, Monkey Kong is definitely going on my top 10.
That's awesome.
That was awesome.
That
we
was
really
a great
should
story.
expand that one. I think maybe we should do an anthology horror film.
I agree. Actually, I was
This
thinking.
is one of them.
Yes,
Yeah,
Monkey
no.
Kong is one of them. If you could figure out a way to get to animate that or something.
Maybe you could it could be interviewing people from Brumalia.
Oh, that's actually a great idea. Like
Brumalia,
dude,
Mississippi Project.
dude, like Unsolved Mysteries or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's just more like interviews with people, not like looking Blair Witch or people are in Brumalia when this is happening. I don't even know how you would do
Well,
that.
Blair Witch starts with
They
them
turn the
doing that.
camera and there's a train coming
Well, that's
towards
not
them.
what I meant. That's not what I meant. I meant Blair Witch starts with them interviewing people in the
Okay.
town. So I figured it would be like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Did you guys play the Blair Witch video game?
Like the new one?
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know that came out
Last
yet.
year, yeah.
Oh, that came out last year?
Yeah,
I'm
it's out.
behind.
I think it's on Xbox Game Pass if you have that. I don't know if you, but
Nah, I ain't got shit.
it's interesting. So I would recommend it.
Is it on PS4?
It is, I think, on both. Yeah.
All right. Well, if you want to play it sometime, you can go over and play it.
Thanks for inviting me, Grant.
You said you already played
Said you
it.
played it, man.
Yeah, but I just want to hang out with my friends.
Look,
Alright,
hey, look,
yeah.
if I would love for you to come by while I try to play.
Every
the
time
Blair
I try
Witch
to
game.
so look, hey, every time
I say try because I
Grant
can't.
comes
play
over once a week and I watch him play video games and we have a
Try to
great time.
play video games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You succeed. Hey, you got
Yeah, but you're good at video games. At least some
That's
of
what
them.
I said. I said
I
Grant.
think I'm
awful
good
at
that I
all
start
video
playing
games.
them in front of people.
I
And
said,
realize I'm
I
not
said
good.
today
People like
Grant is a
JP.
better gamer than me, and he disagreed.
Well, that's because I
I'm-
think I'm good that I've watched people like JP or my friends who like.
JP's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
JP's on another level.
But there's tons of people that aren't on the
Well,
level.
sure, but
You
that
don't-
doesn't- I'm going from my level.
I'm not on a level at all.
That's
I'm subterranean.
That's what I'm saying. I'm below whatever he is. I literally am bad at every single game except for ones that I play for way too long, like Just Cause 2. And it's not. There's not. Doesn't. I can't prove that I'm good at that game. You can only. It's a single player.
Well, have you heard about the online version on PC?
Yeah, I heard about that. It just looked crazy.
Yeah,
I think
it
there was
was
like
bad.
100 people at the airport. I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
I tell you what, my PC definitely couldn't handle it. So, I'll tell you what, that PC ain't gonna be able to handle that shit.
Buddy, the only PC I care about
Is
Peter Criss.
You.
You motherfucker! You watched you said the kiss parts were the best parts of the Halloween special.
Oh, you
You're the
watched
nerd
it
to
too?
say, ooh, yeah, he watched
Hold on.
it.
Hold on.
Against
hold
his
on,
better
hold on.
judgment, but yeah.
Hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there, Buckaroo. Are you saying that because of the fact that I think that Kiss is better than Paul Lynde, that I
what do
like
you got against
Kiss?
Paul Lynde? What do you got against Paul Lynde? You don't like Hollywood
Does it
Squares?
sound like it's a phone dial tone? Is it just me? I feel like I hear a phone dial tone.
Don't fucking.
I'm not kidding. Is it just me? Oh yeah.
I didn't hear it from there, but I heard.
You do hear,
Yes,
right?
I hear.
Okay.
I think it's just the fridge.
Oh, it might be my fridge.
Fridge is
It's
taking
the
a call
fridge.
right now?
It's the fridge.
Yeah, it's the fridge.
Whew.
That was a close one.
If fucking
What you
Eric,
got against Paul Lynde?
if Eric had brought the fucking ghost to my house, I was supposed to be pissed.
I wish I could bring it to other people's fucking house. That'd be awesome.
I think I like.
Look, guess who came to haunt dinner?
That's good. I want a full series order. Tanner, you gonna tell me what you have against Paul Lynde?
Look, I don't like Paul Lynde.
Why? What you got against him?
I don't think any of his punchlines land.
You didn't even see the opening monologue. I know Ian sold it as him just making fat jokes about himself, but the opening monologue is better than he was.
Yeah, but have you ever
make.
seen him on Hollywood Squares? It's like all he did was come up with improv, like.
Yeah, and I
full
thought that he
bits.
wasn't funny on Hollywood
No,
Squares.
he was
Oh, yeah.
really good on Hollywood
Well,
Squares.
Danny's watched so much Hollywood Squares. I mean, he's basically watched every. It's a lot like Soundass. He's watched every episode.
That's never what I've said about Soundass. I never said I watched every episode of Soundass.
That's true. He didn't ever say that. Paul Lynde's good, and you can fuck.
Well, even if you did say that, it wouldn't be true, so it doesn't matter.
That special was good, and you haven't even seen Bye Bye Birdie, so you don't even give it.
I have seen Bye Bye Birdie.
I don't care.
Now he's all bitter about it.
He was good in Bye Bye Birdie.
I don't think he was bad, but I don't think that's not a Paul Lynde comedy special.
Yeah, but it was like a lot of the jokes were his.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
You're so full
I
of shit.
promise you, a lot of the jokes were
Okay,
his.
call him up. Call up Paul Lynde.
Paul
All
Lynde.
of the dead Paul
Fucking
Lynde.
yeah, I want to fact check on this.
Use your
Because that was
you gotta use your scary, your ghost.
That was like
phone.
that was the role he was most proud of.
That doesn't mean anything.
That's
No,
the
but that's what.
Is the phone still in your ceiling?
No, I brought it inside, and then after like a month,
Brought to a paranormal investigator.
after like a month or two, I kind of forgot about it, and then I remembered kind of randomly, like, oh yeah, whatever happened to that phone. I went inside, and I think my parents got rid of it. I couldn't find it, and I don't think I ever asked them about
We
it.
should have called some dead celebrities.
I was gonna say, look, that's like if I said like, yeah, the role I'm most proud of is being like fucking whatever.
What
Ted
I
in
what
your
I don't
freaking
get is
your Halloween
who
special.
I don't.
That-
What,
I write those.
People would fucking kill to have
what
that.
I don't get is
Yeah, but
someone
I didn't
is
write it. It's my
look.
point.
What I don't get is
You could have
how
lived.
is how someone comes to the like conclusion that they're like, you know what, I'm gonna decide that I don't like Paul Lynde.
Because I
It sounds like a crazy opinion.
because I watched the entirety of that
What
fucking
drives
I
special.
did too, and it
What
made me love
drives
him
you
even
into
more.
say
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
and at
exactly.
the end I went, that was bad, and it
But
wasted
at
a
the
ton
end,
of
I
my
said
time.
I love him even
No,
more.
you like that old. You like the Florence Henderson cover of that old Black Magic. We were
Okay.
all fucking.
Okay,
we were having a blast.
So
during
you're
that.
right. One of my favorite parts of that whole thing was the part where Paul Lynde wasn't in it. You're correct.
No, he was there. He was boogieing.
Paul Lynde's
That was a
awesome.
haunted discotheque.
Paul
Yeah, I
Lynde's
like
awesome.
that you're admitting it to me, right? I don't like Paul Lynde because yes, Florence Henderson and Kiss were my favorite parts of the Paul Lynde special because it wasn't.
I
Paul
wasn't
Lynde.
using that
Now,
to confront you.
Does that mean that I'm a Kiss fan or a
No.
fucking Florence Henderson fan? No, that's my point. So when
That-
you said
that's
Peter
not my
Criss,
point.
and I went, yes, I can say,
This guy
just
thinks.
'cause I-
This guy thinks Beth is a good song. Eat 'em alive.
Really?
No,
Yes, he said it was a good song, and then I was like, no, this fucking sucks. It sucks as a. It sounds like someone else's song. Then we said,
This is an awesome.
yeah, it kind of
Patreon
sounds like an
story.
Elton John song.
There
then
we
I
go.
said,
That's
then
what
I
I
said,
said.
yeah, it sounds like a fucking shitty Elton John
It
song.
does.
because I said it sounds too. I said,
And then he got to the Beth, what can I do? Boom, boom. And then he went, you know, this part's kind of good actually.
specifically the streets of wah wah wah. I thought that was cool, but anyway,
Me and the boys
Look,
are playing.
I'm
that part sucks.
I'm not
Tonight.
confronting you for your opinions on Kiss. I'm confronting you for your opinions on Lynde.
I know, but he was confronting me for my opinions on Kiss first.
Well,
I'm backing all up. Here's my tier
Backing
list.
up, backing up.
90% of fucking things in the world, Kiss. Sorry, Florence Henderson, then Kiss, a couple more
Hey,
spots, and then
oh,
Paul
now,
Lynde.
come on. Now hold
I
on.
feel like 90%.
I feel like we were all kind of enjoying the trucker sketch.
No!
Out of all the things we watched, I think that was the one you enjoyed the most.
I thought that one was insane.
It was insane.
Which I was laughing at how fucking bizarre of a concept that was.
That's half the joke.
I feel like that's the whole point of it at the end of the day.
Now the Chic one, I'll give you. That one's not like.
She was
as-
so lame.
Yeah, that one kind of. Well, you
I like the whole thing. I thought it was awesome.
I know all the parts with the Witch Sisters were lame.
No, that's crazy. That's insane.
Margaret Hamilton's a fucking goat for that.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I'm officially goating her for that.
Betty White showing up, not super funny, but I will say
She had a ton of good jokes.
That part was hilarious.
Wait, can I finish the fucking
No,
sentence?
not when you
so
slander Betty
You're
White.
so goddamn annoying. As I say, the one joke I did like out of him was when she disappears and he goes, "That witch looked a lot like Betty White."
Now hold on. I think that part we're not even giving it its fair due because Ian kept saying Paul Newman instead of Paul Linder in the special, and that was over like the entirety of the Betty White part because I was trying to be like, it's not Newman.
Yeah.
And the only reason he was saying that was because Betty White said she thought she won a date with Paul Newman.
Yeah.
So that just messed up Ian's brain for the rest of the
But
special.
that's not even Paul Lynn's credit. That's just Ian being funny because he didn't know.
Well,
who
I'm just
Paul
saying.
Newman was.
I'm saying I don't think you can even rate it fairly because you didn't even hear it because Ian kept saying Paul Newman over that whole thing. And I agree, we were laughing a lot.
And that's why I
Look,
enjoyed it.
the only thing I didn't like about the special was Paul Lynde constantly making short jokes.
Yeah, that one guy. I do like though when that guy they tell him to put the cat out and there's all those
that part's
noises
good.
and he's like, "I just put your mother to bed or something." That was good. It's good stuff.
I think it was a good special.
Were you not a fan of 70s sitcom stuff like that in general though?
Yeah, not really.
Okay, well that makes sense. If you're not into that at all, then I understand.
But I feel like even with Paul Lynde, just like the Hollywood Square stuff, I used to watch just super clips of him.
I don't know.
clips.
Can I be honest with you?
awesome, yeah.
I think that I was telling Grant this. I got super spoiled because I've actually watched not sitcoms. I hate 70s sitcoms.
Okay.
70s panel shows I watched a ton of.
Yeah.
So
you saw that, I'm sure, a good bit of that then.
So I mean, truth be told, Hollywood Squares. I used to whenever I stayed home from school, like sick, I would just watch GSN, and they always had Hollywood Squares reruns.
Yeah.
Talking about a square.
But
Truth
But,
be
like,
told.
I love, for example, I think
Truth be-
everything that Paul Lynde wants to do, but is done better by somebody else. Groucho Marx hosting You Bet Your Life, way better.
It's like literally not even comparable. What you're
You're
saying
right. It's not even comparable in that fucking
because they're
Groucho Marx
both
is way
entirely different things.
Way better.
Groucho Marx and Paul Lynde is a comparison that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, tell Paul Lynde to stop trying to do that then.
He's not.
Also, I just want to say, Danny fucking knew the name of the other Kiss drummer while we were doing this, Aaron Carr, and it was like, yeah, no, don't even try and come in at me, I'm not a Kiss fan. Motherfucker, you knew ancillary Kiss members.
Well, no. To be fair, I didn't know his name. I knew that he died.
Well, he knew he died, which is more than I did.
And then, and the only reason I knew his name was because
It popped up in the related videos.
When we finished watching the related videos, there was a documentary about the dead Kiss drummer, and I went, "That's weird that that's the number one related video."
Yeah,
That is kind of weird. Well, anyway, so hauntings going on in my back. I think you heard all the good ones.
Have I already told you about when I went to the Myrtles?
No, but I wish I would have went.
Have I told you about when I went to the Myrtles?
No, I don't even know what the Myrtles is.
It's like a haunted
Myrtle's
plantation.
Plantation.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
Oh fuck! I should have told the story about me working at a haunted house.
Oh, what
I
the
can
fuck?
I'll tell the story actually on the next week. It's not super Halloween related.
Okay.
It's just related to the season of like fucking.
Cigarette.
What you baby?
Hey.
Alrighty, look, it's started out fucking with a bunch of little kids, and we were all doing for $20 and 1 hour, 3 hours a night, $120 bill, and they said, listen, if you do well, you get paid. If you don't do well, you ain't getting no money from me, baby. You ain't getting. You got a hunting? Unless nobody's scared, you're not getting no money, kiddo.
This guy's criticizing Paul.
This is comedy.
Yeah.
You told me about the Myrtle?
In the Myrtles. So I went to the Myrtles and we were getting the tour. I was there with both my grandmas and all my brothers and several of my cousins. This is just really set the scene here. So I think like we maybe this is like the beginning of the tour. We saw like the front hallway,
Yeah.
and then they like led us to like the dining room area. And I was the first one who walked through the door, and the tour guide just like waited, and then when I walked through, they like grabbed me on the shoulders and like, I don't think they yelled, but literally them just grabbing me on the shoulders like that, I remember scared me so bad that I just like fell to the ground and started crying.
How old
in
were
front
you?
of all my family, way too old to be crying in front of everybody. I was the oldest like kid on the trip. And like that was the beginning of the tour. So then I was just like trying to like maintain my composure the whole rest of the time, and I just met this tour guy who's totally regret. Well, I don't know if they were.
This tour guide was like, I fucking love that I made this fucking kid be fucking weenie in front of his friends.
I my friends, my fucking family.
That's good. I wish I'd gone
In
to
my
one
head, like,
vacation.
they screamed when they did that, but, like, looking back at it now, they probably did not at all. Because they certainly didn't need to scream with the amount of reaction that I had to it.
There's also a story. I don't even fucking about bringing up on next podcast, because I'll forget by the time I get there. I worked at a haunted house for 2 years, and first of all, haunted houses, like, not real ones like that, like historical ones, but, like, pulpy
Yeah, that's
shit.
a real haunted house.
Yeah. Hey, you were really scared.
I was. I'm looking at fucking piss my pants or something.
It's like the big, like people come
People
from
like
all
to
over
stay-
the U.S. to that place.
Yeah. But like the mortuary and stuff.
Oh, well, honestly, actually, then we followed up with something even scarier.
Okay.
We were going to talk grown-ups in theater.
Ah! I did too.
What?
Saw grown-ups.
Oh, I think you said I saw grown-ups in theaters. I was like, yeah, that's really scary.
It was at a kid theater. Why were they there?
Where are the adults? I don't know who
Could
that.
I be any more of a kid?
I don't know who that impression was.
What I did or what you did?
But I did.
This reminds me of.
It was like we were on a break from Prince.
It almost was.
This reminds me of last time we did.
Last time.
I was here to do the podcast, and as soon as it was over, we were just talking, and you just went like, "Yeah, Dr. Demento is not funny at all." I just feel like I can't bring up any comedian around this guy. Which that one's weird because Dr. Demento's not a comedian. You were just like, he's not funny.
Well,
I was like, who's going to Dr. Demento for comedy?
To be fair, you're right. He's not like a comedian. But the same way that like,
not like the comedian.
He's like a radio person. I would say the same about Howard Stern. I don't get the appeal to Howard Stern.
You don't think Howard Stern's funny?
Sometimes.
But that's different because I feel like he is trying to be like I feel like Dr. Demento's a different. Like he might try to like joke around here and there, but he's definitely not a comedian. Like he's just like a radio DJ. I don't know.
I guess.
I just remember being like,
We can all agree that Walton and Johnson are hilarious.
yeah, they're funny.
I don't even know who that is.
Well, they were walking
You're
to work one
missing
day.
out.
All right.
You fucking missing
Anyway, look. So I worked at a haunted house.
out. I was working at a haunted house today.
After our day.
Whenever you work at those things, dude, everybody in there is just like either a teenager or like a meth degenerate.
Now hold on.
Yeah.
I hate that I'm interrupting again.
You love this, actually.
I do love it, but so and we have to bleep this name. Well, the people on the Patreon, they won't care. You know Farrell?
No, actually, I don't.
Colin?
He's like in the film program.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do I know him? Do you think?
Sorry. Do you know Farrell? Sorry, I'm doing my Hubie impression. I did a terrible Sandler.
That was Sandler. You just
No,
sounded
that was
like,
Farrell.
You sounded like you sound like you didn't put a voice. Wait, would I have been on any?
I don't know.
You would have seen him.
He talks a lot. He's
Got blue hair.
got blue hair. He's colored his hair several times.
Maybe, I don't know.
Wears a skirt sometimes.
Anyway,
It's like
talk about it. Whatever.
Anyway, he was just bragging about being a scare actor with Kane Hodder like one time.
Who?
Kane Hodder, the guy
He
that
plays Jason.
and he was the guy that plays Leatherface. He was bragging about it because we were talking about Texas Chainsaw
This
Massacre.
guy plays Leatherface.
I can't
Gunnar
remember.
Hansen.
Yeah, Gunther
Gunther
Hansen.
Hansen.
Yeah.
Just like that episode of South Park.
He was bragging about knowing
Is it
them.
Gunther?
I think it is.
Right.
Anyway, he was just bragging about knowing them and bragging about being like a scare actor with them, and I'm like,
That's so cool.
Dude,
Yeah.
well, see,
What is
no,
this?
we actually did that too. The 1 year that, like, or second year, I guess I worked there, they were the same thing. They brought in some celebrity who was like, yeah, I don't know, played Jason in like Jason like fucking 7 or some shit.
That's Kane Hodder.
Kane Hodder.
Yeah.
He's like super.
I mean, it wasn't him. I was just listing a random. Like,
Yeah, but he didn't show up until like number 7, and then
Yeah.
he was there for like 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
So he really isn't in that many.
or played.
Like that's the thing. It's weird.
He
that
really isn't in that.
No, that's always weird to me that he's that famous because he's
Or-
in like 4.
Well, he's
of them.
not.
He just
Kane
does all.
Hodder is.
But the thing is, or my point is, I don't know.
Kane Hodder. Wait, sorry. Kane Hodder was also a wrestler, right? I think he was a wrestler too.
Maybe.
And I think he's also the only one that's willing to do like every single fucking interview about Jason.
Yeah, I feel like every time I hear him brought up, it's about Jason. But I just always found it weird because he's like he shows up towards the back end of like the '80s ones.
And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's the one. If anyone here's watched Paul Rush Show Love on Netflix. They go and stay at, I believe, Kane Hodder's house and watch a bunch of Friday the 13th with him.
No, I was gonna say that.
That's cool.
For us, it was some other fucker like I don't know. He like played a Cenobite in like one of like Hellraiser.
That would be awesome.
Shit. I don't know. It was somebody who was
everything you're naming is awesome,
but it was very obscure. It wasn't like somebody you would know. But
over from brain damage.
So there are people.
Well, he is famous.
Ones that do that.
He's the guy. He was like a talk. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
I don't remember his name, so I can't drop it. No, the guy from Brain Damage who plays Elmer.
I haven't even seen Brain Damage.
You should.
Well, he brought it up. By the way, I'm saying that the guy who plays him was a TV horror host that was like famous back like in the '70s. I forget his name.
What is the guy who's? And aside from my own story, what is the name of the fucking famous horror host guy who's from here?
Morgus,
thank you.
Magnificent.
Yeah,
right?
he's awesome.
I have next time you're in my garage, there's a
Danny's
bunch of
gonna be like, oh yeah, he's not funny.
I didn't grow up here, so I had never watched his stuff.
Yeah.
All I know is that he shows up for Chewbacca sometimes.
Well, he doesn't anymore. He's dead.
Well, yeah, I guess he did. I get like the last time he did it. I guess it was the first year I was here.
But Gunnar Hansen.
Gunnar, my bad.
Okay. Whenever you work in haunted houses, it's just like meth heads, basically.
That's the beginning of the story.
I've literally gotten. I'm done. I'm not.
No. I want to hear it.
I won't interrupt again.
That was him.
That was me. I was just laughing because we interrupted.
Brockhampton team effort. Yes.
I was just laughing because we interrupted you too many times. But please go.
This story's heat, a lot like Brockhampton.
We won't. I'm gonna boogie to this story. Come on.
No, I'm filibustering now.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You'll get a next podcast.
Phil or you Buster?
I'm Phil.
I'm Buster.
I am a total buster. I am a total buster though.
Oh god damn it. Phil and Buster.
This is going to end up being as long as the actual podcast.
Basically, it's like 30 minutes right now.
Patreon is going to love it.
Yeah, it's 37 minutes right now.
This is the Aftershow. We do it.
Yeah. Where we talk about Paulin, we talk about Dr. Demento, we talk about Morgus the Magnificent.
Yeah.
Talk about Chopsley, too, while we're at it.
Chopsley?
Yeah, he's the sidekick.
Can I ask you a question about Paulin? Do you
have to tell us what you were going to say.
I also like how open he was in the 70s with his sexuality.
Sure. Well, that's, I think, admirable. I don't think that means I have to find him funny.
No, you don't have to find him funny. I'm just saying that's one thing I like because he would make jokes about it a lot.
Yeah, and that's
and
fine.
he was like ostracized. He would not get like as much work as he would have had he not been as open about it. But that's not to be like he's hilarious because of that. I'm just saying.
But no, I mean, I want to know like, as far as comedians go.
That's not my number one.
Not as an actor, but just his comic stylings.
Yeah.
How, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give Paul?
I'd give him an 8.
Really?
Yeah.
That high? Okay.
I think he's good.
I was going to say Eric. Ian was straight up saying he was like, it was a 10 for him just on the
I thought
Ian found every single thing Paul said super funny.
I gave the special a 10 immediately. I thought the special was great.
Okay.
But that's just the special. But him in general, yeah, I would say so. I'd say not every joke landed like perfectly.
All right, I've never watched Hollywood Squares. I never watched Bewitched. This is like really the only thing I've seen Paul in. But I feel like I've heard people just do his delivery for years. So delivery.
I did say that. I said, people do impressions of him all the time. But I feel like
who do we name?
Well, I said that
cartoon character,
American Dad.
Roger.
Well, I was listening to you talking YouTube to me the other day, and Paul F. Tompkins just like pulled it out randomly in the middle of a sentence.
There was a pretty good episode of
Tompkins. Gotta love him.
What's the name of the show? Drag Race. Where
which show?
Drag Race, where they did a
snatch game.
Yeah, and then somebody did their drag outfit was Paul Lynde.
That sounds awesome.
It was honestly pretty fucking funny, and they did a really good Paul Lynde impression.
I've seen a clip from the British one where someone did David Attenborough.
Oh, really?
That one was crazy seeing that in the snatch game. Just people never do. David Attenborough. It was crazy.
It was funny.
It was really. I mean, I think they might have gotten voted off that same episode, but they like literally as they were getting voted off, they were like, no one else has ever done a character like David Attenborough.
That is crazy.
That's crazy. But
I also just really like Bye Bye Birdie. And I thought he was really good. Even before I really knew much about Paul Lynde, I thought his character was really funny.
I mean, like, I think he's funny in that movie, but I also,
But I think it's also extremely representative of his comedic style.
I guess. I don't know.
Because I may not be correct, but I thought that he had written some of his lines. Because I remember him saying something about it on Hollywood Squares, and he always brings that up. But if not, I definitely know that character was like written with him in mind, which is crazy.
Sure. Yeah.
Or at least like the movie version, where they changed everything about the character.
I don't know. Because to me, that's like, in some respects, that's like me giving what Andy Samberg credit for like the Lego Movie. Like, that was probably written with him or somebody like him in mind.
What are you doing with Chris Pratt?
Or sorry, yeah.
You piece of shit. You aren't even a real fan of the Lego Movie.
Whatever. You don't love Chris Pratt.
Or even giving Chris Pratt credit for,
I don't think
like,
that character
Guardians
is
of the
that
Galaxy.
much like Chris Pratt, though.
Yeah, I guess Guardians of the Galaxy is a better example. You don't really see anything Chris Pratty
No.
Yeah,
Chris
I guess
Pratt.
right. But like, I don't watch Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
this
but
is so funny. Thank God it's Chris
But
Pratt.
also with Bye Bye Birdie, I don't see it as like a Paul Lynde.
But at least they got Vin
special.
Diesel to
I
be
just
Groot,
think he does really good delivery in it, and I think
we can all agree. Thank God they got Vin Diesel to be Groot, because no one else could have played that.
No, I'm so glad.
Yes. She got a Fiverr. Sounds from Fiverr.
They really could have.
Should have Mark Ruffalo.
That'd be awesome. He's great.
Is Mark Ruffalo on Fiverr?
Yeah.
Okay, pretty cool.
For $5, can't believe it.
He's not even one of those. He's not even one of those premium tiers. He's basic, and he'll give you 3 revisions on whatever you ask.
Up to 1,500 words.
Anyway, I don't know.
Working in a haunted house, everyone's a meth head.
Yeah, so anyway, Paul Lynde, though, I don't have an issue with him as an actor. I liked Bewitched.
Well,
too.
I don't really think of him much as an actor. Though.
You
Like
like
that, like the
sequel
only
to
thing I've
Bewitched?
seen him act in.
I like the Bewitched movies we talked about.
Oh yes, he does like the Bewitched movie.
Like the only thing I've
because
seen
it's so
him
crazy.
act in is Bye Bye Birdie and like I guess the Paul Lynde special.
And Bewitched.
Hold on, now I got a
Yeah,
question.
you're right.
I have a question. I have a question.
It's been a
I
long time
have a
since I've
question.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. Those are the only 2 things I know him for. Really, are like Bye Bye Birdie and Bewitched, and then I didn't like Hollywood Squares. Continue.
Okay, so in the Bewitched movie, is Steve Carell just doing a Paul Lynde impression?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
I mean, it's like it's not a perfect Paul Lynde impression, but he definitely goes
He
towards
goes.
Paul Lynde. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
For me, it was I really liked Bye Bye Birdie, so I looked him up and I looked up stuff on Hollywood Squares on like his bits in particular, and I felt like it was just exactly the same as his character in Bye Bye Birdie, and I just really enjoyed it. And I enjoyed a lot of his...
Okay, you're on.
Because they're all like one-liners that he has to come up with on the spot,
yeah.
which I just like in general. And I like how fleshed out and good a lot of them were, despite being one-liners that he had to come up with on the spot.
Yeah. I'm not saying you came to
I'm
me
just-
and
I'm
you
just-
said when does a
I'm-
man decide he hates Paul Lynde, which
I'm
is
just
never what I said. I just said I didn't like him.
No,
When
I
does
didn't
a
say
man decide that he doesn't like Paul Lynde?
I think that's what I said.
About halfway through that special.
Okay.
Look,
Hey, you gave it half of it.
Yeah.
I think that special's pure solid gold.
And that's fine. You're on, I think.
And I want to see his other specials.
I just am a fan of 70s TV specials like that. And
This is it. I love the Dean Martin roasts. I think are pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
And-
You need to say exactly what you said to me about the Dean Martin roast.
What did I say?
You said you were watching so many of them that you felt embarrassed for recognizing
Yes.
like all of the
I
jokes, like
said-
understanding every
I
joke.
said,
at them.
well, I said
Yeah.
being that I was not just that, but like I was watching. This is a weird period in my life where I was doing nothing but watching The Twilight Zone, watching You Bet Your Life, watching fucking Dean Martin specials. So it was all like 60s and 70s stuff.
Yeah.
So he'd make all these references to
And you
like
would get 'em all?
current events, and I would be like, "Oh, dude, I get that joke." Which
Yeah.
is like, why would I get a joke about Hubert
No.
Humphrey? That's so fucking stupid.
I had the exact same thing in high school when I was watching like British panel shows like constantly. So I knew so much about British pop culture that I never ever needed to know or bring
but
up.
you need to.
That's why I love Rob Brydon so much.
Now that we're on recording, you need to tell Danny about Alan Partridge.
Oh, okay.
This is crazy.
About
I thought Alan Partridge and Steve Coogan were 2 different people. I had only seen pictures of Alan Partridge like on Netflix or just on stuff like that, and I just never paid attention to it and I always thought that guy looks like exactly like Steve Coogan. But I thought that it was like, I thought Alan Partridge was like a stand-up comedian or something, and it was just a different guy, and he just happened to look like Steve Coogan. Because I've seen people, whenever you watch those panel shows, there are people who just kind of look like Steve
yeah, sure.
Coogan. So I just assumed it was a
For the
different
longest,
guy.
well, I said even Rob Brydon looks kind of like Steve Coogan.
I don't know about that.
I mainly know them from the
They're
Trip.
similar.
They look very different in the
They're
Trip.
similar. I don't
They
know.
have such similar Michael Caine impressions.
Yeah, Rob Brydon, the master of impressions.
Well, so this is Steve Coogan apparently.
Look, I want to say, I can't believe I haven't seen The Trip.
Should we watch the shows or the movies?
What's better? What do you recommend?
I've never seen the shows.
Is the show just like an
It's
elongated...
like a full show, and then they edit it down to a movie every single time.
Oh, they do that every time?
They did it every time.
Oh, well, yeah,
So the
let's
show
watch
does.
the show.
Okay,
for
yeah,
sure.
okay.
Yeah, just
Maybe
like
we might have
Apocalypse Now only got better when it was longer.
I've only
That's
heard that
That's a
these.
lie.
I know.
I've only seen the Redux, but that's what everyone.
What, have you heard about the final cut or whatever?
No, and I
Oh
don't.
my god, they're doing another.
They
cut.
did it already in like
What the
2017 or something.
That's so fucking.
And it's not good because it's like the thing that they cut out some of the stuff from the extended version, but they left in the French stuff, which is the stuff that
my
people.
God.
So
What
I
the
remember,
fuck?
I remember reading and being like, why would I buy
Can I be
this?
honest? There are things in the theatrical cut I would cut out.
I don't know. I feel like the theatrical cut's pretty tight, but
This is what people want to hear.
Uh-huh.
40 minutes into our discussion, us breaking down every
But
either way,
cut
the
of
extended-
fucking apocalypse.
but either way,
Wait,
the extended
can we
cut-
play the film talk?
This is film talk.
Thank you.
But either way, the thing about the extended cut is even if you like the French stuff, it's the longest part of it. It's the reason why it's extended. Everything else added into the extended
Yeah.
cut is like maybe under 10 minutes, like maybe 5 or so minutes. The French
I like
stuff is
everything
like
with the
50.
French stuff.
Yeah, no, I like the other stuff too. I don't love it, but I think it's good. I mean, like it's not
I
terrible.
like it, but I don't like
We
it.
need the Playboy playmates in
I like
the movie.
Like I like that scene. Well, they're in it.
I know.
It's like, I know
I
the scene where they go to that island.
I was never hot on that movie. I thought the theatrical cut that we watched. Were you in that class with me?
No.
Okay.
Well, to be fair,
I can't
also,
imagine watching that
yeah,
movie in class.
I feel like I hate every movie I watch in class,
no,
and then I
mean,
end up like
I'd watched it, and then I had to watch it again in class, and I
Ugh.
was
Oh, that's awful.
both times I watched it, I was like, "This is fine." I never really loved that movie.
With me, it was I watched it, and then I watched it like 3 times that week, and then I haven't watched it much since.
Sure.
But I think it's really good.
Will you watch 3 different cuts of it?
I watched the same cut like 3 times, the theatrical cut, and then I sought out the Redux, like the extended one.
Okay.
And I was assuming it was going to be awesome. It's even longer, and then I didn't like it that much. I
Okay.
just thought it was too long.
The older I get, the less I ever want to watch a director's cut. Because I just feel like I
It
never
depends.
really like a director's cut. I feel like
I think
usually
the only good one was Blade Runner. Honestly.
Yeah.
No,
that's-
well,
that one just has three different
I'm
cuts.
comparing apples and oranges here, but I think the Bad Santa director's cut is really good.
Sure. Okay.
Because he wanted it to be
Yeah, I heard it was different than that.
very like much darker, and they tried to play up the comedy
Like,
more
yeah,
and make
yeah.
it goofier.
It, made it really became basically fucking like a Jackass movie. Kind of like just like
Kind
dumb,
of
stupid comedy.
parts of it, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. But like, yeah, the tone of the director's cut is like way darker, which
Yeah.
I thought it was. I just like that scene.
But
I love
Anyway.
Billy Bob.
I can't think of many director's cuts where I'm like, yeah, dude, I fucking love that. I want to
Yeah.
listen to that.
Yeah.
Watch that more.
I feel like there's got to be some, but they're not coming.
Most of the time, I'm just like, I get why this got cut.
Yeah.
It's just like, why is this is just slowing down the movie?
Like,
But
yeah.
I think every movie's too long now anyway, so.
I fucking agree. I think the only movie where I watched it and I went totally justified that you put all that back in was Blade Runner. I haven't watched Bad Grandpa is a Jackass movie. Bad Santa,
Great one.
Bad Santa director's cut. But
What's that fucking.
I mean, I think every cut of Bad Santa is good, so I'm not like saying the director's
Yeah,
cut is
but
definitive.
you also think every cut of Bad Grandpa is good. And
Yeah.
actually, wait, is
It
Bad
was
Grandpa
0.5.
different than Dirty Grandpa?
Yes, that's the Robert De Niro movie
Oof.
with Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah. Okay.
oh yeah, that's right. Weird.
But I don't think the director's cut of Bad Santa is like the
It-
definitive
It
one.
also
I just
cannot
think
be
it's
confused with
interesting.
The War with Grandpa, which is a new Robert De Niro movie.
Yes, I've heard of that.
And The Intern, which is a different Robert De Niro movie.
Nancy Myers.
And The Irishman, which is another De Niro movie.
which also probably probably needed an editor's cut.
Yeah, I've heard. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard just so many.
It's good.
Some people are just like, "Oh, it's the best thing he's ever done." But I feel like people say that about every. I feel like people say that about every movie that's too long by a famous director. Am I wrong?
You are right.
Yeah.
Like every time there's a movie that's way too long by a famous director, someone's like, you know what? This is his masterpiece. This is his Lawrence of Arabia or something like that.
Yeah, Lawrence of Arabia, by the way, too
long.
long.
But then again, I like Inland Empire, so don't listen to me.
But is it his best?
No, it's not his best.
It was
my favorite.
Zach Toole used to say that was probably his favorite.
I'm not surprised by that.
I'm not at all. Inland Empire
was his favorite movie
by Lynch.
Oh, okay. I think his total favorite movie. I was like, that's weird.
It was my favorite. It was my. I don't know if it was my number one, but it was one that I watched the most in high school.
Okay.
I enjoyed it a lot. I think it's still. I really like it, but I don't. I definitely wouldn't say it's his best one. I never would have said it's his best one, but it might have been my favorite for a long time.
Sure, that's fair.
Best movie I ever watched in class. To Be or Not to Be. Have you guys seen that movie? Franz Lubitsch. It's awesome.
I've heard it, but I never.
Funny. Then Mel Brooks made a remake and it's not very. Well, he's in a remake and it's not very good. But the original one's from the 40s and it's fucking hilarious.
God.
I was just gonna say one of the craziest things we watched in class was, I think it was in Flo's class in intro to film. We watched the Ben Well film where they cut that person's eye open.
Oh yeah, Shin Andalus.
Yeah,
that's what the fuck.
I loved it, but I was like, I'd already seen it, but I was just like, I can't believe we're watching this in class.
Did I tell you about? Oh my god, this is such a fucking weird story. Did you guys see the AFI editing workshop with Danny?
No. Oh, that sounds awesome.
No. It's legitimate. So they were supposed to get. They usually get a guy from AFI to come.
Yeah.
The guy canceled the day before. He was like, I cannot leave California. I actually have to stay here. I have an emergency happening. And they're like, what the fuck? What do we do? Let's get Danny to teach it. And of course, we've already all taken a fucking class with Danny. We're not learning anything new.
At some points, not learning anything at all.
At some points, I'd say the whole fucking semester for me.
Yeah.
Well, you learned
how to run.
You learned how to run. And also,
you learned the hubcap.
The hubcap flies over the camera in the RoboCop. That was not planned.
The stupid tool.
Florence.
This fucking... Oh, I forgot his name is...
My man. Let me dox you fully.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have social media.
All you gotta do is go to Mulan and look at it.
That's what I'm saying. You learn about Mulan. No, so we show up, and it's just Danny, and he goes... Okay, guys, first of all, the first thing you need to know about film editing is you gotta watch a good movie. So today we're gonna watch, and then he just, paused for a while, and, he goes, we're watching Goodfellas. And he's
oh my
I watched Goodfellas in class, too.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Who are these teachers?
Was it Danny?
No, McLynn.
Oh, that sounds
that was the worst fucking class I've ever had. I hope he's listening.
But so for one day,
class
one day of our 2-day intensive, one day was just us watching Goodfellas with a break in the middle.
That's fucking
crazy. And then the next day goes, okay, so come back tomorrow and we're going to talk about how to edit these scenes in Goodfellas.
I think this perfectly explains what McLynn's class was like for me. We watched a mobster movie that was from the early 1910s or something. It was a really
Scarface or something shit.
No, even earlier than that. We did watch that too, but we watched something earlier than that, and it said the poor man goes to find his fortune or something, and then the guy leaves, and then he just goes, okay, so do you see how the poor guy is going to find his fortune? He said shit like that literally throughout every movie. He talked the entire time and just told us, do you get how this is exactly what's happening?
Now, what sums up McLynn's classes for me is that we took sound with him, obviously.
Yeah.
He walks in one day and says, I don't know if you guys saw in the news, Kevin Hart crashed his car today.
Yeah.
Wonder what that sounded like. I was like, what are you fucking saying right now? And then he was talking about different sounds that it could have made when he crashed his car. My mind was being blown. And usually he just walked in and was like, so I saw Rambo this weekend. What do you think of that? But he walked in speculating about...
I love when he would talk about how he was Michael Jackson's publicist.
Oh yeah, he brought that up every other class.
I remember Peter saying that he was creeped out by that because he thought that it was around the period that he would have had to cover up pedophilia or something like that. That was just something I remember Peter saying to me.
And then he's left the room because the big defender of Jackson.
Yeah, he loves McLynn. And Jackson, for that matter.
I had to take off my sewing pants. They were getting really hot.
Wow, this is fucking GeekSpace after hours.
Yeah.
GeekSpace after dark.
Nocturnal
You guys
emissions.
want to hear me undress?
Fucking your wet dreams over here.
So we're gonna do it. Are we bringing back nocturnal emissions? Do you think
I
we just,
said we should do it already.
I said, do you think we should just bring it back and then see if they sue us? Or maybe,
Yes.
maybe we'll bring it back and it'll be so good and they'll buy the episodes off us to air.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Do you watch Nocturnal Emissions?
No, I'm just agreeing.
It was part of Cinematech on G4.
I remember it, but I don't think I ever watched it. I
It
did
was
used
just
to
when they
watch.
would show spicy content, they would call it Nocturnal Emissions.
I used to watch a good bit of G4 back.
I said Nocturnal Emissions sounds like a fart joke. Tell me I'm
It's a
wrong.
fucking cum joke.
Yeah, but that's not what I caught when I first fucking heard it. But I guess when I first watched it,
I used to love how much
fucking
American
12.
Ninja Warrior they would play on G4.
It wasn't even American. Most of it was just Ninja Warrior.
I feel like they played a lot of American Ninja
They
Warrior,
did some.
though.
Do you know? Okay, this was a when people I watched this at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning public access channel and nobody else I know has ever. You guys ever watched the Unbeatable Banzuke?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's made by the same guy who did Ninja Warrior, but Ninja Warrior's all athleticism, jump from here to here, grab this thing. Unbeatable Banzuke was all about precision, so it would be you need to walk down this slide, think about a flight of stairs. It's like a spiral staircase, but it's a slide, and you have to balance candles on your arm while you do it. And you have to do it in less than 3 minutes. It was all about being super precise all the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
And I remember I got my whatever it was my wisdom teeth. It was tonsils or something, and I was high the whole day. And
did I dream that?
yes, and I was dude, did I make up the Unbeatable Banzuke? Because that
That was a crazy name to come up with.
Yeah, because what the fuck is a Banzuke? That sounds like a Japanese word an American kid makes up. Yeah, dude, I was watching the Unbeatable Banzuke, and you're like, what does that mean?
I told you about my Nicholson dream, right?
Oh yes, that's crazy.
That's a similar situation.
About Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, well, I had for a period of time.
This is a fucking creepypasta. This is genuinely a real life creepypasta.
Well, during that time, it felt that way because I was having a lot of very strange dreams because I kind of started putting TCM on and falling asleep to it, and I hadn't really I never really slept with a TV on before, so there was a period in high school where I was doing that a lot with TCM, and in the middle of the night, TCM, I play some pretty odd stuff, and my eyes might just open for a minute while I'm still kind of sleeping and see something, and then it'll...
You might say something.
Yeah, so here's what happened. When I dreamt, this how the dream began. And I know now that some of this came from the movie Wolf by Jack Nicholson.
By Jack Nicholson.
Not by him.
Wait, hold on. Continue the story. I figured out what movie I was talking about.
What movie?
The Nick Cage movie.
What is
What
it?
movie was it?
Well, I'll tell you after.
What was it about?
I said there was a Nick Cage movie where he was the father of a girl who was stolen, and they disappeared on an airplane or something, and there was also a wife whose son a woman whose son disappeared or something like that. Like there's two different unrelated parents, and they each had a kid disappear on this plane. And at the end of the movie, you find out they searched for their kids the whole time. At the end of the movie, you find out that the kids were stolen by aliens to become the new Adam and Eve.
I know, what movie was it?
So I combined two movies in my head.
Okay.
One of them was
I was saying that Nick Cage part, that beginning part, sounded familiar.
that's the part I made up.
Which part? That he had a
So
kid?
the kid being taken is the end of Knowing,
Okay.
where they basically restart society with a bunch of kids, and then
So what's the Nick Cage part?
I got.
He's in Knowing.
So Nick Cage is in Knowing. So in Knowing, his daughter disappears at some
I
point.
haven't seen Knowing.
And
Spoiler alert for Knowing.
let me find the actual.
Good spoiler.
I'll read you the Wikipedia page for Knowing because
I was saying this so we could splice it in earlier. He's going to want to heavily edit this.
Yeah.
I'm not editing this at all.
You should really write that as like a creepypasta. Like, I watched this one showing of Wolf late at night.
I still am not convinced that I dreamt part.
So here you go. Ready?
I think that some of that might be real, but I've scoured.
So basically, his daughter disappears, and then all you at the end is it's like coming to the end of the world. And it says the following morning, John drives through a chaotic Boston to his parents' house, where he reconciles with his estranged father, John being Nick Cage. The solar flare then strikes, destroying Boston and likely the entire world. Meanwhile, the Ark, along with others, deposits Caleb and Abby, the two kids I was talking about, onto another world resembling an earthly paradise. The two run through a field towards a large white tree. It's supposed to be the tree of life. I combined that with, I think it's called The Disappeared.
Is anybody else here like a dial tone?
Fuck off.
How dare you?
One time, Waldo was at my house and we were exchanging scary stories, and then he didn't want to leave because he was too scared to leave, and he stayed there till 8 a.m.
That's wild.
So that you could leave when the sun was out. Fun story.
Anyway, I didn't mean to cut off your story about. I'll just say there's another movie where it's a psychological horror movie about a woman whose curl
Was
goes.
it the Julianne Moore one?
Yes.
Okay,
One
yes.
movie.
That's another movie where like it's called The Disappeared, and it's like her kid got kidnapped, and then she finds out it was like all a big conspiracy or something.
Yeah, well, because they keep telling her that she never had a kid.
Yeah.
And then she finds somebody else who is like a guy whose child goes, and then he's like, yeah, dude. And then she's like, no, your child also disappeared. We know each other, and both of our kids got disappeared. And he's like, I don't have a kid. And then he somehow remembers his kid later, halfway through the movie, and he's like, oh, fuck, I did have a kid. And that kid did get disappeared, and it was like all this crazy conspiracy.
Kid disappeared.
Well, yeah, it was The Disappeared.
Oh, that's cool.
The Forgotten is what it's called.
He's
We
the
should
one
make
who
a
got
movie
the
called
Forgotten.
Disappeared now.
My kid did get the Forgotten.
Anyway, weirdly enough, you were saying who was in that, and I said, I don't know, Matt Damon or like Sam,
Jackson.
not Sam Elliott.
Same with Mookie.
No, Dangerous Mind.
Samuel Beckett.
Oh wait.
Confessions of the
Oh,
Day.
Sam Rockwell.
Rockwell. It was Gary Sinise was who I was thinking of. Anyway, so that's the end of that story. I combined those two movies in my
Look,
head.
this is a revelation for the Patreon.
Yeah, this
This
is
a
for
podcast
those of
longer.
us who for those of us who were
They're gonna
really
love it.
holding on to that
I
story.
feel like you have to put this on the YouTube now.
I'll put it on a separate YouTube, on a secret
A
YouTube.
separate secret.
You want me to upload it to my second channel?
We should be putting this on Schlock Review.
Absolutely. I was glad to see that you put that on your channel, like that on your sidebar.
Oh yeah.
I just noticed that today.
Well, because I was waiting for when our review comes out.
It'll come out. Anyway.
Yeah, rather than have mine.
Tell me about
come
your
out.
Jack Nicholson dream.
So anyway, I fell asleep and the dream started like this, and I am not sure if this part was a part of Wolf or not. One of them definitely was because I've seen the scene since then.
You seen the scene?
I've seen the scene. But anyway, so it starts with there's a bank. This is how the dream opens, with a bank, and he walks in, and he's just acting weird. Like, I know it's Jack Nicholson, so it's not that out of character, but he was just acting like he does in The Shining, where it's just like something's wrong with this guy, and it's like for some reason no one's really addressing it. So he's just acting weird. Then he just like sits on a chair at the back of the bank, and he just like kind of looks around at like everybody, and then he gets up
I
and
just said it like Jack Nicholson just now.
and then he kind of looks around at everybody. And then he gets up and he walks out the back door of the bank. And now he's in a park. So this is already weird. But I think that those scenes, like this scene and then the park scene, could be from the movie. But no, the park scene definitely is. But this part could have been too, and I might have just like skipped over a part of it, like fallen asleep. But anyway, so he's in a park. And then these like three guys just start like hassling him and like asking him for his money and stuff. And then he just turns into a wolf and like eats them or whatever. I don't know if they even die in the scene. I don't remember, but I remember in my dream they did. So anyway, so that's the main part of it, and then
this is the part that stuck with me.
it's stuck with me. I think about it every day. Is
Every day.
so weird. So
Sidebar: my brothers say they have the chicken dance melody stuck in their head every single day of their lives,
and I
Wow.
and
absolutely
Eric
agree.
agrees.
I absolutely agree.
Okay, continue.
Anyway, so
It's like the game.
I don't know if anything happened in between this, but in my mind, I feel like it was just like a hard cut to just a green, like
field, right?
Yeah, just like a green field that I don't know. Something about the color grading. It was just like looked very bright and like old. I felt like something about it felt old to me. Anyway, and he walks in dressed like either Peter Pan or Robin Hood.
Which you need to see what he dresses like in the Raven, because he dresses like a brown, but he doesn't look at all like there's never a scene in a pasture. But he's wearing like a brown version of the Peter Pan Robin Hood outfit.
Well, anyway, he's wearing like
the Raven.
He's wearing like the green hat with the red feather on it, and he's wearing.
I forgot he was wearing that.
He's wearing the hat, and he's wearing tights and everything, and he's just like got like a completely green outfit on. He comes out holding a pan flute, and he comes out, and the camera like starts slowly moving up until his face is just the entire screen, and then just goes like, "You ready?" or something like that. And then it just cuts off, and that's all I remember.
He goes, "Do it."
It's kind of not that good.
And then who's ever watching this movie kills himself.
Yeah.
But so for years I've looked for like, has he ever played Peter Pan or Robin Hood, or has he ever worn anything
I'm gonna find
like
what his outfit looks like in the Raven. You're gonna
because immediately as soon as I told that story, you started Googling. That's what I've been doing for years, and I haven't found it.
Okay, so I think we should watch The Wolf.
Yeah, I want to see Wolf, just because I feel like there are going to be parts of it that I'm going to be like, oh shit, this was there too.
So let's do it. Let's fucking look.
I'd love to watch Wolf. Let's watch Wolf.
Right.
Is it on anything, or we can get requestinated?
We're not. What good is requesting going to be unless you fucking demand Michael put it on?
That's what I have to do. Is
Video.
requestinated. Then honestly, that's kind of similar. Though.
But they're never in a field. They're always in like shitty castle sets.
Still,
It's bizarre.
It is bizarre.
That is similar though.
But he's Peter Lorre's son. Which also, I want to get him on the Lorre Quick Adventure, by the way.
But this was
your
like...
part's gone.
This looked like a medieval painting, like how bright the colors were and everything.
Corey Living.
That's what you said.
I know on accident. Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm just saying that it was super bright. Like it was...
we need to make it happen. I think maybe we should just make a movie out of your perception of Wolf.
I would love to.
It starts in the bank scene.
That can easily be part of the anthology horror movie. Honestly.
We should make an anthology horror
short
movie.
film about Wolf. About what I think happened in Wolf.
What I think happened.
A retelling of Wolf.
You ready?
That needs to be the line.
That's how it ended in my head.
I want to make that so bad. Every time you detail that shot, I want to recreate it so bad.
In my head, that happened, and then it cut to black and like credits rolled. But I don't know if credits actually. But anyway.
Credits roll.
But there was little things
that's
like
how
that.
that ends, I guess.
Yeah, it was
if that's not a movie, that is to be a movie that we make. That's fucking insane.
That's good. It's like little things like that that made that period of my life from just watching TCM. Because there was also little things like I remember a movie where a monkey was driving a car, and I remember it very vividly, and I'm sure this exists. But
yes.
I mean, it's like a live action movie where this monkey was driving a car. But I'll never be able to find it, I don't think. There's
a lot of movies like that.
Yeah.
That this is another weird one that like this similar to your TCM thing. At a point in my life, I didn't have a DVD player and I didn't have any like cable or an antenna or anything. So what I used to do is I would download a bunch of like really fucking old public domain shit from archive.org, and I would literally I had a playlist of like 50 public domain movies, and I would just turn them on until I started falling asleep. But of course, it looks like when you enter the room, it's just like a flashing black and white TV screen because all these things are black and white with like old images. It looks like a creepypasta. So
that's what I do now with the Plex TV. There's like
People
an old
say when I walk into a room, dude, that looks like a creepypasta.
But so I would say there's like lots of like bits and pieces or images or something where I'd probably combine 5 or 6 movies in my head because I'd wake up in the middle of the night.
Well, for 3 years and 3 nights.
So 3 years and 3 nights.
Yeah.
No, for 3 years I fell asleep to Nosferatu the Vampire on loop.
Okay.
Every single night.
But not the remake of Nosferatu.
That's the remake, the 1979 one.
The one with Willem Dafoe?
No, that's Shadow of the Vampire.
Sorry, you're right.
Where he is playing Nosferatu.
That's what I was
it's the
thinking.
one. It's the It's the Werner Herzog.
Oh yeah.
Clark Kent.
We talked about it during the Paul Lynde special. Weirdly enough,
We did. Yeah, we did.
It's a great movie. I love that movie.
If only we'd been recording commentary for that Paul Lynde special.
But I didn't see. For a while, I didn't see that as that odd. But looking back on it, it seems.
I do think we may as well do riff tracks on something at this point.
Yes.
That'd be
Definitely,
awesome.
I want to do
You
that.
said that like you've been waiting for me to say yes.
I've been waiting for anyone. I'm just waiting for someone to say it. When JP suggested we watch all the Star Wars movies, and instantly in my head I was like, we should do commentary.
You should.
He's not going to want to do that. He wants to just. I think he's supposed to watch.
JP's.
I've never seen like 3 of them, so
I love
should just watch.
I love watching movies with JP
I
because
do too.
he puts his phone down. He's
On
he
that,
doesn't no, that doesn't bother me. But I just like it.
Jay.
Maybe. I know he's complained about that for other people, but he never said anything about you or anything. But so we've watched movies sometimes where someone's
Solomon
like,
can't even put his phone down during the podcast.
One time we were watching.
Well,
Well, I should tell a story.
I was mad because I left my phone over here during like the whole second half of the podcast and I couldn't check it.
But JP, he doesn't pull his phone out. He doesn't talk at all unless it's just like, oh, that's weird or something like that. Like it's like like he doesn't. It's just nice. It's like watching a movie alone.
See, I'm a if I go to a movie theater, I don't want to talk to you. But if I am like watching a movie with friends, I want us to bullshit during the movie.
It depends on what the movie is.
Yeah.
To me.
Really, I feel like there's not. If I want to watch a movie and really give a shit about the movie, I won't watch it with friends.
The weirdest.
But I have a friend like JP, so I feel like it's the same. It's
the weirdest was
like
when
that.
we watched it at New York as a group, because that would have been something where you'd think someone would be trying to bullshit to like lighten the mood, but I just remember most of that just being a completely silent viewing, and it was really weird.
That movie.
Because then they were just in it, and everyone was just like,
Yeah, and then we all had conversation after it, and everyone was sad.
Yeah,
Everyone was depressed. Like everyone was depressed talking after that movie, and like I remember having a conversation with Jonah in like the kitchen, and we were just like we were talking about something else, but then every now and then we were like, oh man, there's like a lot of that.
It'd be really funny if somebody did a riff track where they just did movies that were incredibly depressing.
Synecdoche,
New York,
Schindler's List.
Schindler. I was thinking, 30 Seconds to Mars movie. You know it.
It's got Jared Leto. I think what you're trying to say.
Jared Leto.
Dallas Buyers Club?
He's a
you're talking about Requiem for a Dream.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be fucking. That was like the first movie where I feel like I watched that and I was just like, I need to take a shower or something. I don't even know.
Just do commentary like Requiem with a Dream or like
I felt really depressed after watching Being John. I'm talking a lot about the first time I watched Being John. I mean, that's another crazy story. Well, it's not crazy. It's just kind of funny looking back then. I thought it was a documentary about John Malkovich. And I watched it, like I literally didn't read the back of it. I got it from the library. I said, oh, Being John Malkovich. It must be a documentary
Being
on John
Malkovich.
Which is weird, too, because why would I have even been that interested? This was I don't know.
Maybe a creepypasta idea. The bootleg copy called Being John Malkovich.
Well, I was saying that there is a creepypasta where you become John Malkovich by the end.
Oh,
By watching
you
the
realize
movie.
that you're John
He
Malkovich.
speaks to the camera and you turn into him.
Malkovich?
You ready?
I don't know if he said you're ready. But
No, we have.
it was something loose like that, though, so it probably was that.
It has to be in whatever we make.
Yeah, it was pretty much that. I don't know, like I can't remember exactly what he said, but I'm pretty sure it was that or something like.
I just
pretty
want to make
much
that so
exactly.
badly. Like
It's
I
so
wish
good.
I could just go out and make that.
I hope it exists. I hope we don't have to. I hope it exists.
I would love to
is
make
the
it
end of
anyway.
that movie.
Well, you
But
make
it can exist.
That cannot be the end of Wolf. That simply cannot be how Wolf
No,
ends.
think about this. Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
Think about this.
Okay, be honest with me.
Consider this. And this really
Well, I have
happened.
a theory too. Now that we're talking about it, but go
Oh, okay. Well, I'll hear yours first.
Film theory.
I was just saying because my
Go ahead,
dream,
Matt.
because I was clearly watching Wolf,
Yeah.
and that was very clearly that was on and motivating the dream. What if the movie ended and another
different movie
movie
started.
came on, but I was still dreaming about Jack Nicholson, so I combined
That makes
the two.
sense.
That's kind of here's where.
But it's still crazy.
Here's a world where I think Jack Nicholson could show up in that outfit in a movie called The Wolf, right?
It's just
It's
called.
just called Wolf. Is that
The
the
movie
best of
called
your
Wolf.
theory?
Sorry. Well,
It
pause
is.
that. Get rid of
I
that.
didn't know if it was dependent
So,
on the
so
article.
meth heads.
Yes.
They're at the haunted house.
I met them all in a showing of Wolf. But he becomes a wolf in that movie, right?
Yes.
So what is he's a werewolf, right?
Yes.
Okay, so here's my thought.
Based off the scene I've seen in my dreams. No, but I watched that on YouTube later, so that is what happens.
In my mind, there is some sort of weird, like, magic, like, fairy tale connection on here. I was thinking of, like, Wolf Among Us. Like, is there a weird connection where there is somebody else, maybe it's not Jack Nicholson, who is also some weird, Pied Piper or Peter Pan type character
Woodsman
who would be in that movie if he's a werewolf?
I mean, he's like, from what I remember,
That'd be awesome, but I just don't think that's what that movie's like.
No,
I've never heard of that movie till right now.
From what I remember, he was in like a city, like a big city. So I feel like that doesn't.
Yeah, so is Wolf Among Us though. They do the same thing.
There's no pasture. Where's the pasture?
Like in my head, I'm picturing like Shakespeare, pretty much. Like I'm picturing like the Tempest.
I know. I get what you're. I'm just saying. If I was trying to rationalize it in my brain, that's how I would connect it. There's some fairy tale connection.
I think in this case, the correct answer is the easiest one, and I dreamt that part. But what motivated that part of the dream, I don't know. Other than Jack Nicholson being...
You're following the Pied Piper. Is another horror experience in your house. You're trying to get you to follow...
That wasn't even in my back room. That was when I lived in the...
When are you watching this last season of Silicon Valley?
Yeah. Oh, that's what we really need your opinions on, the last season of Silicon Valley. That's a totally...
Season 5 was basically your favorite TV season of any show.
That's what I've heard.
Well,
Nick keeps telling me.
That's true.
We have a good
the rumors are correct.
We have a good authority that you believe this to be.
His favorite TV show of all time is Frasier, but if we're counting one season,
I never said Frasier was my favorite show of all time.
Yes, I don't even get into this.
I never said that. I said Seinfeld was when we were talking about literally like a month ago.
Yeah, well, a month ago, but you definitely told me Frasier is your favorite TV show of all time like 3 years ago.
I don't think
this guy basically acts like fucking Home Improvement's his favorite show.
I love Home Improvement, but I'm not allowed to say it's my favorite show.
You spent the
pretty close when
entirety
watching
of that party convincing me that Frasier was a better show than anything else I'd ever watched, and that it was your favorite show.
That was because you immediately expressed disinterest in Frasier, so I was harping on it the whole night.
I know, but
I don't think it was.
I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm just saying that you did say it the first time we ever had a real conversation.
I believe you. That's probably completely correct. But the reason I was doing it was because you said you didn't like it.
And when I talked to Danny at a party for the first time, we really had an extended conversation. He wouldn't stop talking about how big of an Art Garfunkel fan he is.
You like Waters in March?
Yeah.
Awesome song.
I am a big Art Garfunkel fan. I should say it was in the context of when Grant looked like Art Garfunkel.
All right. I can't picture that context.
He had the big fro.
I didn't have... Garfunkel had a fro. I don't have a fro. My hair's just tall.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't look the same to me, but I don't know.
Everybody else I know is like
totally
solid.
No, and I know I've gotten the comparison before. I'm not saying that people don't see that. I'm just saying he had a fro. I never had a fro.
It doesn't have like a real fro.
He did have kind of like a tall.
He has like a tall curly thing.
My hair's not curly though, like that.
Just saying.
It's not curly. It was tall, but it's
everybody else
curly.
sees it. You don't see it. That's okay, Grant. You're blind, but you know what? You are the new Art Garfunkel, and that makes you the new Paul Simon, I guess.
Okay.
We got to recreate that cover. We got to put you on a stool so you guys can do that.
I would love to do that cover, actually.
There you go. New Soundhouse cover. Let's do it.
Over troubled water, I will lay it out like a... Yeah, Waters of March, great song. Yeah, I mean, I feel like being an Art Garfunkel fan, or like preferring Art Garfunkel is weird because he like definitely didn't write any of the songs.
Absolutely, well, you wrote like two, but it is absolutely weird. I'm not trying to justify it.
No,
I'm just saying.
I like the weird takes.
Purely as a singer, I would rather I'd listen to a whole Art Garfunkel album of just singing rather than Paul Simon.
Of just singing, I agree.
Yeah.
I think Art Garfunkel's a better singer, but I think Paul Simon. Just because he was
so crazy after all those years.
He was so crazy after all those years. He was writing all the material. Well, I just feel like the only thing that sullies Art Garfunkel to me a little bit is just the fact that he didn't write like any.
Well, it's like
that's fine.
His solo material is not nearly as good as Paul Simon's solo material.
No, I definitely think he's the better.
But if I'm going through the Simon and Garfunkel discography, the songs where Art Garfunkel is the lead singer are the ones I prefer.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I would agree.
True love conquers all.
Mm-hmm.
Waters of March, though, great song. Huh?
It's a good song. Why are you doing this as a
No.
bit?
No, it's like one of my
It's
favorite
like
songs.
one of
Oh,
the
okay.
Sound Ass's also most played songs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably.
Yeah, it was
my
in your top
10.
on Spotify too.
Really?
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's one of my favorite songs.
Good.
It's just a wild song.
He had a couple good albums in the 70s that were like honestly kind of weird.
Yeah, that album is good, and it has a lot of interesting moments on it that I like. But then when it wasn't that, it was just like AOR, like soft rock, like adult contemporary.
Dude, you know who has a really crazy good album that nobody talks about because it is kind of like shitty, like yacht rock?
What?
And also, don't
Dennis
call
Wil-
yacht rock shitty. Come on.
Dennis Wilson,
Dennis
the
Wilson.
Dreamer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that album's awesome.
Is it? No, it's not the Dreamer. It's
Maybe Dreamer is the name of the song.
Ocean Blue or whatever. It's the name.
Oh yeah.
Which
hold
one
on.
are you talking
I'll
about?
pull
I'm
it
thinking
up.
of the one with him on the cover that says Wilson and
I
big.
thought it was the same.
It is that.
one.
It's
one.
yeah. But
But this song, maybe there's the first
I
song
think
is
this
called
song is
Dreamer or
called
something.
Dreamer. But
That song's awesome. That album's great.
But and there's a phenomenal, just really bizarre commercial where because I remember my
Pacific Ocean Blue.
Pacific Ocean.
Let me see the cover.
This
one
is
I'm
the one you're
thinking
talking about.
Yeah.
of? Yeah.
There's it's not quite that cover. He's in a different outfit, but the commercial for that album is super funny in a very bizarre way. He just walks into frame. He goes, "Hey everybody, I'm Dennis Wilson. I have a new solo album coming out." He sounds like Steve Jobs. He's like, "I have a new solo album coming out. It's called Pacific Ocean Blue. I would love for you to check it out. You can find it at your local record store."
You ever see the Hitchcock like Psycho commercial?
That's an awesome.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
trailer where he's just like, someone's going to die here.
You need to see the David Bowie live commercial. The David
Oh,
Bowie live
yeah,
one.
that one's
I
good.
mean, it's not exactly what we've been talking about, but it's
Okay,
very
update. So he said the TV has been turning on and off just now.
Did we get to go to your house and fucking ghost investigate this?
ghost investigation.
I would love to. I wanted to do that for years. I thought it would. I mean, I just don't think anything would happen if we tried to do something like that. But I've been wanting to, or at least I wanted to in
But I
like
think the
college when
spirits
I
are
had the whole
stronger this
nugget
time of year.
group. Huh?
The spirits are stronger this time of year.
Maybe.
Have a higher percentage.
You're right.
Yeah.
But I like back in college,
school.
not in high school. Like when we had like the whole nugget group, I wanted them all to come like sleep over and like we could film if stuff happened, but we never did it. But yeah, I would love to do that because
How frequently does stuff like that happen?
I would say on a very small scale, things happen almost every day. But it's like it's
that was
usually
a true simultaneous look at each other when you said that.
but at this point, it's like a little thing, and I'll just be like,
It's kind of like 182. It's about all the small things.
I'm so glad that you said that because that's exactly what I was.
Well, it could also be like 182 in the fact that you're feeling this.
Yeah. Or it could be exactly like Blink 182 because I think aliens might be involved.
Well,
Also-
you definitely know they exist.
Yeah.
And they are in America.
Yeah.
And you're always saying damn it about these going on.
Tom DeLonge.
I think we should set up a secret camera in your room.
I would love that
I just want to
because,
set up a sting
but actually I wouldn't love that because
Because sometimes you're like Blink 182 and you have to take off your pants and jacket.
Grant, you're exactly right.
I know.
No, one of the scariest things I've ever seen, and I don't know if it was real. It's probably I'm probably gonna say this, and you guys are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's bullshit" or something. But it's a video on YouTube that is basically a guy said that he like stuff was moving around in his kitchen, so he put up a security camera, and basically like there was a vent, and just a woman was coming out and like eating his food and stuff, and then just like climbing back in, and like in one of the days he recorded it. He recorded like a couple days before he checked it. He came out to get water and she was like hiding behind the island.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, I thought it was real, but I didn't really look into it.
I think it is real.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's Palestine.
No. Do you know how many times a day I do that in my head? Like when somebody goes,
Make a hacky ass joke.
yeah, not even a hacky ass joke where someone will say something is real, and I have to say to myself,
Don't
did
say
they
no.
say?
Oh yeah.
Did they say it is real, or did they mention Israel? So, because when you're teaching Model UN, I constantly fucking am confused. But no, I've seen that video, Eric, and I think it was real, and I think she actually got arrested.
Yeah, that's what I heard, but I just didn't know for sure if that was.
There's a guy who's like a creepypasta YouTuber who I occasionally listen to.
Yeah.
And he
Is it Expo? Is it Nightmare Expo?
No. It's Lazy Masquerade.
I want someone to enable my opinion that Nightmare Expo is a good channel. It's just a guy who does videos like that, pretty much.
I'll watch
Not creepypastas, but like, similar.
I'll watch one night.
Yeah.
I'll watch the Nightmare Expo tonight, and I'll get back to you.
I would love if you did.
Yeah. Nightmare Expo was the one that did the gas station sign.
That video I didn't like it.
No, it wasn't good because he doesn't really ever arrive to a conclusion. He just is like.
But he also
he's the one about the gas station Monkey Kong.
Yes.
I also because he kind of addresses it also like it's a one-off video that he like doesn't give a shit about, which I also didn't like. But I like the channel in general. He usually puts
that wasn't bad. It just he reached like that end that he couldn't really like get any more info on. So like I get it.
Literally nothing came out of that video. I feel like
he had a good guess. Like what he said made sense.
I just feel like his videos are usually like maybe too long for most people, but they're like usually like 20 or 30 minutes,
like,
and they're like super in depth.
You ever watch Down the Rabbit Hole?
I've heard of them though.
They're pretty good. They're not specifically like creepypasta stuff.
You ever see top fives?
I like heard of it.
I was on top fives, guys.
Yeah, I've heard of it. In fact, you've told me about it.
All I'm saying is they have like 3 million subscribers. I haven't gotten fucking like.
Were you ever on Watch Mojo, buddy?
I wish. That'd be awesome.
Watch
Mogus.
Yeah,
that's gonna be great.
Watch Mogus.
Yeah, there's something planned, but who knows?
Dude, there is this. This is a fucking lost video in my mind. There is a fucking video.
Now this has to be longer than the actual podcast.
It's close to 2 hours.
Remember Clockface?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
What face?
There was a like thing that someone like me, like the Jack Nicholson thing. Someone was like, I swear I saw this, and it was like a clock with an evil wizard, and it was something like that. And it didn't get solved till like 10 years later or something like that. And
there was another one called there was like a show. There was like the Sea Monkeys show or something.
Yeah.
And somebody did the same thing where they're like, dude, I watched this show at 3 a.m. in college. I know I've seen this.
Yeah.
Same thing, like 15 years later, someone's like, yeah, I fucking saw this show. And then they actually found it. They found links to it, and it was just like slightly off. But, what the fuck was I even talking about? The Watch Mojo. There's a Watch Mojo video that is the people who write Watch Mojo top 10s.
Yeah.
And they're in a diner, and they're just like talking about a list. They're not showing you the list.
This sounds like the crack videos they used to make. The After Hours, where they're all
that sounds right, yes.
Is that what you're thinking of?
Maybe.
I mean, it's like literally just the crack writers like basically running down what a crack list would be, and they just start like...
Okay, that might be what I'm thinking then. That would make sense if it's cracked, because I've tried to find this video where I'm like, Watch Mojo video diner.
Do you know what they were talking about exactly? Because they like have just a ton of them.
I feel like there was one, like it was probably about like comic books or something. I don't know. But like top Batman villains
down
or
for
some
it.
shit. But it was more the concept. It was more like, when the fuck did I watch some video where all the Watch Mojo writers were so hanging out in a diner?
Out of context for Watch Mojo.
But if it's cracked, that would make sense. It's comparable. So.
Don't you want to just scroll through these and click on one? I mean, they're all formatted the exact same, so you recognize what the camera setup is. I mean, it's probably that.
I bet you it's this one. It's why Batman is secretly terrible for Gotham.
Yeah, I remember that one.
If this
I
gets
used
solved,
to watch all these.
If this gets solved right now in my head, that's fucking insane.
Oh, you got this is like the full intro version too.
God, this is so long. Already, this is not worth it.
They shortened it in all the other episodes.
Yes, this is absolutely it.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad. That's crazy. Finally, me watching all those cracked videos has finally paid off in some regard.
That's how I felt at trivia night when they did the music round and played.
In my head, it's a little bit different, but also this is probably it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They got so many of these that
it could just be one that is.
Yeah, that's like slightly different. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's awesome. What I was getting at though was that scared me. That video of that woman coming out of the vent.
Oh yeah, but we.
So my point is
you
that
rather know?
I feel like but at the same time, like if I did put a security camera up and some shit like that happened, I feel like it would freak me out.
Yeah, but then you would have to be freaked out less because the woman wouldn't be living.
I feel like I would be scared the rest of my entire life. Probably, I don't know. That would
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. This woman's coming out of the vent and practicing piano.
Well, that would be cool.
She's taking calls. I'm in the top room.
It's
She's
just
in the office up there. She's like,
it's something like I
I
don't
wish
know.
this motherfucker would keep it down.
I feel like like right now I'm in like blissful ignorance where it's like if I don't think that could be the thing because I don't think there's enough room for someone to like.
Well, they have to be avoiding your mom too. I just feel like
No,
that
my
one.
mom doesn't go back there. So if I'm gone, like yeah, I mean, anything can go
dude,
down.
people can live in pretty small spaces. You ever seen the Pollen special?
I know they. Oh my god. I just think
Annie!
if you were like a homeless person trying to stay in someone's house, that my attic would be a pretty bad pick. Because I also don't have much food back there.
Well, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm saying
You ever noticed food missing?
No, that's the thing. I've never noticed
Like,
food missing or anything.
Sure. I feel like that's also like this would
I don't
be
think
a
it's
pretty
that
bad pick, but like logically also who's like, and if you're a homeless person looking for somewhere to stay, you're always making the good picks, right? Like
I don't know, but I feel like you would. I don't know, maybe, but I feel like it would be one thing if you like stayed up there for one day and then was just like,
Have you ever
yeah,
tried
this
it?
doesn't work. Maybe I don't know. I could
maybe
try it.
we
JP could try it.
I'd love that.
maybe instead of recording your room, what we should do is we should reverse solve the mystery and make you try a bunch of different solutions and see how viable they are. So we'll make you live upstairs for a week and see if
Upstairs.
in your attic area.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
Upstairs.
The actual house does creep me out. I never noticed anything particular happening, but one time I was in there and I went in there to get clothes and like my mom wasn't home. It was the middle of the day. It was like I got back from class and I heard what I thought was someone like moving around, but I mean in the house it's a bigger space, so I feel like noise like that happened a lot. So anyway, so I walked out and I noticed that the like attic in there was moved like a little bit. I've never seen it. No one goes up there, so it was like moved a little bit to where there was like a crack. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Who would have done that? And then my mom was like, yeah, it wasn't like that this morning or something like that. And then she came home. My mom doesn't give a shit. She came back and she was just like, oh, yeah. And she like moved it back and she's like, yeah, it's fine. Also, the alarm goes off. Like sometimes she'll set the alarm in the morning and she comes home and it's not on. But she doesn't give a shit about that. Then one time she said something crazy to me that I haven't been able to explain. Where she said... I don't know. One time she said that she heard someone running full speed down the side of the house, and then she...
Like how to get to your area?
Yeah, like that little
yeah.
area. She said she heard someone running full speed, like, towards the street. So, like, they would have had to pass my room.
Yeah.
Anyways, she said she heard someone running full speed down there, and she looked out the window and saw someone, and so she went out, and she saw them going, like, that way.
Yeah.
So she walked outside onto the porch, and then there was no one there. That's something my mom just like said one day, and she was like, "Did you hear that?" And she texted me, and I was in the back, and I was like, "The light didn't go on. If someone ran past there, the light, no matter where you're coming from, the light would have went on."
Do you think your mom is a witch?
Maybe.
I think. Hold on. This is now
She should have been in the Pollens.
And she looks remarkably like Betty White.
That's it though. That's like the only thing from. That's all the only stuff from her. She doesn't really.
I think we need to do some history stuff. I think we need to find out what used to be where your house is.
Well, I know one kid used to live in my room. Like the person who lived
The back room?
The back room. So they made the room like livable because they had someone else staying. There was a like I knew the person who lived in that house. I lived across the street.
Okay.
And I moved into that house. And I knew the person who lived there, and his brother stayed in the back. And I think he's in like prison now or something. I don't know. We'd have to.
Hopefully, he's not a ghost.
It would be interesting to ask.
There's even worse is in ghost prison.
It would be interesting to ask actually.
It'd be interesting to ask if anything happened back there while he was there.
Yeah. Well, my thought is like that whole.
You don't know where they are anymore?
No, my mom might though.
You probably find him, but
Yeah.
like
I don't know their.
Oh, we'll find it.
I don't know their names off the top of my head, but
I'm dead serious.
My mom definitely.
This is an investigative thing I want to do now.
My mom would definitely know their names, so I could at least find their names and we could look them up.
Okay, because I think to me this is interesting because.
But she also might know where they are now.
Well,
so
if you have his name, you can look him up in the.
I know, but my mom might just already know.
Okay. I want to know because to me
Those are bragging
that
about
whole.
what your mom
My mom knows a shit.
My mom knows a lot of people.
I'm pretty sure the kid who lived back there was named Jules.
And she's a witch.
But I don't know his last name.
Burn?
Yes.
They could have been.
That would explain a lot of things.
Yeah, it would explain so much.
There's aliens involved. It's Jules Verne.
The
That's
evil
so
one
true.
from the Morlocks.
Yeah.
I used to think
that was Wells.
That whole area to me feels fucking like just like the area around your town feels fucking haunted as hell because I think that was all plantation land, right?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I know that I've heard this from Keller. Keller would say that like he would just come hang out and I'd be like, you want to take a walk or whatever, just walk around, and he's like, no, this neighborhood terrifies me. And there's like no explanation. I'm like, it looks like every suburb. Like it's not scary at all.
Yeah, I've never felt scared. You
No,
feel scared? You feel like scared?
Not like I'm not like ooh I'm terrified, but like not even like his street or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just like certain parts of like that like Metairie area that have kind of been raised and then built up in like the 90s and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like I know there's a fuck ton of crazy shit that used to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I would not surprise me
No, I don't know.
if there's like haunted stuff in that area.
But yeah, I know that like Keller just gets a really bad vibe from my neighborhood, which I I don't really
You
get.
think Keller's so pure of soul that
Maybe.
he
Or
can
maybe
use as a barometer for this
That'd be
guy?
awesome.
Maybe he knows that the demons are
He would
coming
hate.
for him.
He would hate to be used as a barometer. For the,
Did
did I ever tell you about the time? This is awful. One time, me and we were hanging out with this was in high
We're
school.
gonna
At some
censor
point.
everyone. We've name dropped
I know.
so much in this.
I was with 8 friends.
Keller's on Patreon. He loves us.
Yeah, you're right. He does. So he's gonna love me telling this story. I was with 8 people, and Keller went to use the bathroom, and we decided as a joke to go hide outside.
Oh my god!
And we left Trout Mask Replica on and turned the lights off.
Oh,
and
man.
he comes over now. This was 7 or 8 years ago. He comes over now and he still pees with the door open. It's sad. It's a sad story more than anything.
Yes. Trout Mask Replica is not even that scary.
I know. That's why it's kind of the funny part about it to me. But yeah, he just hates that album. Which is
I feel like the opening to Windledorf's Manor is scarier than fucking Trout Mask Replica.
Well, he
sounds like a Jewish vampire.
No, that's not the part where he starts playing the discordant shit, and we open the door, and he's got Solomon in the chair.
Forgot about
the only
that.
reason why I played Trout Mask is because he hated that. He expressed hatred of that album many times to me.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, Windledorf's Manor is terrifying. I am Windledorf.
Dude, so many people fucking texted me about that episode and were like, this guy's a genius. How did you get him on your channel? I'm dead fucking serious.
I just hate that so. I remember this filming that in the garage. I can't believe people think that's like a masterwork.
I know, I'm kind of pissed off about it. I was like, I should have retooled the lyrics, put it on an album. No, but what's weird though is that I was in my room and I found the lyrics to that song under my bed, printed out, and I don't remember printing out those lyrics. I don't. Why would I have put them in?
Definitely did not have printed lyrics when we did that.
I know. I had the phone pulled up.
The ghosts love Windledorf's Manor. They're a big fan.
That makes sense. It's awesome.
They were like, finally, this asshole's doing something we fucking like, and then he ends it after 3 episodes.
I didn't end it. I'm working extensively on episode 4.
This is a real Roberto.
I'm hard at work.
Oh, I just said it's never coming.
Who knows? Maybe it will come. I literally
there's this fucking quote that I fucking love for some reason that's stuck in my mind forever when they're interviewing Ben Gibbard about a new Postal Service album.
Did you see the new Postal Service?
It was bad.
Oh, I like that video. Well, I like Tim Robinson though.
Oh, I mean...
I don't listen to them. I saw a video where Tim Robinson auditions for them.
Did we talk about Postal Service recently?
Maybe.
I talked about...
I have a lot of screenshots.
I think we did. I think you texted me something about them. But
interesting.
Anyway, I know I did have a conversation about but so they posted this teaser thing, and they were like, tomorrow the Postal Service, and then it was a sketch, and I was like, that's
yeah, I got a lot of pictures of Tim Robinson from that video.
But
that's good.
And I thought it was fine. I like Tim Robinson, but I was
John Daly was there. He had a mustache.
Yeah. But I was just mad because I was like, dude,
you expecting a new song?
Yeah, I was like, and especially because Jenny Lewis tweeted it. And I was like, Jenny Lewis, you're not even part of the band. Like, if you're so it must be some actual piece of music, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's this fucking interview with Ben Gibbard, and this pretty 2009 or something. It was pretty a while ago, and they were asking Ben Gibbard about a new Postal Service album, and they're like, they say that the new Postal Service album is this era's Chinese democracy, it's never going to come out. And then Ben Gibbard goes, yeah, well, I guess Chinese democracy is out now, so it's just going to be the second Postal Service album that never happens. So that's how I feel. That's how I feel about anytime somebody says like, "I'm working on it." I go, "Yeah, it's this era's Chinese democracy."
You should just start saying that to people. Explaining it.
I've said it, and so nobody knows what that album is. So it's because then they go, China's a communist country, and then I have to explain them that Chinese democracy is an album.
Yeah.
And
It's actually really clever commentary.
I never even listened to that album.
Well, I'd have to bleach my hair.
I don't think anyone ever listened to that album.
I'd have to bleach my hair to do more Wendell-Dorf anyway. So
You get a wig.
know?
You should definitely just get a wig. That would be awesome.
You should get like a really long, like Hanson-esque wig.
the weirdest thing is about that first episode of Wendell-Dorf's Manor is that the intro I have black hair, then like all the car stuff I have black hair, then it just hard cuts to the game stuff and I have like red hair for just that.
Yeah.
And then the next episode, I'm like bleached blonde.
So yeah, so I don't think we.
I guess you're right.
Do you think any sort of
So weird at all. I completely forgot that you had 3 different hairstyles over the
Look,
course
the
of
thing
this.
is,
I guess.
fucking Wendell-Dorf's Manor? At what point is there any sense of like regularity in any of that? Like
I feel like the second episode was really regular.
You should definitely get a wig. You should definitely get a wig.
Like the Gatorade, wait,
it was Powerade.
Wendell-Dorf and cars getting Powerade or whatever.
I loved it.
It was very regular.
Yeah.
And then the third episode, just
That's a musical.
yeah, extremely regular.
Anyway, everybody loved that episode, and I've
I'm
heard
glad.
many people say it's the best thing on the channel.
Well, that's probably not true, but I'm glad.
And no, I think it probably is true. I can't think of anything that's better than that.
Garlic Gate Retribution.
No,
I love the G4 or whatever the thing was that you.
Yeah.
posted.
I guess that was
Ian
actually
McGill's
before this.
Green
It
Screen
was.
Bonanza.
that one is. I will never watch that again because I
took so long to edit.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why the fuck I did that. I sat editing that. I'm not editing this though. Fuck that. This is going straight. Keller, you're getting docked. Sorry.
Where are you putting this on?
It's on Patreon.
Keller alive, more like Keller dead.
Yeah, I.
Boo!
Keller, I hardly know her.
Jesus.
That's funny.
Thank you. That was a Paul Lynn joke, so maybe. I don't know.
I guess
We
maybe.
botched the delivery.
No.
Yeah, you gotta say it like him.
Keller, I hardly know her. Anyway.
Keller, I already know her. You know, you
Yeah,
really
so you gotta do like.
all with the vibrato.
Keller, I hardly know her.
Oh, that was
There,
good.
that's
That
Paul.
was good.
I think that all those texts came before the G4 video, though. Those were like
Yeah,
closer to that video being
I guess
released.
that makes sense, but
But that's
Still.
Garlic Gate Retribution Erasure.
Garlic Gate Retribution is not a good video. Here's,
Wow.
this is,
Now, you're only
can
hearing
I
this
tell
on
you-
the Patreon. You
Can I
never
tell
admit
you?
this.
Can I tell you the weirdest comparison just popped in my head? I said calling Garlic Gate Retribution a good video is like calling Passion of the Christ a good movie. It's
Wow.
it's not even that they're bad, but you only like it if
Mel
you.
Gibson directed both of them.
I Garlic Gate Retribution. I'm speaking Aramaic. It's
funny.
You don't. It's only
Oh,
the. It's only like a. It's only a movie that you go, this is really good if you just love watching people being tortured.
Well, yeah.
So that's
It's
Garlic
kind
Gate.
of like the Hostel of our channel.
Yeah, Garlic Gate Retribution is just torture porn that I put myself through.
Well, that just smudged things way more in my glasses. I've been sweating
Man,
so
smudging.
much. The HC's not even on yet. Can we turn the AC
no,
back
you're
on?
recording behind the scenes footage.
This is fucked up.
I mean, look, we can turn the AC on whenever we're done talking.
Yeah, whenever we're done with our
Okay.
conversation.
Okay, you're right. You got a wipe for glasses.
I don't.
Can you use my shirt?
I don't want your shirt. I never want your shirt. Stop asking
You can use
me.
my shirt.
No, it's fine. I'll fucking just keep using my shirts. I'm honestly just pissed that Eric even asked me to use the shirt. He knew I didn't want to use the shirt.
I knew it.
We're going straight to Patreon with this, dude. We're gonna make millions.
Yeah, so I would love if you would come and.
If you subscribe to the Patreon, you instantly get a 4-hour clip of us bullshitting after a podcast.
Dude, those are the best ones, dude.
I know they are the best.
That's why I was telling somebody, Eric, you probably, I don't know if you watched Omega 64 at all.
At this point, we literally should have just gone to your room and streamed more Sonic, though. Like, we just spent so much time not
No,
doing
but I
it.
don't want to fucking watch Sonic anymore.
Yeah, you know, he's got it really bad. He has to watch me play a game.
I played one level today while he was on the phone with Katie.
That-
The teacher, not his friend.
I was like, whoa.
He ditched the stream to talk about his thesis.
I didn't want to. She said we were going to talk at 6:30.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. But it was fine.
I was hoping she would catch us in the middle of being in
What are
Dollar
you
Tree
doing right now?
Nothing.
Not playing Sonic. We're on the phone.
Chaos control. Try and I don't know what I do.
Throw the phone.
I throw the phone.
What? I would love for you to film my back room for like a day,
Yeah.
or just keep filming until something happens.
I would actually love to. You're saying like stay at your house for a week. I'd be down to do that. Like just like sleep on your floor.
You should. You don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. We got a nice, comfy seat now that goes out. It's nice.
Oh, okay.
It's a new seat.
I actually do a lot more sleeping in my recliner than I do in my bed.
You know, there's not a recliner, unfortunately, but it's like
Not on this couch.
it's like a therapist chair almost.
Yes, that's a cool chair.
It's like this
that
big.
chair. It's very loud. I like just fiddling with it.
Whoa, no, not that one. I got a new chair. I got rid of that one.
I got a
That was
new
the hair.
chair.
That was the hair salon chair.
Daddy
I
got
got-
a new chair.
I got one that's just like from here to here. It's about this long, and it's just got a back.
Oh, well then, actually, this is something that Clark and I were banding about. The conference meeting does a therapy session.
That would be the place to do it. And it's a
We
very
should just bring it to the house and could that be possible or not?
that would be a pain in the ass.
Who?
I mean, it's like a piece of furniture.
I know.
It's a pretty, not huge, but
So I got to call Chavez, only guy I know with a truck.
I mean, you could just do it at my house.
Yeah, but I want to do it on that backdrop.
It would be annoying, but we could do it.
Is the conference thing anything if not annoying?
Wait, hold on. The backdrop.
The black backdrop.
Oh, I thought you meant the green screen.
No. I rest.
Well, I was going to say you could set a green screen in this room, but
I could also set
Yeah,
up
I mean, the same goes for either one, but it was
yeah,
that would
it'd
be
be
annoying.
easier
Yeah.
to move Duvatine, but whatever.
But how am I going to
He's
hang
really
the
trying to
Duvatine in
call.
his...
He's trying to call.
How do you want me to hang the Duvatine in
Just
his...
take two light stands and spread it
Alright,
between.
that's a good point. Alright, well, you can bring over the light stands.
You just take them. I'm probably gonna. I guarantee between us talking about this and you filming this, I'll probably film another dialogue to your house and just leave the lights there again.
He's right.
Yeah,
I gotta be like Spider-Man in the place. Turn off the dark.
that's good. That's good. 2 points.
I like that you and I did a visual comedy bet to each other.
Yes.
Flip the lights.
The lights. Turn off the dark.
You watch that movie?
It's not a
Musical?
movie.
Well, they did a film version.
Is there actually a film version?
Filmed like they recorded the stage.
But like, I didn't even know they did that. I've seen like them on Letterman, which that's awesome.
There's like a. I mean, okay.
Why have one ridiculously dressed villain when you could have 6?
No, they
It's a
have.
really good line.
Yeah.
I don't know how official the filming is, but there's a like video bootleg of that.
Oh yeah, well I'm sure most of those have bootlegs. I thought you were saying there was a fully produced version.
I mean, I think it was officially filmed. I think it was like a.
I think they film all of them technically, like all once for like
Yeah.
posterity. But
But I'm saying I think one of those got leaked. One of the actual performances.
I would love to watch it. I don't know if you guys. Well, almost. The episode of you talking to me about the Turn Off the Dark stage show was just super interesting because there was like one producer who was just trying to like incorporate like some weird Greek spider goddess, like, and she was just trying to exercise like an insane amount of power over everything, and it's just crazy to hear about the behind the scenes of that, and just the fact that U2 was writing songs for it,
Yeah.
for a Spider-Man musical, and that someone was getting injured at like every single show.
Yeah, they like went through their first cast, like the not
Crazy.
whatever understudies in like the first week.
That's so crazy. That sounds like a nightmare.
It was.
on Broadway.
I saw a Spider-Man play. I said this, but I don't know what it was. I don't think it was that.
There was like a Spider-Man live stage show at like Universal.
Do you
It
think?
wasn't
I
that.
think it's called Spider-Man Rocks.
Do you think we could
I
get
don't think it was that.
like a high school we could license that Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark?
No. That would be awesome, but no.
I think we should put it on.
I mean, we should definitely. Why don't we just write our own? We could write
I
our
know
own.
we should just we need to go get.
Closet Man,
We
turn
need
on
to
the
write a play already. Or we
Closet
should do our
Man,
dinner
Turn
with
on the
Mary.
dark.
turn.
I would love that.
It would be awesome.
We should
Closet
definitely do
Man,
our dinner
Turn
with
on.
Marin just to get the ball rolling
Yeah.
on our plate.
You do know about that, right?
What?
We're doing a one-act play called My Dinner with Marilyn.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Well, Jinsel actually started as a
Sorry,
one-act
don't want to dox Mark Maron.
Yeah, that's good. Mr. Marin.
Professor Mark.
Professor Mark.
Had Patty Smith on the show the other day. So pretty exciting.
Oh, I actually saw that one.
You listened to it?
No, sorry. I saw
saw
it.
it.
I saw it got added. Yeah. Now,
this is
I
how he,
watched.
This is also how Ian takes most sound as material.
That's not yet. Weird enough, I saw the most recent Sound S album. I watched the whole thing. I watched every episode of Sound S.
I would have understood it more if you said that.
Sorry, no, I meant I saw that it got added.
Yeah. Which I was not. I'm Patty Smith.
I want to. I just haven't gotten. I'm still like. I'm honestly. So I will do somewhere. I'll listen to like 5 episodes of his podcast, and then I won't listen to any of his stuff for like 3 months.
Yeah, I agree.
Come back.
I'm just saying because I feel like with his podcast, every other podcast, just I enjoy a little bit more. Like I like Mark Maron's podcast, but it at the end of the day is a way too long conversation where they talk about a lot of inside stuff. To me, at least, like a lot of times he has someone on who's like, "Where were you living when you were up here?" And they were like, "Oh, I was living on 52nd." Like,
Yeah,
52nd,
sure,
you were right next to Mario's then, and then they vamp on shit
I love
like
this
that.
stuff. See,
I don't mind it, but it's just like at the end of the day, it is just them talking about their hometown for like 10, 20 minutes, and I don't get any of it.
Yeah.
But Eric,
I don't know.
every time I tell Eric that people say, "Who are your guys?" when they're making fun of Mark Maron, Eric says that's not a thing that Mark Maron says.
No, I never said that, did I?
Yes,
When did
you
we
have
talk?
said
When
that.
did we talk about this?
I've tried to make fun of Mark Maron because I don't listen to Mark Maron. I've heard a lot of people make fun of Mark Maron, so any of my references are just things
I don't even
that
remember this. I don't remember us talking about this.
we definitely. I tried to say that, and then you said it wasn't a thing he even said. I was like,
what is the?
"Who are your guys?"
I don't think he just says that.
Yeah, what's the
I
context? Like, what
don't
does it mean?
fucking know because there's people making fun of him. I don't
Like,
listen
what
to the
does
show.
it mean though? Do you know?
Like, who are your like influences and stuff, or who are you
Oh.
into? Like,
I
regarding-
guess he has probably said
Probably
things similar
so.
to
Yeah,
that.
probably.
I could see.
I only know that every single person I heard make fun of him makes a joke like that. And
I-
I was
I-
kind of losing my mind when I was talking to someone who actually listened to it.
I can't think of off the top of my head, but I mean it
I think
sounds
he
right.
probably. I know he says something similar to that in the George Lopez episode where he's talking about.
Oh, I definitely
Like,
Thank you for citing your source.
Well, like because he's talking about like what other Latino comedians were there, and like he's always like, yeah, were there guys like that, and that you knew growing up and stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like he says stuff similar to that.
It's
I don't know.
specifically, who are your guys? The
I-
line that I hear
If it's
so
a
many people
specific
say.
line, I have no idea.
Either do I. I just feel like
I
it's
believe
the thing
it.
people say when they're generally making fun of. They're not trying to like quote a specific episode.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like something he would say. So I mean, I believe it.
Now, one podcast I listen to always makes fun of him for saying that some stand-up comedian did a jazz set, and I don't remember who he was. I know there's just one specific quote that gets.
Was it not the H. John Benjamin thing?
Was that H. John Benjamin? I've listened to that album,
That album's
but
awesome.
not that. They were just saying this guy did a stand-up set that was like a jazz set.
Oh,
And apparently he just kept
wait.
hammering that
They
point
said that
home.
about Mark Maron, though.
Yeah, Mark Maron.
I said that, I think. Right?
No, this is something that Mark Maron said.
Oh, because I've said that Mark Maron's show is like a jazz show before.
That's crazy. But
Because
Are you saying that when you said he did a jazz set? Are you saying
he did a literal jazz set?
no one did a
or
literal.
that hearing him perform was like
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
the person who was quoting Mark Maron. That's what Mark Maron was
That's
saying.
definitely something I said in high school about Mark Maron.
That's hilarious.
Because when you watch it, it seems like he doesn't have anything prepared, but
Yeah.
he kind of sifts through it pretty easily.
Mhm.
Like, it seems like every bit he does he never thought about it before walking on stage.
There's
but it
a-
feels natural.
what is it, Thinky Pain or what?
Thinking Pain is awesome.
Where he comes on the there's one where he comes on the stage.
That's on Ogus. There's a version of it on Ogus. Or at least.
You're right.
There's one where he comes on the stage with all of his notes.
His notes and says and then reads some out and doesn't know what
He'll grab a random one off the top and it'll have like a line or
Yeah.
something he'll want to talk about and he'll go, "There's this story," and he'll throw the paper
Yeah,
away.
that was in Thinking Pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's really good.
It might have been honestly that comedian might have been talking about Mark Maron.
No, it was something that Mark Maron said about like.
Yeah,
I want to say it was like a Wayne's brother, but I know it wasn't a Wayne's brother. I can't remember who he was saying it about.
Yeah, I
but
wonder who that is.
I'm sure it was like fucking Sam.
It's like the
Kinison.
definitely
it was on Blank Check. I'll just find an episode of Blank Check where they're making fun of him. Because there are also people who were saying, "Who are your guys?" a bunch, and that made me think that was just a thing that everyone universally knew was
Because
a Mark
definitely
Maron
the thing that I was saying about Mark Maron's show being like jazz, the only reason I would have said is because I definitely heard people. I definitely heard people say that about him.
Yeah.
No,
So-
but
so
that's, I feel like
interesting.
there's like a lot of comedians. Like I feel like that's
Yeah.
like Mark Maron probably has said that about like I feel like you know what it might be Mark Maron talking about Louis
It
there's
wasn't Louis. It wasn't Louis. to like one specific person at least that this.
I feel like Louis not like jazz. Anyway.
Well, no, because he's talking about I do remember the one where he interviewed Louis the first time, and
oh yeah, that one's classic.
and he was talking about Louis used to do these weird long form poem jokes.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking maybe that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was always interesting. I think about that episode sometimes just because it's interesting hearing about Louis like finding a voice when you're doing a stand-up, because I feel like that's like the hardest thing about stand-up a lot of times, like trying to figure out if you have an angle or anything like that or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
because like not that Louis is that specific.
Well, hold on, wait. I just say one thing real quick.
Sure, yeah.
Louis, last name CK. His last name. Bro.
Okay.
Who else do we know with the initial CK?
Calvin Klein.
No, but that's also
Craig Kilborn.
No. Do we have any more guesses?
Clayton Kershaw.
No.
Okay.
This is just fun now. I can't believe there have been this many guesses.
Chris Kerrigan.
One conference king.
Okay.
They've never been seen in the same room. So I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just
Are you
saying.
mad that
I'm
it
just
was
saying.
that-
I'm just saying.
Craig Kilborn's a way better answer.
Also, Carol King.
I don't know where that came from in my head.
Carol King.
That's fine.
Carol King, yeah.
Anyway, no, I mean,
I'm so sorry.
as
I had to say one thing before I don't say anything for 5 minutes or
as
whatever.
a comedian, as a stand-up comedian who's been doing stand-up for like 5 years now. I mean, it's hard if you. I think it's harder if you. Are you? I think it's harder if you go in there and you're like, dude, what is my voice? I think it's way easier if you just do a bunch of jokes that you think are funny and don't think about it.
Well, that's the idea, but a lot of people want to stand out from other people, and so I think a lot of people want to have a character because they want to stand out. Like in my opinion, when I was first watching Emo Phillips and stuff, I thought like he had it.
Oh yeah.
Like he had a thing, he had it figured out. Like no one was like that, and so like you're never gonna confuse him with anyone else.
Well, unless you watch Dimitri Martin, you might go, those guys are similar.
Yeah, man, maybe.
But
It's not that that's like like everyone should do that.
Well, my point is like that probably wasn't Emo Phillips' first thing.
No.
Like,
but the point is that he found that.
Sure, yeah.
So that's what I was thinking about. Not that Louis C.K. style is like that ridiculously like
Sure.
specific.
I more mean that just like I think that finding.
Andy Kaufman.
Huh?
I feel like Andy Kaufman
Sure.
always had a thing, and it was always changing too. But it was always
Yeah,
a
but I
very
feel like also it's
distinct
different
thing.
because he never even did like stand up.
He did, but it was weird. He
Well,
did. He would just go up there and
but
like
it was
do
like-
weird impressions.
What's the thing? It's not even like really like okay. So like the first thing he did
I know it's not like a
was the Mighty Mouse thing. That wasn't
Right,
even a
yeah,
joke.
that's
He would
awesome.
just turn on Mighty Mouse
That's
and
awesome.
voice like or
he would
whatever.
do one line.
He would do one.
It's a very like
would do-
weird.
Yeah, it was like the fucking. It was like
It was just,
anti-joke.
here
It
I
was
come
the
to save the
antithesis of
day.
stand-up.
He would just stand still.
It's like a fucking one-man show. It's not even like
Yeah, but his like if you ever see the Carnegie Hall performance, it's a
Sure.
lot of shit like
I
that.
want to see that. Is that available anywhere?
I watched it on
There's-
YouTube a while ago.
I think it's
but
on
don't-
Amazon Prime.
No, actually, it's still on YouTube because I rewatched scenes of it because when we played Aquarius,
Yeah, I'm looking for my mask. I don't know what it is.
It's probably up here. Anyway, but no, I
but
think
he does do
is it in my
some
card,
straight
you think?
jokes in there,
Yeah.
but
I
it's,
was
it's
saying,
mixed in with all
But
of it.
also, that's again, 15 years after Andy Kaufman started performing.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of that like finding your voice stuff is like less like finding it and more like stumbling into it is like the better way to do it.
Yeah, I mean I agree, but I just think people when
You
they're
seem
getting
so stressed out about this.
Because I want to know where it is. I like that mask.
I mean, it's probably.
Are you sure you brought it in?
Yeah.
No. You were sitting here at one point. Do you think you put it in the bag?
I don't think so. Well, that's a good point. It might have fallen out over here whenever I took my shirt.
But I like that episode though of Marin.
Which
So
episode?
Louis C.K.
The Kaufman episode?
Oh, I thought you meant of the show Marin.
No, sorry, no. I meant of the What the Fuck podcast.
Did you ever watch Marin?
I did.
I watched it too.
I watched the first episode of Marin.
I watched the
What'd you
first
think?
season.
That last season was pretty interesting.
I didn't watch the last one.
Oh, okay.
I need to. It's like on my list of
Well,
like shit I need to watch.
It's definitely like it makes watching the whole show kind of worthwhile to me.
Okay.
In my opinion. There you go.
I don't know how it ended up under the table.
I know, that's weird.
Esper dragged on.
But I feel like Marin as a show didn't have like any purpose really for most of it.
Sure.
And it felt to me like he was trying to do a Louis thing, but not really. Like it was just like him just goofing off pretty much. But I feel like it found some footing towards the end.
Yeah.
So my thoughts. These are them.
I'm mad I never got to film that. My Curb Your Enthusiasm thing.
You're Dave.
Yeah, my Dave. My
own private Dave.
Oh God, disgusting.
MPD.
Oh, that's awful. Because it's not even, you forget the O.
MOPD. MOPD.
Mop D.
See, that works.
There's-
You'd love to hear that.
There was a movie with Richard Lewis where he was playing a stand-up comedian
From hell.
trying to like find his voice, and he was doing full sets as different characters. And I think at the end he pretty much just realizes what you just said. That
Yeah.
You should just like do what you think is funny.
Well, it's
I
like,
mean,
yeah,
it was like a TV movie.
if you like don't think about it and you're just like, I'm gonna do what I want,
Well, yeah.
and it's like that is your voice.
Well, weirdly, it kind of it was interesting because I heard Joe Pera talk about like him emailing a comedian he liked, and they just basically he was like, "What's the secret to being funny?" And they just said, "Just say stuff that you think is funny."
Yeah.
And he was like, it seemed at the time like very an anticlimactic answer, but I mean that really is, I guess, the whole
Yeah.
tall and short of it.
But I do think
And I get all my advice from Joe Pera.
Yes. About anything.
I get all my advice from Joe Perry.
Boom.
Yeah,
It's
me
very
too.
unhelpful.
I get all my advice from Joe Keery.
I don't even know who that is.
That's Steve Harrington. From
Yeah, Stranger Things.
and
You knew I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
Spree.
I love Spree the candy, but only Chew.
Ooh. I forgot. Yeah, I didn't want to watch that movie.
I didn't see it. Yeah, but
Oh, I know Spree.
Yeah,
I've seen the
that's
trailer for Spree.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's a. I don't have
This
anything.
is awesome.
All of us have nothing to say about Spree. None of us have watched
None
it.
of us have anything to say about Joe Keery.
I did have something to say about Spree.
I like Joe
Chewy
Keery.
Spree.
I just said that he hasn't watched Stranger Things, so he has nothing to contribute.
What you want to talk about Joe Keery?
I like Joe Keery a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Stranger Things 3, the best one.
Okay.
All right, that's all.
What do you think the best one is?
I think probably the first one. I'd say the third one's probably a close second, but I feel like the first one, when it ended, it just felt like they should have made another show. Like they should have made like an anthology. That's how I felt. It's at least that's what I think everyone thought was gonna happen.
I agree. I thought everybody thought it was going to happen after the
It just didn't.
second season.
I don't feel like it benefits from because because like in the first season, the fact that the threat is so ambiguous like works, but then with every passing season, just the way that they explain the Upside Down and all that stuff is just still so like whatever that it feels like kind of pointless to even watch it. Like because you know that at the end of the day, it's just like some whatever they need it to be, and then they're just going to defeat it. Which I guess you say about most things, but in that it feels particularly like
I think what bothers me about it honestly is that like it's what.
I just love that those two. Now that we're hitting the 2-hour mark, we're really going to delve into what's wrong with Stranger Things as a serialized TV show.
Well,
no, I love it. I love that this is where the conversation is.
How long did we stand outside talking about
No,
our favorite
I
and
know.
we
things?
should have been recording because that would
I
have
know
been.
that was gold too. That was gold.
Our before and after podcast
And also,
are honestly much better. than the show
JP
itself.
said, by the way, Nathan for you is his pick, and I can't argue
I
with
can't
that.
fault that.
No, that's really
Great
good.
pick.
Well, also, it's not a
Because
sitcom.
I mentioned that at the time.
No, we all mentioned it and we addressed it, but we were like,
JP's already said what we were all already thinking.
we addressed it, but I don't think any of us wanted to commit to it. But
Well, my issue was we said sitcom. I just don't think it's a sitcom.
did we say sitcom? We were talking
We
about a lot of
definitely
shows.
said
Well, we were.
sitcom.
Me
We were
and
at
Danny
first, I
specifically were having like the what is a sitcom versus like a
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
40-minute
just like
show.
naming anything. I was like naming any comedy.
Yeah, yeah.
We were
'Cause,
talking
like-
about Sherlock for an hour.
That's fair.
and that was awesome.
Because
I made you reevaluate like an episode you liked.
because if you were like what are like honestly like what's a really funny like show at all? It's like okay, I might say Jackass or something like, but
Yeah.
that's not comparable. It's not a sitcom
guess.
at all.
Well, Grace, I remember said "Viva la Bam."
Viva la Bam.
The Evil Band's pretty funny.
It is.
Anyway,
Awesome.
Stranger Things 4 should totally be different. I agree.
It's not gonna though.
Well, I was interested. I also think that they dropped the ball for me personally because they said that season 3 was going to be heavily inspired by Fletch, which I thought was crazy at the time.
Fuck?
And then it like totally wasn't.
Yeah, there wasn't really much.
What they were referring to was Hopper, like kind of being wacky, like but it was like so like I could immediately tell that's what they meant.
Did you order a steak sandwich and a steak sandwich?
He did, but it was similar.
He did.
No, but he's the one who said that. He said like this season's heavily inspired by Fletch. And, like, the writers backed it up. They were like, yeah, that we took our main... Because they always, like, say 80s movies, inspired stuff. But when I saw what they were referring to, I was like, this is what they meant?
Sure.
Like, it was basically just a couple scenes where he's acting, like, kind of wacky.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It was, like, it was so disappointing to me. I don't know. It's probably to no one else. But to me, I was excited to see them... I was excited to see them... make something inspired by Fletch.
I totally agree though. I wish it was something for me. It's like
inspired
they always
by Fletch.
Ooh.
Album name.
Yeah, they always
IDF.
Ooh, it's a little too close. They always are like. To me, it's like they're getting to the point they're over-explaining the Upside Down.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah,
they over-explain it while not giving you literally anything, so it just feels like kind of pointless.
Yeah, like I thought the episode where the first season episode. Why
I just love that because Grant's like sitting here like
I am enjoying. Look, as Danny goes, I'm listening to a Gilmore Girls recap podcast. I've never seen an episode of Gilmore Girls.
Is it good?
I like the podcast. I like hearing people talk about things they like.
I'm enjoying
it.
I was bizarre. Grant says, I'm going to listen to all the podcasts, and I'm going to go back and watch the show.
No. Okay, at the end of this show, they start to recap Marvelous Miss Maisel, which I have seen.
Oh,
so I'm going to watch through that and finish that show.
Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, I like Tony Shalhoub is fucking amazing.
Tony Shalhoub's one of my favorites.
Tony Shalhoub is just, he fucking walks away with so many scenes. It's crazy. And the mom's good too. Everyone's good on that show. Like, performance-wise, everyone's good.
I heard he's really good on that. Yeah, I should have seen that.
And I also didn't know she was the person that did Gilmore Girls when I started that show either. Like, my cousin literally was just like, you gotta see this pilot.
Yeah. That's why I was so excited about it. And she had a show in the middle that only lasted one season, Bunhead.
Yes, of course I'm going to listen to Bunhead Bros after.
I didn't even know they had a podcast that one, honestly.
Well, it's just right in the same feed as all the other ones.
I don't know why you would even listen to that podcast. It's only 10 episodes.
It's 18 episodes.
Is it 18?
Yes.
Is that long?
I mean, I got canceled after 10 episodes, but I think it's an 18-episode show.
Because I definitely watched...
It's kind of like a YouTube-centric podcast going on.
Well, that's awesome.
Kind of decide to do other stuff, I guess.
Are you talking about...
You talking to me?
Oh, sure. I thought you said YouTube.
That'd be cool.
I was like, are you meta-referencing Law Ready for this?
Hey.
I'm always meta-referencing. What were you going to say about Stranger Things?
No, I was just going to say, I think that...
Please let's get back on track.
I was going to say, I think when you start over-explaining that stuff, it loses its appeal.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that the first season 1 episode where they talked about the acrobat and the flea.
Yeah.
To me, I was like,
I love Flea.
That's the last. I'm not dealing with this shit. That's the last explanation I want to hear of.
No, the way that they explained. That's what I'm saying.
I like the Tick even more.
The way they explained it in season 1 was really good with the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. I thought that was the best way to explain it because they were explaining it in like a kid way without actually going into what it actually is. But now it doesn't make as much sense. And also, what I don't like is just the way that they wrap that stuff up. Like in season 2 with the Morse code thing, if you remember, it didn't make any sense. Because he didn't know Morse code, and like it didn't tie in. It was just like it was like it's stuff like that where it's like a oh shit gotcha, like a oh this is it kind of moment, and it never makes sense. I feel like after season 1.
Yeah, I feel
like. But I like season 3.
I like season 1, season 3.
I like
season 2. I wasn't on so hot.
But I like the episode that people hated.
The one in Chicago or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine.
I like that. Everyone fucking was like, that's the worst episode ever. I thought it was good.
I didn't hate it, but
that one was inspired by Repo Man, so I was
that I
excited
believe.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I mean, I
didn't.
Obviously, I'm really excited for that.
I didn't hate it. I was just like, I did at the end feel like, why did we do this?
Oh yeah. Well, the reason why people hate it too is because the episode before it's like a huge cliffhanger, and then we just get a full episode of not addressing it, which I totally get that. But I thought the episode was still good. But
yeah. I mean, in and of itself, that episode's fine.
If it would have been maybe placed differently
in the story,
been better, yeah.
I remember watching the season the first time and feeling like it was such a slog because I was like, when are we getting to the part that we just left?
Yeah, because it was like a life or death cliffhanger.
Yeah, it was
too.
like literally.
and then they just have this whole like tangent episode.
Or like season 1 when Mike jumps in the quarry. Like actually a cliffhanger. You guys couldn't see. I'll edit that part so that you guys laugh immediately.
That's good. I hope you have no
It's the
trouble
only
finding
edit. It was at 2 hours, 8 minutes, 20
in the
seconds.
entire thing.
I love Dead Space.
Mm-hmm. This is a video game podcast.
I never played
Aftershow.
Dead Space. Yeah, Stranger Things, pretty good. What I really liked about season 3 was Billy and his like monologue.
Yeah.
Whenever he was trapped in that room, that was good, man.
I'm a big Brett Gelman guy.
Brett Gelman.
I like Brett Gelman in that show. I think he was the best part of season 2.
No, I disagree. I like Brett Gelman, but he was so creepy in season 2.
Yes, he was.
He kept wanting these underage kids to bang in his house.
But they were like
They were like 16. They were supposed to be.
No, they weren't.
Their actors weren't, but they were like 16.
No, they weren't.
They were in high school. They were underage.
They were in high school.
They were like 16
but
or 17.
they were seniors.
They were seniors, but they were like 17. Either way,
No, they weren't. They were fucking 18.
they address it in the
'Cause
show
the
that
next-
they were underage.
Back in high school, this creepy guy wanted my friends to bang.
It's creepy either way. Even if they're 18, it's still creepy.
Oh, I mean, it is super
That was a
creepy.
big
All I was
shot
gonna say is,
downstairs.
but I'm pretty sure they were
season
underage.
3, they're like 20.
But it jumps ahead like
It
a
does not
year.
jump ahead 4 years though.
No, but they aren't 20 in that season because they like aren't even college yet.
I don't even want to have this debate with you. I'm gonna come with facts.
Like, I love you too, but all I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that they're.
I think it's literally 17, 18, and then 20 are the seasons. Season 1, they're 17. Season 2, they're 18, and then season 3, they're 20.
Oh look, man, maybe.
I
remember
can
is
confirm.
I remember them saying something about them being underage in that episode. Is all I'm saying.
I'm not saying that they like that it wasn't that she was 17, 18 or something, or that it was like weird and young. But I'm just saying it was super creepy. He was super creepy.
17's still underage.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
But I'm saying, my point is, you kept saying they're 16. They're 16. They were not 16.
They were 16 or 17.
No, there was more like 17 and 18.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they were under 18.
This
is all I was trying to say.
This is an irrelevant argument. Brett Gelman
It
was
is.
really creepy in that scene.
He was really creepy in that scene. He kept when he asked about them pulling out or something like that. If you recall.
I think he did that all of season 3 too. He kept
But in
telling
season-
Hopper and Joyce Byers to bang.
But that felt a little bit less creepy to me.
Oh, it was way less
they were
creepy, 'cause
at
they were
least
adults.
age appropriate.
But
then they also spent like the latter half of that season with him and the Russian guy, which I liked that.
yeah,
So I liked him more season 3. I didn't like him in season 2 because I liked him at first, but then he felt really creepy to me when he
Sure.
just had these kids in there trying to get him to bang.
didn't he give him a bunch of alcohol too?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was creepy. But either way. But I digress.
Whatever. Nancy bangs in the first episode of season 1.
Does she?
Yeah, at Steve's house. Is that for episode 1?
Did they bang? I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't
Because she
know.
comes home I realize because his funniest line in the whole season to me is she gets done being interviewed by the police and she goes home and her mom goes, Nancy, tell me the truth. And Nancy just goes, we slept together.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you want to hear? And
Yeah,
she
I
just sounds like the
remember that.
Joker. I was like, what the fuck?
Now, I also think Jonathan's creepy.
Oh, I think he is too.
He's super creepy. I don't like... By season 3, I know you're loving
Well,
this.
you looked at me like I was like, I'm gonna, yeah.
But by season 3, I feel like we're just supposed to be like, they're a power couple, we gotta love them.
Yeah.
But I feel like I don't like... They're like my least favorite characters, I think.
I think by season 3 I dislike him less. I think that whole first season he is super fucking weird.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think he's super creepy in that first season, but also there's like kind of an element to it where it's like his brother's missing, so that's at play.
Yeah.
But he's still creepy to me. And then by season 2, we're just supposed to be like rooting for them and stuff, and I get it. Like, they're not the bad guys or anything.
Sure.
But I just don't like... I feel like in season 3, there was like pairs of people that had their own stuff going on. Like the kids had their thing going on, then them two had stuff going on,
And then
Winona had her thing going on with
and
Hopper.
also Justin and it's Dustin and
Yeah, they had their
Steve,
thing going.
yeah.
I felt like their stuff was like the stuff I cared about the absolute
I agree.
least. So that was,
I always felt their storyline was the most
weakest.
boring.
Yeah.
Even the third fucking season where they're like in a fight with the people at the newspaper, and it's like, I mean, it was like the I guess the message was important, which was like they were being sexist to her, but the
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did
Oh,
they
the
just
scene was awful. I thought.
Yeah.
The scene where they were being sexist was like
super like cheesy.
Yeah, it was so
too funny. Yeah.
They were just like making every sexist joke.
That guy looked like fucking Biff Tannen.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, Toots, look at the rack on her. It was like all sorts of stuff like that. It just felt like...
little Nancy Drew! And I was like, dude, fucking...
It was awful.
Shut up. And then they get in the car, and she's like, well, we should just quit. And Jonathan's like, I don't have money. And she's like, oh, I guess I never thought about the fact that I'm rich. And I was like, that's weird.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about them in that season.
But everything else.
I wasn't crazy about them ever, probably.
I don't dislike them. I still keep watching, but they are definitely my least favorite section, the group in that show.
I would say so, especially since they completely give you 180 with Steve Harrington in that first season, and then by season 2 he's the best. He's the favorite one.
I hated Erica in season 3.
Who's Erica?
Lucas's little sister.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I thought she was so annoying.
I had no opinion. Really, I thought she was
like, I love capitalism, and I was like, this is already...
It was weird. It was definitely weird. But I thought I didn't really mind it that much. But also, by the time I'm watching season 3 of Stranger Things, I'm not really that into the show anymore, and I'm just kind of watching it.
Really? Love... Grant, what's your favorite show? Try to get back to the conversation.
Have either of you guys seen Search Party?
Yeah, I saw the first episode.
I would love for you guys to watch more of the first episode sometime.
That's the show with
Ali Shaka.
Okay, yeah, I saw the first episode.
John Reynolds.
First episode was
and
good.
John Early as well.
The first episode was good, and I wanted to watch
the first
more
2 seasons, I think, are great. This newest season was interesting. I didn't like it as much as the first 2 seasons. I think the second season in particular, I think is one of my favorite scenes.
I watched the first 3 episodes of season 1, and I remember really liking it. And then because that was one, I don't remember what the fuck happened. TBS put the whole thing on YouTube.
Yeah, they put it all online.
Yeah, I think that's why.
And then I think they took it down now, and I just stopped watching.
Yeah, it's down now. It's on HBO Max.
I'm pretty sure that's why I watched it too. Is I watched the first episode. I was interested in it, and I saw they did that.
Yeah, and I love Ali Shaka. She's one of my
that's why I watched it.
And everyone's super good on that show. I don't know. And Michael Showalter is one of the showrunners also, which is kind of crazy.
Michael Showrunner, more like.
Yeah, he's on the show as well in the first.
Michael Ian Black, nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen.
But I thought that first episode was really good. I would like to watch more of it.
Really good.
Somebody just told me recently I look like John Reynolds. I don't know why it came up.
That's weird.
Because they were like, you look like the guy from something, and it was something else he was in.
Just to address the elephant in the room, though. People tell you look like Eric Wareheim,
right? I will say this. Nobody besides you has said Eric Wareheim.
Uh-huh.
People have said you look like this guy, and then will send me pictures of people who look like Eric Wareheim.
Okay. For a long time, you
called me the guy who looked like Eric Wareheim.
The guy who I had
around.
The guy who I had a class with who was like, he's the guy I had class with who looks like Eric Wareheim.
To be fair, I had much.
I feel like you looked more like him back then.
I had super long sideburns at the time.
That was what it was.
I was in my head. I was like, it had to just be sideburn.
That's what it was.
It was like sideburns, and then I had glasses.
I don't think it anymore, but I did.
You were always hanging out with the season. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say that anymore.
Well, you were. I said you were. Talk about a fucking Netflix show that fucking just gets shitty in the second season.
Which one?
I don't know. I think Master of None's second season fucking blows.
You have to talk to Solomon about that. That's his favorite.
I like that one a lot
series.
More.
It's his favorite season of television.
I think the first season I liked a lot, but I thought the second season.
I haven't watched the
There are episodes I kind of liked, but I don't know.
I kind of had the reverse opinion where I thought the first season was good, but I didn't really like it as much as people seemed to like it.
Yeah.
And then when the second season came out, I kind of just watched it to be like, I guess I'll watch it. And then I really liked that season. But I haven't watched either of them since.
So it's not so much that season didn't work for me.
I mean, it definitely felt like Aziz Ansari, over the break, got super into the Criterion Collection or something.
Yeah.
And then just, put every influence, very overtly in, every single episode. But I didn't dislike that. I didn't think it was...
I just didn't even I didn't like any of the writing in it. I don't know. And it's not... Probably if I went back and watched the first season, I probably just also wouldn't like that season as much.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I felt about both seasons. I didn't think either of them were great, but I liked the second season a little bit more. Yeah. But I also thought it was interesting that one of the season finale or whatever, one of the season, I think it was either the season finale or the one before that, is about like his coworker getting like
Oh yeah,
Me
Bobby
Too.
Cannavale.
That was
Yeah.
2, yeah.
And then like months after that
Yeah.
or something, like not long at
Well,
all.
that's so Solomon like loved season 2,
Yeah.
and he told me like I should watch that show. I watched a couple episodes of season 1, and I didn't like it,
Yeah.
and then but people keep telling me season 2 is just like head and shoulders above, and I was like, all right, maybe I'll watch it someday.
Yeah. I mean,
That reminds me of the way people talk about Atlanta season 2 as compared to season 1 also. But I don't know. I think
I didn't like. I don't. I thought.
I shouldn't voice my opinion on Atlanta anymore at this point.
Why?
I just don't. I don't like any of it.
Oh, you did say that. You
I
said
just
you
feel like
were
I've said
hot.
it too many times. I don't like any of it. I feel like season 2 was. I think people like it better because there are episodes that are just cool.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, there's like, if I feel like they set up a plot in the first season and they like almost purposefully never
address it. Yeah. They
never
never
do
move
it.
forward. Yeah.
like they every episode is not like filler, like it's bad, but every episode is like a tangent from the actual plot.
Yes.
And
I
then there's
don't mind that in a show though.
Well, see, I think
I don't know.
I wouldn't say I don't.
I don't
mind-
really like super serialized stuff.
I get it, but when there is a plot that is like clearly the through line, it's weird
Drew
that.
Line kind of sucks in that show.
I
I don't
agree.
mind to keep going on.
No,
I
I
think-
agree, but
I
that's why I
think,
think they shouldn't like that. Shouldn't even be an
But I
aspect
think
of it.
even the first season of that show, they do meander kind of so much back
I
and
know.
forth. So I felt
That's
like by the second season, the meandering was something I was used to. I was like, I don't. It doesn't. It's not like they totally.
No, I
abandoned
agree.
The story.
I ended
It's
up
kinda
liking
weird.
the second season more because of that.
Yeah, well, I like that it was just episodes. It just they didn't even try and do a
But
real.
then they
overarching thing.
would. They would have like
Kind
they
of,
would
but
have like
not
some
really.
episodes in the middle, one in the beginning, one in the end, and it was just like it felt like everything other than those episodes were just like not filler in a bad way, but just like completely off topic, I guess. Which I didn't.
I
mind.
feel like I can be
by
fine
season
with
2,
that.
I was fine with that.
I think I can be fine with that in a show if it's done well, and I feel like that show at least does it well enough for me. I like every
This
episode.
is
of
a
season
weird
2.
comparison, and you're gonna laugh at me for saying it. I think I'm used to this because I watch so much anime where you start a storyline and it never develops.
Yeah,
No, but I'm
I
okay
think
with that. I'm okay with also with a show starting a plot line and then just keep leaving you on a cliffhanger for seasons until you get like some kind of resolution when the show ends or something. But I felt like even with the first season, they like the first few episodes are so specifically driven towards a
No,
goal.
I get what you're saying entirely.
And then by the end of the season, it felt like they didn't do anything for the rest of the season. And I was like not disappointed because I was disappointed, but I didn't think it was a bad show. I was like, yeah, it literally like it started a plot and then didn't do anything with it. And then the second season ended up just being that times 2, I thought.
Yeah. I'll
But
say
I
I
thought
think
it
that show is one of those shows that I don't. The plot isn't super important to me. It's like
Yeah.
a show I like moment to moment. So like the second season just has so many moments where shit is so funny that I don't fucking care
I
about the
just
plot.
thought about him racing
Michael Vick.
Michael Vick at the end of that one
That
episode.
is
and they just freeze frame.
that
it.
was so fucking crazy. I think
That was
about
wild.
the whole episode.
That's the
where,
one they're at Drake's house, right? Or they're trying to
No,
see
they
Drake?
just left. They went to that.
Well, they weren't there.
They were
Well,
at the
wasn't,
strip club.
Oh, it was just the
Zazie Beetz
band.
was there, right?
It was heard, and then they went to the strip club. And they were outside
Oh
the strip
yeah,
club.
yeah.
No, I was thinking about the episode where Paperboy's on a panel show. That one
I'm
fucking.
not crazy about
That was in
I-
season
That's the
1,
one that got
right?
nominated for an Emmy too.
That was in
Yeah.
season 1, right?
That was season 2.
That's season 2.
The one where he's on not the one where he's on the talk show? Like for the whole episode?
Yes.
That was
That's
season
season
1. That
one.
is season 1. He's
Is
right.
that
he's
season
right.
1?
That is season
Yeah.
1. It seems like a season
It's like
2.
right before
It
the
feels like
finale.
they did more on season 2.
It's
But
like
that was
the-
a season 1 episode.
It's like the episode before the finale or something, which is
I
why
think it's 2 episodes from.
Well, it was
but
something
yeah,
like
it's like
that.
it's weirdly at the end of that season.
Yeah, I
Probably
re-
because they just couldn't put an episode like that at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I mean it made
They
sense.
started with that. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
But like I love when they do shit like that. Where
To
I'm
me,
like,
that like there aren't many moments on that show that I thought were like really super funny. So I think it just ended up being that I wasn't enjoying it. I guess.
there are I think a lot of episodes, or sorry, a lot of parts of the show that I think that I
You need to check out
completely.
Rick and Morty, man. Because that
Yeah,
shit's
that's
hilarious.
great. So funny.
Funny.
There's a lot of
We
episodes.
can agree.
There's a lot
that
of
show's
parts
fucking
I've
awesome.
seen
in
two
that
seasons of
show
that.
that I think
Same.
I understand when people would watch them
It's fine, yeah.
and not find them really funny. I personally find them very funny.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, like, I think what I enjoyed most about season 2 is the Teddy Perkins episode, but not because it was funny.
I didn't like the Teddy Perkins episode because it wasn't funny. Well, that's not true. Sammy says a part.
He eats
very
an
funny.
ostrich egg at the beginning. I thought that was
Well,
super
there were
funny.
funny moments in it, like scattered, but I felt like it was like very specifically
Sure.
trying to be like a horror, which I ended up liking that episode. But when I think back on that season, that's the only thing I remember enjoying.
Actually,
like,
I take
honestly.
it back. I think I like
I
that
like the one
episode
where
more than I
Paper Boys in the
give it
Woods.
credit for.
I like
I
that
like
a lot.
that
Because I really just love
that
that
scene's
the
crazy.
ending. I like the ending though when he
Which
finally
ending?
just gets out and he goes
Just
to
by
a gas station and that little white kid's just like, "Can I get a picture with you?" And
Yeah.
he just has to completely, he has to just be okay with it.
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
fucking
I
being
feel
stuck
like
in the
I
woods. I don't
definitely,
know.
I agree. I definitely liked the moments from it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not the show for me, I guess.
That's fine.
But my opinions on Donald Glover
Yeah,
don't.
you just-
But I still like him in other stuff. I think it's just that show so specifically captures this era of Donald Glover of like.
I think
too
the
cool.
second season was better about that though. I think they at least was better than the first season was
Yeah,
about that. 'Cause
no,
in the
yeah,
first
you're right.
season I was just like,
You're right.
he can be charismatic. What is happening here? It just feels like
You're
he's
right.
being a void at some points in that show.
I just think that. Yeah, I feel like he was in it.
And I like that
I
show.
don't know.
I feel like I said something very.
That's
critical
definitely
just
one of
now.
the reasons why I didn't like it though. Was because it was so much of just like, okay, I'm literally not going to emote, like ever. I'm not going to show any emotion at any point in the show, and that's how that whole first season felt to me.
I don't know. There's some. Well, I think it's not even that he doesn't show emotion. I think it's kind of he's clearly supposed to be kind of a douchebag.
No, I know.
I get it, but
It's
I mean,
just. I think you're also talking just more in the general sense of Donald Glover, just his
It
whole
carries-
persona in the past couple of years.
Like, that was
and this is
paired
where
with-
I'm glad we're getting to it, like
Well,
the second and a half.
because I really liked him for like a while. It was like during that era is when that show, and then he was also just like that all the time in interviews and stuff, and I just didn't like the whole like too cool for school thing that he was doing. So it was just me, but that definitely colored
fair.
my opinion on it.
I like the
Season
album, but
one, at
anytime you say you don't get my album if you don't read my full-length screenplay that goes
Yeah.
along with it, that's obnoxious. I don't know.
least. Yeah.
It was an interesting project. I do find it funny that.
But that being said, I like the
Yeah.
new album.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't think anyone liked that album.
no, people
I
did
haven't
really
listened to it.
I don't haven't
No
talked
one-
to
no one
anyone
we've
who
talked
actually
to.
liked it.
But that feels like when
Even on the internet, like, see, fucking, they're like, I just didn't even remember this came out. I forgot this even came out this year.
But it feels
It's
like,
crazy,
but it
man.
feels because you're talking to people who don't like.
I'm
it.
talking on the internet.
Oh, on the
This is on the
internet,
internet. I haven't brought this out to
Because
anyone in years.
I was gonna say
years.
it reminds me of JP watching Mad Max Fury Road with me, Peter, and Jonah, and just like we all hated it, and he was
That's
just
crazy to me too, though.
yeah, but he was just like seriously, none of you liked it, and we weren't talking or anything, like we weren't colluding on
Yeah.
this, but it was just like. Because when you go on like Letterboxd or IMDb, you're
Yeah.
not gonna find a bad review. Like you have to scroll for an hour to find a bad
Have
review.
you seen Beyond Thunderdome though? Because I think you would like Beyond Thunderdome, or at least
Is that the
parts.
third one?
The third one.
No,
But on the
but
Gyro
I heard
Captain?
that's the one people.
Yeah. Well, no, Gyro Captain's in the second one, but he's
Right.
in the third one also.
I heard that's the one people don't like though.
People don't like it, but
I'm not-
half of it's awesome. The part
sure
with
I'm
Tina
gonna like
Turner in like Gastown and stuff is awesome.
I'm not saying that anything. I'm just saying.
It was
I
honestly-
heard that that's the one people don't like.
It was a lot better than I remembered it.
I want to
rewatched
watch those.
all.
I want to rewatch all those. I've seen the first two.
I mean, the fourth's like entirely different. At first, when I
Yeah.
saw the fourth one, it was the only one I liked, and now that I've rewatched all of them, I
Which
like
one is the
them all.
fourth one?
Fourth one's
Mad
pretty
Max
good.
Fury Road.
Oh, so well that's okay. 'Cause
There's
I
like
guess
an
I
original
don't think
trilogy.
4, but yeah, I guess I never watched Thunderdome. So
Thunderdome's awesome.
The first
Thunderdome
one's
gets a
weird,
bad
too.
rap.
The first one's weird if you only know Fury Road. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's crazy.
what's the subtitle of 2?
It's just the Road Warrior.
Yeah,
It's actually
Road
just
Warrior.
called the Road Warrior a lot of the time. It isn't even called Mad Max 2.
But yeah. But I don't know. Mad Max Fury Road. I don't get it.
I don't think
It's good, but it is definitely. I don't know. I feel like also that movie benefits a lot more when you're like in a theater. I feel like
For sure.
Yeah,
Watching it on a
but
TV.
we did watch it in JP's room where he has like the big screen.
Never been in his house. I don't
Well-
know anything about JP's living situation.
Well, all I'm saying is he has like a pretty nice TV like mounted on the wall with some nice like couches and surround sound. So it is close. It's close-ish. It's like as close as I feel like I would be able to get,
Yeah.
just like outside of a theater.
Curious, were you? But that was that the first Mad Max movie you saw?
No, I'd seen the first one, and the second one,
Okay,
like a long time.
because
ago.
I do feel
And
like
then I rewatched the first one afterward.
I watched Fury Road first,
That was the first. Well, no, that's not true. Was that the first one I seen? I feel like I had to.
Well, does the Tupac music video
No, I was gonna say I liked it. What?
Yeah, the California Love music video is awesome.
No, I think that's probably maybe why I liked it so much was because a lot of people were like, "Yeah, it was good, but it wasn't a Mad Max movie."
I didn't give a shit about that. I definitely wasn't looking at it from that angle.
When I watched that movie, though, I'm like, this is, I think, just what he wanted to make the whole time.
Yeah, that's
it's stylistically different than all the other ones, but I think that's the movie he wanted to make.
Sure.
You know, he storyboarded that with the reboot guys. I'm pretty sure he did it with one of the reboot guys.
The reboot, the cartoon?
Yeah, the cartoon.
Weird. Okay.
He storyboarded that whole movie before he made it, and that's when I rewatched that movie. I was like, well, that makes sense.
It looks just like reboot.
Yeah,
but also,
exactly like
when I watched Fury Road, I didn't give a shit about the first two that I had seen. It was so long ago, so I really, it definitely wasn't that. I don't know.
I don't think it's a perfect movie, but I think it's a pretty.
But
pretty
a lot of
awesome
people do. I think that's a weird one for me because it's one of the ones where I really don't get what's going on with me, because I just literally didn't like it at all. And when I look at reviews, literally everybody likes it. Even the people who don't like it that much still are like, yeah, it's 3.5 stars. It's pretty good.
I think also sometimes that's just where you're at though. Have you tried going back and watching it?
No, I haven't.
It's maybe you'll find out because there are movies like that where I will watch them and I'm like, that was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
And then I will watch them later. I'm like, oh no, I get it.
But I feel like also where I am and where I was then was just at such a high for watching movies that I feel like I just enjoyed most of the movies I watched unless they just really, something about them really sucked to me. I'm still like that. I really don't. I
don't get this guy started on Orbit.
I rate everything highly unless I really hate something. Definitely don't get me started on Orbit.
And I can't talk about it. He's gonna slap me.
I'm gonna slap.
Good.
I give him permission.
But I generally if you go to my letterbox or something, it's most of the movies I give are 4 stars, even if they suck. So I feel like the fact that I gave Mad Max Fury Road a 1 or something is just kind of infuriating to me.
Yeah.
So I don't, especially when I see that literally unanimous, everybody loves it or at least really likes it.
Yeah. I'm that way more with video games. I feel like I will play a video game and everybody else fucking loves, and I'm like, this is terrible.
Like what?
The example I can do today is I've tried to play Mass Effect 3 times.
The first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like the
and
first
then
one.
That's, I get that though, and I love the first Mass Effect. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then I'm finally playing through it now, and I'm fine. I'm close to the end, and I'm like, okay, it was a 6, but it went from the first time I played it, I was like, this is a 1. I can't. This is a miserable experience. And
no,
then now
I'm sure
enjoy it more.
I don't know.
I think you also got to look at it in context. That is an early,
yeah, sure,
game for that system. It makes sense that it's
crude.
Well, kind
There's
of not super
other
early,
games of the same genre I think are much better for that system at the same time.
That's fair. I don't have any.
Dragon Age Origins, for example. I know that you disagree,
that game's not good.
but
by the way, with Mad Max Fury Road, I feel like if I rewatched it, I would either maybe like it more, or I feel like I would just hate watching it again. Because I felt like when I was watching it the first time, I was really counting the minutes for it to be over. Because I was just I was bored by, which I know is crazy, but I was bored by it, I felt like.
Mm-hmm.
By the spectacle of it, I guess. Because it was just all
spectacle. It's basically all spectacle.
Yeah, and so it's I get it, and I thought it looked great. I mean, I wasn't I didn't think it looked bad or anything, but it was it was literally a car chase, and then they turn back and go back. And to me, it was just by the time they were all right, we're going back, I was oh my god, I'm so tired of this shit.
I almost never, but you know what actually is a movie that I did not like at first, and now is one of my favorite movies of all time?
Yeah.
Ocean's 11. The first time I watched that movie, I was I don't get this at all.
It's kind of how I felt about Big Lebowski. Except I didn't dislike it, but
Yeah.
I just was I don't get why people like that movie.
Yeah,
so much.
but then I rewatched it and I was dude, this is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
That was me, but I was the dude, this is fucking amazing.
The dude.
Do you have that reaction with Big Lebowski?
No,
I feel like I've heard
Clark does not like the movie at all, and I wish you would rewatch it because I think you would like it.
Because that's how JP felt. I feel like I've heard that from a lot of people.
A lot of people say that,
it's because it's just it's
a
lot.
I didn't find it super funny the first time I watched it.
I thought
every time I rewatch it, I find it just I laugh at every single.
That's
thing.
what. That's exactly right. I felt like
I
when
just
watched
think about him dropping the joint in his pants while he's listening
it's-
to
that's
them
just-
looking out my back door.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
I'm just thinking about that makes me laugh so much.
But when I first watched it, I didn't think it was funny, but I was like into it.
Yeah.
And then I thought like situationally it was. I thought it was funny that like nothing really happened at the end of the day, but
I
at the
just like
same
how
time a lot
confused he is
happened.
the whole time.
Yeah, no, it was more like I liked it conceptually, but then when I went and rewatched it, I was like, oh yeah, I liked everything about this movie. Everything's funny about it to me. But it's definitely something that I don't know. Maybe for
In
rewatch.
20 years, I'll make you watch Fury Road.
I mean, I don't need to wait that long. I can watch Fury Road again. I might do it just to.
You should watch Thunderdome first. I think you would like at least
Maybe I
like.
should shotgun all four.
Shotgun is the title of the fifth one.
I did it at the beginning of quarantine and I enjoyed it.
All right.
Yeah, I
I'm
know,
excited
because
for
that's
you
why
guys
you
to
called
do-
me the gyro captain.
That's right.
I'm
That's true.
look, I'm excited for you guys to watch the Star Wars movie so I can jump in.
Which Star Wars movies?
They're watching,
wants to watch them all.
but like not all of the side ones yet.
Well,
They want
that's
to
a
do that
different
separate day.
It's a different day.
But they want to watch the original
All of
trilogy,
them in
the
one day?
prequel trilogy,
The
and
9
sequel
ones in
trilogy.
one day.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna do it in order of release?
No. Oh, I don't know. We didn't talk about that. I assumed no. I assumed we were starting with episode 1.
Oh, with the prequels?
I mean, that's what I figured.
You probably might as well.
Because I feel like otherwise the middle section's gonna suck, and I would rather the middle section be good,
yeah.
and then like everything around it
Yeah.
suck. But I don't
Actually,
know. I'm gonna be so tired by the end of that day.
I
These
know.
movies are I think the prequel trilogy are clearly not good movies. I watched them and I had so much fun.
I mean, I
I
feel like how people
rewatched
feel about
Phantom
any
Menace
Star
though
Wars.
a few years ago, and I was like, this is just boring. Like I'm not even.
Phantom Menace is the worst one.
Attack of the Clones made me literally quit watching Star Wars when I was a kid, so I don't think I'm
Really?
gonna enjoy it anymore.
I
yeah,
loved
I hate
Attack
that
of the Clones
movie.
when
That
it
movie
came
sucks, dude.
We had this exact conversation because I also think Phantom Menace is worse personally, but I think they're both pretty like equally awful.
But Revenge of
so
the Sith's actually like pretty good.
yeah, I agree.
I think it's 7 out of 10.
They didn't even care by the time it came out. I had
Well,
a
I think
book that
that-
was like a guide to Revenge of the Sith, and I read the shit out of that because I thought
I think
everything
it's
was
cool that that's one of the ones that you haven't seen yet. That I think
I think you would like it.
because I genuinely think you're gonna at least like it a lot. It's gonna look awesome compared to the first two, and I don't think it's like
I think
amazing.
I'm gonna find it awesome.
No, I don't think you're gonna find it awesome. I'm just saying it's at least it's passable.
I think you'll
like,
enjoy it.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
I think it's pretty good.
Hey, buddy, if you like Crib and North Tribe, you're
I
gonna
didn't
love
see
Revenge of the
Driven's North Tribe.
All I'm saying is like when you rewatch them all, you're definitely not gonna enjoy watching Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones again. So it's at least cool.
No, I liked Phantom Menace as a
Well, maybe. But either way, it's at
There's
least
things I do really like about Phantom
it's at least cool that there's one left that is I think most people would agree better than those.
I'm more excited for Last Jedi. I haven't seen that one.
Well, no,
I
that
actually want to
that
see
one
that
too.
one.
Those two, I think those are better. I think that one's.
I know you don't give a shit about it. As a
Well,
completionist
you're-
for Ryan Johnson's sake, at least I
No,
want
I
to watch
think The
that
Last
one.
Jedi is better than the prequels.
I think The Last Jedi is maybe the
Thank God,
best
we're
of.
finally hitting our Star Wars takes.
I would maybe agree with that.
I think it's the best, maybe the best of the sequel trilogy. I
definitely think it's the best. of the
me
sequel
and
trilogy,
Solomon,
of the two
I think,
saw.
had an agreement that movie would have been better. That movie needed an editor's cut. That movie would have been better if it was like 30 minutes shorter.
How long
Every
was
movie would be better if it was 30 minutes shorter.
Not true.
What?
Great Train Robbery.
I would love for that to be 30 minutes shorter. I don't want to watch any more of 30 minutes shorter.
I disagree with that in general, but I'm sure that
Pretty much every movie could be 30 minutes shorter.
I don't know. I feel like I watch a lot of movies that are like 80 minutes or something like that.
That's the perfect length of a movie for me.
Yeah, but then I don't
So
think
30
it should
minutes
be
shorter
30
would
minutes
be-
shorter.
I
Yeah.
would be interested to see what 30 minutes shorter looks like.
I'd be interested, but I don't think it would be better.
Is it
Like,
less than an
depending
hour?
on the movie.
That Steven Soderbergh movie is like what,
Yeah,
an
it's like
hour?
72 minutes,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, definitely a lot of.
Alright, so yeah, sorry. For anyone that makes it not a movie by cutting it down 30 more minutes, that's obviously not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
What
about
do you mean?
a
No,
general,
that's not
the
like-
average movie runtime of like 2 hours. I feel like you could lose 30 minutes and
I
get it down
agree.
to 90 minutes.
I think that could definitely.
I'm clearly Eric, not talking about a 90-minute movie should be an hour.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
Then why'd
in
you
gen-
even bring it up as a hypothetical?
Well, I was just saying because a lot of the movies I watch are that long. But I'm also saying
That I agree that they
a
should
lot
be
of-
that long.
But I'm saying a lot of movies that I like that are longer. I like that they're longer. I feel like they I don't know. Depending on which
yeah,
like my
that's why I
cinema-
said most movies. I feel that way about longer
know.
movies too.
Well,
Look,
I guess I don't think that too much. It just depends on the movie.
I think
Now,
Last
definitely-
Jedi would have been like an 8 out of 10 if when they ripped the spaceship in half with the giant laser.
Spoiling this movie.
Hey, come on! I have not seen this movie.
We just
Oh,
said,
you haven't?
No, I just said that's the
Okay.
one I'm excited to get to.
It's not really an important part.
It is absolutely an important
I don't think.
part.
No, here's the thing. It would have been an important part if the movie ended there. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Ultimately, I
yes.
truly don't care about
Okay.
spoilers, but also, come on. I just
literally
said that was the one I was
Listen,
excited
now
for.
I've given you something so inconsequential because when I watched the movie, honest to God, I thought this is so important. This should be where the movie ends, and then it went on for another 45 minutes, and I went,
guess.
oh, so that doesn't matter at all.
I guess, but then you lose all the other good stuff. But I guess it depends on how you cut it.
None of the other stuff was good.
After that, you think?
Yeah, at that point,
I feel like a lot of the stuff I liked was from that latter half.
nope.
Well, all right.
None of the stuff you liked was from
I guess you're right.
Nope.
Plus Laura Dern's in it. So that's cool.
Laura Dern is it?
I like Laura Dern a lot.
Yeah. So that was kind of the
I
only
know
reason.
Kerry Russell's in the last one.
That was like the only reason why I wanted to see it, because Laura Dern was in it, and Ryan Johnson directed it, so I thought it would at least
I
be
should watch
interesting.
that last one too. Actually, I didn't.
You should come with me. That's literally the one I'm showing up for, because I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Not all the way through, which I know you guys are gonna shit on me because I don't watch things all the way
I
through.
wasn't even going to bring it up this time.
But look, that's
I never said anything about
that's-
this, did I?
honestly, that is the number one thing I've learned to do as like I got older was like, dude, if I'm not enjoying something, I'll turn it off. I've no.
I mean, that makes sense.
I'm not a
That's
completionist.
probably why.
I don't give a fucking shit about like people are like, oh, well, you haven't finished, so you should. No, if it's like, no, it gets good, 20 hours in for a video game. I'm like, no, I'm just not gonna play it.
That's why I can't watch long anime. I need
Yeah.
to. I literally
get it.
cannot dedicate 50 episodes or something to get.
So I literally watched the first 30 minutes of the new Star Wars, and I was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I do that.
That's basically what I did with a kid though with Revenge of the Sith. So I really don't think I'm gonna like it that much.
I think you
more.
said Attack of the Clones.
I watched all the Attack of the Clones and did not like.
Oh,
that
I
movie
thought
at
you were
all.
saying you hadn't started
So
Revenge
you
of the Sith
had-
at
We
all.
had-
ended Revenge of the Sith, and I remember like starting it, and I was just like,
Oh, so you
"Man, I
did
don't think I
start
give a shit about this
Revenge
stuff
of the Sith.
anymore."
Yeah,
Well,
see,
Revenge of the Sith is not a good movie. I'm not like trying to paint it like it's a good movie. I just think it's a lot better than
I think
the other
it's
two.
way more fun at the very least.
Yeah, I would agree. But I just also think it's better written. At
But
least
I
marginally
also
than the other
think
two.
I think Attack of the Clones is fun personally.
I think that's fun too. I think they're all like fun to a degree.
Maybe.
I think even the like worst one is like still pretty fun.
I'm a big fan of the
It's-
Star Wars EU. Have a lot of the books. Read a lot of the comics.
I like
I'm not
so
into
many
Star Wars
characters
in
in Star
general.
Wars. Look, Kid Fisto.
Kid Fisto's
Fucking
amazing.
best.
I don't know shit.
He's
I'm
the
not-
tentacle guy that gives him a thumbs up in the second one.
Oh,
They're
that's
fighting
cool.
in the arena.
That's cool.
he's-
Strangely similar to the Solomon thumbs up gift.
We gotta love Max Rebo.
It is similar. Similar energy at the very least.
Show some love for Rebo.
Yeah,
Max
Rebo's
Rebo?
great.
Love it.
Awesome.
Boss.
Dude, I have that crazy weird extended version where they have an entire Max Rebo song.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The special edition
Yeah.
version, yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. Max Rebo's great. No one here is arguing
No,
about Max
absolutely.
Rebo.
No,
We all
we're
agree
all
Max
agreed,
Rebo's
yeah.
great.
Absolutely not. He's awesome.
We all love Max.
We all love Greedo.
HBO Max Rebo.
Ooh. Somebody called. I don't know the HBO
I'll just
guy's
call
name
up
is.
Jeffrey Katzenberg. He's still hurting over Quibi.
Max Rebo?
Now, I'm into that.
No?
I want to see Rebo fuck.
I want to see Rebo fuck Greedo.
Ooh.
While 3PO watches.
That's hot.
Sorry.
Ah, that's hot.
Those are my guys.
Who are your guys? Oh, it's Max Rebo fucking Greedo while C-3PO watches.
Yeah, dude, I think Sam Kinison did a bit about that.
That's good. That's really good.
Thanks. That was a Margaret D cut.
Yeah.
So many times he mentioned Sam Kinison.
He's mentioned him a lot. Yeah, Star Wars fucking sucks.
Dude, I agree. Only thing worth is Star Wars Knights of the Republic. Go play
What?
this game.
What did you just say?
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
He loves KOTOR.
So it's like my favorite. It's maybe the best game of all time. That would be my if we were like. This
Have you ever
interesting.
played the Lego Star Wars?
Yes, I played it on a.
No.
Thank you.
We had this conversation not that long ago. Best game of all time. With JP.
What do you even land on?
We didn't land on anything because, well, first of all, my opinion is literally like worth nothing.
What did you say?
I probably just said Half-Life 2 or something.
Oh, yeah.
I said that, or no, that probably is what it said. That or
That's a good answer.
it's a good answer, but it's not an interesting one because I feel like I don't know. I don't play enough games to have a good
Sure.
well-rounded opinion. I haven't played anything on the PS4, Xbox One, or anything.
That's why you're the head of our
Behind.
PS2 review show.
Exactly. That's when games were good.
I agree.
I was born in the wrong generation.
Back when Tony Hawk was making great games.
New Tony Hawk is very good.
I heard that, actually, so I would like to play
I
that.
played quite a lot of it.
But the ones recently before that,
Oh yeah, they're
fucking
god
sucked.
awful.
Those were like you hear about it being so bad and you think it's probably just people making a big deal out of it, and then you play it and it's literally
No, it's
like
trash.
It's like almost borderline unplayable.
Yeah.
Like every time you land, your feet go under the ground a little bit and it makes you fall. It's like impossible to play that game. It sucks. Fuck Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Middle fingers up. You're on notice, Hawkman.
Yeah.
All the maps suck too.
Enema of the Skate.
That's awesome.
Wow. Wow. I don't know if it's look, best game. It's Tetris. That's a no-brainer.
That's a good
That's a
choice.
no-brainer for me.
I would agree. Is it still the most sold game of all time?
I think so. If you count all the versions, yeah.
I just like that it's a game that it's just so easy to quantify
Do you
skill.
give me those zombie Takis? I'm about to bust this shit open. Okay. Thank you for group effort handing me the chip.
Oh, Brockhampton?
My favorite game. Wow, the real.
That's Team Circle,
third. Yeah. My favorite game probably it's got to be either Earthbound or Mother 3 because Earthbound's the only game I ever cried during. I don't think any game has ever elicited that much emotion from me, which is. I'm still shocked a game was able to elicit that emotion.
I probably cried when I played Saints Row 2. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. That's not
Bro, I
These
thought
are
you were
fucking
for
really
real.
good.
What are they? But
It's habanero and cucumber.
I'm good right now.
Portal 2 got some emotions out of me.
It's good. I had one just make me laugh really more than. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it is sad at parts, but
I feel like the end just gives me not a sad vibe, but like a kind of
melancholy.
yeah, like an equivalent. Like
I was saying,
Wait, but the turrets sing?
when the turret's singing, and then when she goes out and like out in the
Oh,
field
walks
and all
around.
that. Yeah, it's not like sad. Like I wasn't like bawling, but I was like, it's depressive a little bit. It's kind of weird. Also, in a game like Portal 2 to go outside at that.
I like honestly.
And please be honest with us.
I think honestly the like merit to those games is that they are funny. It is so hard to have
Wait,
a video
which
game
game?
that's legitimately Portal.
Oh, just those. I think you meant.
Yeah, sorry, not those stuff. Like those
Yeah, those
two
are
games.
funny for sure.
Like it's so hard to have a video game that's laugh out loud funny.
Yeah, Steve Merchant, J.K. Simmons, like hardly anyone else. This is just a great lineup.
Well, I also mean just like the writing of it.
Oh
It's
yeah,
so
yeah,
weird.
It's great, and that's a game that I've replayed like a million times.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's such a story-driven game that it shouldn't be. It shouldn't feel like as replayable as it is, but you really can just like jump in and play that whole thing. And I like it's. I feel like I've just started that game and finished it that day like so many times at this point.
I'm trying to think like actual like, games that I thought were super funny, and it's like Portal and like.
I was talking about funny games.
No, I mean I was saying
Like that movie.
funny games. Yeah,
Huge Naomi Watts.
not funny guy though, but.
Can we actually talk
Yes,
a little
ma'am?
bit about Naomi Watts?
Oh my god.
She's so cool.
She is. She's awesome. Please, can we talk more about Naomi
I
Watts?
love Naomi Watts. Guys,
You would love her?
Huh?
You would love her?
I said I love Naomi
Oh, okay.
Watts.
That's not what he said. I would.
I meant to say I love Naomi Watts then.
But you would love Naomi Watts.
I would love to be Naomi Watts.
I don't even. What's that? What? Give me a Naomi Watts movie.
Funny games.
Funny games.
Give me a different one.
Mulholland
Mulholland
Drive.
Okay.
You can start syncing up.
Give me another one.
She's not an inland empire, is she? Who's that an inland empire?
No, that's Laura Dern.
Give me another one.
Uh-oh. Well, I was thinking it's Twin Peaks Season 3.
Yeah, fuck. A pass?
Ever heard of a little movie called Twin Peaks The Return?
Yeah, well, French journalists called it the best film of the year.
Time for my film talk.
This is film talk.
My film talk
This
confession.
is Film Talk.
Let me hold the sorry, my confession to the film talk community.
You should
I've
drink that
never
shit.
watched Twin Peaks.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I've never watched it.
It's not breaking anyone's heart here.
Okay, good.
I mean, I don't really even like the first 2 seasons.
It's like my favorite show, but I mean, it's not.
Oh my god, what is your favorite show? We've been.
Oh, no,
I've been trying to
we're
nail
talking
him
about,
down on this for years.
We're talking about comedy shows. That's a whole different story. But I'm just talking about best. My favorite show in general.
The Return might be my favorite comedy of all time.
Well, I would agree. That definitely.
Look, it really is.
That's
really
funny.
funny. Yeah.
I you said that to me, and I believe you.
One Punch Man is basically in Twin Peaks: The Return. It's crazy.
Weird.
It's crazy.
Just my favorite show in general, though, would definitely be Twin Peaks. I think.
Have you ever heard that fucking is quick aside to the Monday morning podcast where Bill Burr just talks about One Punch Man?
That sounds awesome.
It's like maybe 3 minutes long. It's not super like in depth. It's just really funny him talking about being amazed at the concept of One Punch Man.
That sounds
Update from Celise. She just watched the entirety of Always Sunny season 1.
That's awesome.
Good season.
She had to have started she's never seen it from the beginning, so she must have started it and finished it while I've been here. I just thought I'd share that.
Thanks.
We watched it in one episode before that, but it wasn't from season 1. It was The Gang Get Analyzed from season 8.
Anyway, I've had so many people tell me that because I didn't watch Twin Peaks, I should not be a filmmaker.
No, that's bullshit.
Legitimately,
Anyone who says that,
kill yourself.
anyone who says that about any movie, anyone who says that about any movie or show it's just a dumb thing to say.
Hey, everybody in this room, we all know this guy.
Anyone who is a film major should see Joker.
I would stand by that one.
I feel like it's something people say to me, and I'm just like,
no,
I want to do it right now. Do it.
But no, anyone
who's a film major should see Squidward Suicide.
I think if you're a film, well, no, I don't
know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 5 frames of just him pulling the intro. We see him blink.
What the hell?
Who
is this kid writing this?
It's real, dude. Of course it's real. He said he's no.
Want me to read mine out again?
He said fucking Mr. Hillenberg.
Dude, we gotta ask Steven Hillenberg.
Love to have him on the pod.
You think he hadn't been asked about that a bunch of times, probably?
Dude, I bet you he gets asked by people
He's
who
dead.
work.
He's been
I
dead.
know.
No,
I was fucking making a joke about getting him, but that was written a while ago. That was written before he died.
Yeah,
that's classic.
Let's say I bet you
that's
at least
Hillenberg.
I bet you at least
classic.
one actual intern at Nickelodeon did come in and was like,
"Oh yeah,
is this real?"
And they fucking killed him. Pulled out his entrails.
That's all the kids in that thing are for interns.
6-year-old interns.
Well, that's the one people Dan Schneider works with.
What, Dan Schneider's involved?
Yeah.
That would be crazy if it was a Dan Schneider.
Holy shit! Can we make that into a fucking?
What do you say?
That's in a horror anthology thing. We adapt Squidward Suicide. You find out Dan Schneider is the one behind it.
That's pretty good.
I sound like me during that. Actually, I was against it, and I love it.
So you'd say your favorite show is Search Party?
No.
Oh, I thought
I said the second season is one of my favorite seasons
What's
of
your
a
favorite show?
comedy show in the past decade. I don't know. Favorite show? I don't know.
Okay. Of any type of thing? Maybe fucking Twilight Zone.
There's shitty episodes of Twilight Zone.
Of course, the new one. Maybe there's episodes of Twilight Zone that are definitely worse, but I've watched the whole series 5 times. There's not an episode.
Even the 80s ones?
No, I mean the original one. I'm not saying clearly the 80s one is not my favorite show of all time, but the original.
Well, I also immediately said, "You mean the new show?"
Yes, that one.
We're covering it right.
I still don't like that one. That one's slightly better.
Okay. Huh?
You mean
the movie? The movie itself is a creepypasta, but
I know
that is true.
No.
Do you want to get into that?
No. The first series is in my there are episodes that are better than others. There's no episode where I would turn it off.
All right.
So
that's good. Twilight show.
If it has to be in the last
show.
40 years, the UK version of Utopia is super good. The Amazon one that's based on a UK show.
I know Grant was saying the other day his favorite show is Firefly.
He said, "I love how short it is."
That was a really funny exchange to me because it came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, he was so like wanted to genuinely have a conversation.
And
I don't know.
you were like immediately like, no, that show fucking sucks.
Ian like saw it on my shelf and he's like, well, he actually no, that's not even how it happened. He saw Serenity on my shelf and he said, oh, dude, can we watch this sometime? I want to see this so badly. I'm like, dude, I fucking hate Firefly. I said, if I have the box set still on my shelf, you can just fucking have it. I do not like that show.
To be fair, he should know that just because something is on your shelf does not mean you like it.
Yes.
There are so many fucking movies on your shelf that I've heard you talk shit about.
Like what?
And
now I'm curious about other things. Well, there are definitely a lot of movies on that shelf.
Was it the other day that you were telling me you didn't like Lars and the Real Girl at all?
Okay, I don't hate that movie, but like, why would I ever rewatch that movie? Once you see that movie, that's like...
I don't know. Why would you rewatch it? You bought it.
I bought it before I watched it.
Oh, really?
I bought a lot of... That's the thing. The problem is I used to buy a lot of movies before I watched it.
Because I just remember I was like, oh, dude, I should borrow this. And you went and you looked at me and you go, why would you want to watch that movie?
That's crazy, but I totally believe that I did that. If you want it, you can own my copy of Lars and the Real Girl. I'm kind of trying to just get rid of those DVDs. That was such a thing. Is I've also been mad at JP for not giving those DVDs back. I'm just giving DVDs to people.
But I loved the Ian thing because he was so excited, and then you were just like, "No, I fucking hate that show."
I really do not stand that show.
You're like, it should be a western or it should be a sci-fi.
Pick a fucking lane.
And then
like Jesus,
and you can tell that he was like upset, and then you just gave him the show, and he was like went back up.
Yeah, I just gave him the whole thing on DVD because I bought it before I watched it. I was an idiot. I was building a physical media empire.
Yeah, and you did.
And I did. And I make so much money off TV
sales
now.
How do you feel about Firefly?
I watched it.
It's not good. Not worth the time. Not even worth the time it takes to watch one season of TV.
Dude, that's another one that not that like people say I shouldn't be a film major for watching it, but everybody's like, dude, how the fuck have you not watched that show? And I'm just like, because everybody said it ends really terribly, so why would I start it?
I like the movie kind of.
I don't think they said it ended terribly. I think it was just...
it just didn't end completely.
Does it end? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, My Name is Earl is still one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah, but My Name is Earl had like 4 seasons before that happened.
Yeah.
Firefly has 12.
How is that sound bite?
I just rewatched My Name is Earl, so...
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's really good. The whole time.
But don't you feel like it kind of meanders by the time he gets like...
What?
He gets put in like a coma or whatever? You don't like that show?
Never even watched the full episode. I don't want to watch that show.
Why?
It fucking sounds terrible.
First season
really
is
good.
back and forth.
Great.
Seasons
No.
2...
First season's perfection.
I would say...
First season's awesome.
I would say that... Well, I think
every season was a step down from the first season, in my opinion.
Really?
But I
think season 2 is the best.
I like season 2. But I think by the time he goes to jail, which is fine, but then that's when we start having like filler episodes every other episode. Like when we have like the Our Cops episode 2.
Yes.
Like that's bullshit.
I think that for me, like season 1 has a lot of like my favorite episodes in it, but the first 5 or 6 episodes of that season are just setting up.
Yeah, but I love
every
those
fucking.
I've seen those episodes
character.
like a million times. I love them all. In my opinion, but
I care less about this conversation than I did about the Stranger Things conversation, and I did not think that was going to be possible.
But also, like,
I truly am shocked.
Hey, Stranger Things have happened.
That's fun.
Strange things are happening.
Anyway, Firefly's like 12 episodes, right?
No, I'm not
it's longer than that.
My Name is Earl is really good.
Not worth it. Really, truly not worth it.
And so somebody said, hey, dude, there's this fucking or like, what's it say? It's 60 episodes. There's 60 episodes of this show, and then when it ends, you're going to be super disappointed.
When you get a movie.
And then they were like, and the movie was a 5 out of 10.
I think the movie's better than that.
I mean, I'm not saying.
I think the movie was better than any of the shows.
Okay, I'm not saying.
But
either way, I get why someone would
that is how
recommend...
people pitch it to me. They go, well, the movie was so-so, and the show never really ended properly. I go, well, then why the fuck would I watch this?
But at the same time, if they really enjoyed it, I think they think that as a whole, like, the episodes are worth it, even if it ends in kind of a disappointing way.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they aren't allowed to think that.
I think a lot of people just love the characters, and I could not stand... I liked, like, 2 of the... I don't know, the characters I liked were far greater outweighed by the characters I could not stand on that show.
Another good example
And the plots I thought just sucked out, like, every episode.
Another good example is Lost. I know so many people who... And I know a lot of people who liked Lost. And, I mean, Dexter's different, because that movie... The whole, like, last 3 seasons of that show apparently were really bad.
Last, like, 4 seasons.
But Lost, there are so many people who
should
go,
have told
like...
everyone about the lab.
I don't know.
Well, it got a different showrunner.
Sure.
So that's when people draw the line.
I don't like the DD.
You don't like the what?
The DD knew about the lab.
Yeah. right?
But
I'm
like,
not letting this die. I'm
look,
going
I
to
don't know what
just
that
really hate
fucking
it.
funny.
Dexter stop. It's not funny. People made that joke since 2005.
It's still funny.
Yeah, Mandar kind of got overplayed by
Alright, anyway,
Danny hates that.
I fucking hate this.
Talk about Dexter?
I don't give a shit.
so Firefly. So I'm talking about something that you know about.
I don't like talking about a show I don't like, though. What are we gonna? What? Are you, yeah, I agree. You should.
You would
watch
hate the
it.
Nostalgia Critic. All he does is talk about things he doesn't like.
Well, I hate the
Yes,
critic
we
for
can
very
talk- we
different
should definitely
reasons.
talk about it. Just
We
like-
we did last time
I
too.
know, but it wasn't reported.
Oh no, there was I had a Nostalgia Critic thing happen. Related thing happened to me today.
What the fuck does that mean?
Now that is a great.
I have a nostalgia-
I watched DuckTales
my
and I
name's Earl is
go
obviously
bad.
Yeah, My Name is Earl didn't end well either, and it was still the greatest show of all time. Hold to see if anyone calls me out.
The fucking one of the people from Channel Awesome or whatever the thing, this nostalgia, what's her name, Lindsay Ellis. She did a whole like Twitter thread this morning that people were retweeting about how like
maybe not.
she came out and was like, yeah, the fact that we just did movie reviews about how bad stuff was is actually, looking back, that was garbage content, and like we shouldn't be proud of it.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
And
I don't like anything that's like the kind of approach to it is like
Yeah.
we're all like I know there's a
I
lot of
only
shows
will
that
interview
people,
things I'm mad about or whatever.
like when I hear about shows that like
Name names. This is Patreon, baby.
I'm trying to I'm trying to think of some, but
I mean,
like
Star
like
Trek is
your
up
movie
number one.
sucks or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
Cinema
New York Times
Sins.
is
But there's
great.
some well,
Well,
Cinema
Sins
Sins
is
sucks.
like that's
That's another
specifically,
level.
yeah, that one just sucks on its whole.
But there's a lot of ones where I
'cause
hear
people. I don't know. Yeah.
there's a lot of like ones where I hear the people are funny and I'm like
Yeah.
I get it.
Well,
But at the same time, I don't like the
Yeah.
approach of like we're only gonna watch movies that
Sure.
are terrible and like even if we don't know anything about them, we're gonna be like they
what
suck.
she said, and I don't think it's wrong.
That's what she said.
Yes, that's what she said. I
Oh,
changed
you
the
like that
inflection.
one, but you don't
Yeah.
like.
What Lindsay Ellis was saying is that if you like, she's like, it's all related, right? Like everybody thought that like making fun of shows was like peak fucking comedy or whatever, and
Yeah.
all we want to do is be mean, and that has directly led to Cinema Sins being really fucking popular because all
Yeah.
they do is complain.
Yeah.
I mean,
She's like, it's like it's a walk to get there, but that's how that all started, and I agree.
I definitely don't like the approach of just like we're just gonna make fun of this.
Yeah.
Even if it is something like it makes sense if it really is something bad, but when that's your entire approach, is like we're gonna make fun of stuff like no matter what, like
Yeah.
we're just gonna make fun of it.
Well, it's
Like,
like,
unless it's like you make fun of everything, like it's kind of a fun, like lighthearted way. But if it's just like I'm shitting on everything,
well, it's like I talked about when we were at your house. We were talking. Me and Alex were talking about the difference between AVGN and the irate gamer, and it's like AVGN's whole stuff is like, look at how fucking bizarre this is. Like this is like he overplays how angry he is about it on purpose, but like it's always like why does this exist? Like this is so fucking weird. Like all the Bible games one is one of my favorite episodes because he's just like, why the fuck, like who designed this game? Who put the time in to design this game, and why does it exist? And it's so bad.
yeah.
But then like irate gamers, he'll just play a video game that's old and be like, oh yeah, check this out.
It's 3 hours.
Yeah,
You gotta love. I honestly feel like we have to hit 4 hours, and I hate to
Yeah,
say it, but I
okay.
feel like we have.
I'm here for it.
We
I'm here for it. It's my house.
totally down.
But
I
yeah,
don't work, but fuck it.
irate
Fuck
gamers
that.
always just like, I'm gonna play a
Let's talk
game
about
and I'm
Firefly.
gonna complain. Oh god, no. Complain about how old it is.
Let's talk
and it's
more
like,
about My
why?
Name is Earl. I want to know why you are against watching it.
Look, man,
It's
I've
good.
never
It's
really
really
had to
good.
admit this to you, but I'm not crazy about Jason Lee.
But how can you say that if you haven't watched Earl? That's like his main thing.
Why would I want to start Earl if
Yeah,
I don't already like him
kissing
in the
a-
minor roles that I've seen?
Hold
I
on.
don't want to
Because it's like a completely different
How did
thing.
you feel about
That's awesome.
Kissing a Fool?
What are you fucking talking about?
It's a Jason Lee movie.
I was not about to. I don't seek out Jason.
I
Lee.
never saw that movie.
only-
that sounded crazy to me
I
too.
only know about this.
I'm more of a stealing Harvard kind of guy.
That
It's another Jason Lee movie. We're just naming shit no one's seen.
it's that movie is fucking oh god, Friends.
Matt LeBlanc, David Schwimmer.
Yes, thank you. It's David Schwimmer and Jason Lee, and I only know about it.
Hopefully they use it in.
Yeah, we talked about
uses
this.
it.
Ham used it in his
Yeah.
class, and I was just like, it's so bizarre to me that this movie exists, and I don't think it got any like recognition at all.
It was only actually made so that Ham could use those
Probably
pictures.
fucking Ham might have made it
Slideshow.
for all I know.
Well, either way, My Name is Earl's a good show.
It is.
But I know when I say that, all you hear is The guy who likes Home Improvement just said My Name is Earl is a good show. This keeps reminding me of Black Skinhead.
Yeah, sure.
Just the one peak.
spike.
That's hilarious.
I mean, it looks like that, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah. Now that you said it, I can't unsee it, but it's hilarious. I don't know. That's crazy.
I've been thinking that all night. I didn't want to say it.
I would love somebody to do that to somebody who would, because like my shirt is a joke, but like I'd love to see somebody who actually sees the Joy Division album cover for the first time and goes, "Is this Black Skinhead?"
Yeah.
And just watch the room like erupt in collective groans. Like,
I would cry, probably laughing. That's amazing.
But yeah. My Name is Earl is a good show.
it is a good show.
In case I haven't made that
I'm
clear.
not going to be swayed by this, but I like that you guys like the show.
Yeah.
But I like to hear you guys argue the finer points of My Name is
Hey,
Earl.
can I? No, you specifically said in that conversation.
Well, I liked it more than you guys trying to convince me to watch My Name is Earl, which is just simply not going to happen.
Well, what I was going to say was, how did you feel about the season where he's like in a coma the whole time? Because I
See,
thought
that
I
sounds
love that
fucking terrible.
that is terrible to me.
That season was the worst one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That was like season 3. Yeah, I felt like that's
Yeah.
the thing about that show is I think the first season for me was really good, and then I felt like it slowly lost.
I think the
steam.
second half of the first season is really good. I think the first half of the first season is just so slow starting on some of that stuff.
I don't know. To me, I don't feel that way about it, but I don't know. I've seen that way more than anything else.
Sure.
As that whole first half, because I've started that show a few times with the intent of like I'm going to watch this whole thing.
What
and
is
then
a
I watch
show that
something
you
else.
do like that is really bad? Or that everybody says is really bad. I guess I wouldn't ask you. 'Cause
That's kind of tough.
Cycle back around. You guys can talk about My Name is Earl some more. I'll give you something to chew on, though, over here.
Right. You know, the thing you're
I don't know if
saying
I have
is
that much else to say other than it's
You
awesome.
can talk about season 3.
There's not much to talk
I
about. It's just like
haven't
they keep.
rewatched the later seasons in so long.
It's just that they keep doing like thing in his mind of like his sitcom in his mind and all
Yeah.
that, which I thought was like cool at first, and then
Can
it was
I
like
talk
the
about
entire season.
A weird. So, your boy here really into pro skateboarding. I'm bad at skateboarding, but no wait. This. Do you know where the first film appearance of Jason Lee was?
What?
It was in
You told me this before.
It's a skateboard video. I think it's his first.
Matt
Maybe it's his
Mira?
second. What?
Is it Matt Mira, or am I getting names?
Dave Mira is
Dave Mira.
no. So no, it's Jason Lee, and it's called Video Days. It's his first or second pro skateboard. It's a blind company video. Do you know what else it is? Also, the first released movie of in filmography.
What?
Spike Jonze.
Oh, that's not surprising to me.
Really?
I feel like Spike Jonze was definitely in that scene.
And that's his whole thing was that he was a skateboard guy and he was doing Jackass with those guys.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I it's just so bizarre to me.
music videos.
It was more that those two dudes had, because I didn't know Jason
I mean,
was a
that's cool.
skateboarder.
I didn't know
until,
that, but-
I didn't know he was a skateboarder until I was like probably like 18.
Jason Lee.
Yeah, and I'd watched all My Name Is Earl. I was
Well,
like,
when you become a man at 18, you learn these things.
that's like that's in Scientology. That's the highest level is when they tell you what Jason
Yeah.
Lee used to be a skateboarder.
How long was Jason Lee a Scientologist? Like maybe
I think he
years?
still is.
No,
he's not.
he renounced it.
You renounced
I-
it? Like I
Probably-
thought, like pretty soon, like after.
I know.
I remember like a guest star on My Name Is Earl got him into it too.
Well, like
But I can't remember.
no.
who it was.
They were
I
all
thought it was-
Scientologists beforehand.
No,
Yes.
that's not true. I thought Jason Lee. I always heard that Jason Lee was turned on to Scientology by someone
No.
on the My Name Is Earl set.
I have on good authority.
No,
Jason Lee. Let me look it up.
because I looked this up recently because there were protests against that show because of the fact that like 4 people in the cast.
Well,
are
that
all
was it was while the
Scientologists.
show was on. Yeah, it was because a few people had been swayed by like a guest star or something like that.
It was no.
I thought it was
I
something
think
like
it
that.
was when they started. They were already.
I don't think so, but
I might be wrong.
look,
But that's what
I might be wrong. Here, we'll find out.
I
Maybe
clearly
right.
didn't know he
Maybe
renounced it.
crazy.
Anyway, I just thought it was weird that his trajectory was like, dude, yeah, like, I love Jason Lee. Found out he's a skateboarder. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then I'm like, first videos directed by Spike Jonze. I was like, that's a bizarre series of occurrences, but okay.
I don't even know where to find this.
So there you go.
I think it shows that I like that no one else
Little
likes.
nice.
I don't know if I'm landing on anything.
Any Chuck Lorre shows?
No. I mean, we watched a lot of 2.5 Men growing up, but I mean, that's not like... And Big Bang Theory was popular with my grandparents.
What is?
Big Bang Theory.
Oh.
But I mean...
But do you like that show?
I
or
didn't
do you
like
just-
it. I tolerated that show.
My
Yeah,
dad
I
used to tell me
definitely-
how great that show was.
I definitely think that show isn't good, but it like gets a hugely bad like it's like the Nickelback effect where it's like all of a sudden this is the worst thing ever.
Did you see the Chance the Rapper tweet or whatever, where like they're going around doing so it's like post a music opinion that'll make everybody mad at you or whatever? And Chance the Rapper's was that Photograph by Nickelback's a really good song.
No.
And I was like, given Chance the Rapper's trajectory, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I disagree. I think that show deserves all the hate it gets, and honestly deserves more.
No, I mean I get it too. I'm just saying that I think it's weird that that's the one that is like.
Oh, I think it's just because it's been on so long, and they're always like, it's the #1 show in America.
But it also felt weird, the Nickelback thing, when that became big, where it was like everyone's all of a sudden shitting on Nickelback. It's like, I get it, Nickelback's not good, but it's also like,
weird
like
Canadian
why
rock,
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I think that Photograph specifically was, and Rockstar were just like,
Rockstars, like, I get it when I hear that
because like
song.
that, well, and just like they were on all the fucking time.
Like, there are songs by Nickelback that I think, okay, this is fine. But,
Sure.
But Rockstar fucking sucks. It's
well,
like
it's more
one
just
of the
like
worst songs
really like
ever.
Nickelback. I think is like a 5,
Even Photograph is just like whatever.
Photograph's fine. I think it's like 5 out of 10 band, but
Is that the name of the song?
yeah.
Well, is that by them or is that just by Chad Kroeger?
I think that's just Chad Kroeger, actually.
But it's the same.
Yeah,
Same
well, but it's
idea.
like they're honestly like a 5 out of 10 band, but they got radio play 24/7.
Yeah.
Like I think there's definitely worse shows than Big Bang Theory, but all those shows didn't stick around for
Yeah.
10 seasons
I
and
guess
have
you're right.
9 million viewers a night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm struggling to come up with a show that I like that everybody doesn't like because I just feel like there's just so many more shows that I like that just no one watches at all. So I just feel like I can't even
I
talk
feel that
about
way
them
too.
with people.
Again, when I was in my British phase, I was watching a lot of British. Did you ever see like Black
Someone
Books?
just-
Yeah, Black Books is good.
Black Book is really
What
good.
Solomon did?
Yeah. Oh, Black Books with.
He sent you a text message?
With your boy, what's his name? What is that?
Does it just say like you're
Shut
really
up.
loud?
No. It was just a picture. And it's really good, actually. So whenever you put this up, just edit.
No, I'm not
Edit
editing.
that one. Oh, great.
This is just an audio file. I'm not putting. There's no video.
This is going nowhere.
This is going straight
This is for my
into
personal
the
files.
Patreon audio player. I am not uploading it anywhere else. And if you are a patron, if you're listening this long in, 3 hours, 9 minutes, please don't share this.
Yeah.
Please, is for patrons only.
That's good. This is a good time to get the disclaimer in.
You think we're not doing this every episode now?
Oh, look, I'm down. We'll call Eric.
I'm down, too.
Eric can come over after every
I would love to.
episode.
Yeah.
I'd do that, totally. I'd love to not be on the podcast and just do this.
I think this is what I want.
Or you
the
guys should come
podcast to
by.
be. All right, yeah.
And we
Why
can,
don't we just do this on the podcast?
Because I feel like I try to, and then like, I don't know, people are like shut down.
well,
They,
also,
don't
I
wanna
come
talk.
over here with a character.
Yeah,
every
that's
time.
true.
That kind of ruins it. I mean, my character wasn't really a character this time,
He
but
barely was a character in the Tasty episode.
No.
You were just saying yes to everything.
We just said, "What's your name?" and he
Oh,
said,
yes,
"I don't know."
You were just being non-confrontational.
well, that's kind of a character though. This person didn't even have anything other than he liked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, but it was awesome.
I just like at this point I kind of have to be a different character every time, right?
Yeah.
No.
I played like
No,
5
he's
different.
right. He's
I,
right.
I've played like 5 different characters on this podcast.
It's
It would
because I
be
keep
weird.
enabling this and saying, yeah, you gotta be.
I mean, Danny, I've played 5 different characters on this podcast so far.
What 5?
I thought maybe 4.
3.
2.
I did the
1.
I did the World War Water guy. I did Wendell I did the Tasty Donuts guy, and then I did this.
Conway.
But that's
It's a Conway.
was
Conway.
Worldwide Water guy a character? I thought that was literally just you because it's in Worldwide Water. It's just Eric.
Did I introduce myself as Eric? I don't know.
I don't
Maybe I did.
I think you do say I call you Eric.
Well, either way, I play 4 different people. Then I do 4 different.
Well, because
That's
But
then
the
me.
best part is they're all so distinct. Like you would never know that it's the same person every time.
yes,
Yeah.
you. Shut up.
Well, either way,
I
then
should get into acting.
Even if the first one's not a character, that means I've been on as Eric and as Wendell and as the Tasty Donuts guy and as
Yeah, but I
Conway.
think on like Conway and like the Tasty Donuts guy both have like costumes. Like if you just showed up and you just wore
so did
this.
Wendell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you showed up and you just like wore this, I'd be like, that's Eric. Because okay, so like in Law Ready for This, we just called you Eric.
Yeah, I wasn't doing it. But what I'm saying is, I wasn't showing up as characters on
Yeah,
that.
I'm just saying.
But I'm saying at this point, now that I've shown up as like 4 different people, it would be weird for me to just be like, okay, it's me.
What if we have you on as Eric and you talk about your many roles on the podcast? Kind of like an Inside the Actors Studio like episode.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Can I speak to Conway? Oh, you had your idea. I forgot.
Let me embody Conway.
Oh, actually, you should hear this idea, Eric.
Uh-oh.
It's, I guess...
It's barely even a fucking idea.
No. Well, it's at least an intro to a show that I think Eric's going to really like.
I just said that...
Okay.
Grant, at some point...
You better have a favorite show.
All right. So Danny said he wanted to do... You said at one point you wanted to do an Inside the Actors Studio like show. And I think this should be it.
Oh, I didn't even relate this.
Well, we should combine the two ideas. And
Like a show, or do you want to do like a one-off video?
I kind of want to do a show. Because what I said is I wanted to start bringing in people who don't get it.
Oh, yeah. You told me this. Yeah, I remember this.
He said something about Sonic, or we're talking about the Sonic stream. You said something about a peek behind the curtain.
Yeah, I think I said talking about getting a peek behind the curtain.
Because you showed me the video that you inspired.
Yes.
Or Mr. Boop.
Yeah,
but
we watched.
No, this is today. Grant said something about a peek behind the curtain.
Okay.
And I was saying every time I come up with a character, I just say a bunch of words in a voice, and then I decide a character name. I just went, "Hi, I'm Melvin Peak. This is a peek behind the curtain." And then I said it's like that inside the. So he starts with it like this. He's peeking out behind the curtain, and then he opens the curtain to reveal his guest.
That would be cool.
So he's like, and today we're here with John Hamm.
That'd be awesome. Especially if you got John Hamm.
Yeah. But I just thought that was such a dumb
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
I just thought it was such a dumb visual gag to go, "Hi," and then you
he turned down my idea of during the podcast calling Adam Sandler.
That would have been awesome.
I suggested that for one episode he should do a phone-in conversation, like interview with Adam Sandler, and it would just be like a bit. Now it wouldn't last the whole episode, and he rejected it.
I did reject it.
Well, he can definitely call under a World Whitewater reunion, which is definitely happening. It's an Ogus exclusive.
It's like Chinese democracy.
Ogus is basically the Chinese democracy of our generation.
But China's not a democracy.
So we want to try the Takis.
I'm so good on that. Once you said cucumber, I lost any
Good,
interest.
dude. It's good. You wouldn't. I'll
take one.
All right.
Can you feed it to me?
Yeah.
In these times... Yeah, you gotta feed it. I don't want one of those fucking things.
Yeah, it's just like 99% the same to regular Taki.
Yeah.
They're just a little sour.
I don't like
love
Takis in general, though, really.
Yeah.
But
I can't remember what type I had, but I had one type of Takis I really liked one time, and they've never...
I'm liking the aftertaste. Best show?
Best show of all time, that's what I'm trying to fucking name right now.
Best show that other people don't like.
I can't think of... I cannot think of a show that I like that like is like critically reviled or that I've tried to show people and they're like, I just don't like this show.
Not even like a cartoon.
I feel like usually there's like I've never heard what the fuck you're talking
like
about.
for one that's me. Was it Martin Mystery? I fucking love that show.
Martin Mystery.
You guys ever watched this?
The hell's Martin Mystery?
It's a spin-off of Totally Spies.
Jesus
Christ. They used to show it all the time on Nicktoons, and it's just about a guy.
I have a show like this.
Okay, but it's just about a guy who like goes and like he like investigates cryptids.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to say real quick, I really liked Cat Scratch when it was on.
Okay.
Well, I guess you are alone in that
I've
opinion.
never watched that.
Never a fan of Cat Scratch. Have you ever heard of Kappa Mikey though?
Yes.
I liked Kappa Mikey a lot, but
Kappa
even
Mikey
when
too.
I would watch it, I'm like, this show does suck. But I like this show.
I wouldn't even say it sucks as much as you would look and you go, this is low quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so literally the exact same thing with Martin Mystery.
I really did watch a lot of. I think I probably saw every episode they actually aired of Kappa Mikey on. Remember Nicktoons?
It was Nicktoons.
But what was the other channel they had that was like they showed all the weird stuff on? It was like basically like Nicktoons 2 or whatever. Oh, is that just the name of the channel? Nicktoons?
Yeah, Nicktoons.
Oh, okay.
So there's Nick and like
Nickelodeon,
and then there's
Nicktoons.
Right,
Nicktoons.
Well, because I think they showed like one episode of Captain Mikey on Nickelodeon, and then it was so bad that for the next 3 seasons or whatever got moved to Nicktoons.
Yeah.
Because I liked it. Because I was like, this is such a. It was at the same time, weirdly enough, as Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi.
Yeah.
And it was the same thing of just like weird cultural differences,
Mm-hmm.
but Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi was honestly way more intelligent, and like Kappa Mikey was just about this guy who's a moron.
Yeah.
And I was like, I love it.
Crazy. But that's like I don't know. That's like a show that's obviously low quality. But again, if I talk to like I'm not surprised you know it. But like, if I asked a random person that I'm friends with, I don't think they would have any fucking idea what I was talking about.
Fucking that show, honestly, is just such a funny concept because the American characters are drawn differently.
Yeah, that's great.
I love that.
Cap and Mikey. Ever watched that?
I never saw it.
Well,
long story short, it's a guy who lives in Japan. All the Japanese characters are drawn like anime, and the American guy is drawn like a American cartoon.
He works like on a superhero.
Yeah, he plays a superhero on TV.
It's basically an anime show.
But it's pretty. I like that show.
Yeah, I like you're saying, like you watch one episode and like, well, this is a low quality. They're not putting any money into making this show. It's like all done in Flash, obviously.
Yeah. What's like okay? So a good example is like Alex unironically likes Johnny Test. That show sucks.
Johnny Test is kind of funny.
I hate Johnny Test.
I think Johnny Test is alright.
Fuck Johnny Test.
Alright, well. You ever seen Dexter's Lab?
Is that the one where he kills people?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
Dee Dee is pissed.
Speaking of Dee Dee.
Show me the titties.
Lisa's just enjoying Always Sunny and posed the question what the best character is, so I thought but I mean, it's kind of...
Probably Dennis.
I feel like it's interesting because you get a lot of different answers depending on who you ask.
I mean, look. Danny DeVito has never done anything, like, not funny on that show.
Oh, sure. I agree.
I might have the best batting average, in my opinion, of any of the characters.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But is he the best?
For years, I thought he was my favorite. So, but it was only until like a couple years ago that I started to really think Mac was my favorite character.
I think Mac. Honestly, I think in the first several seasons, like Mac is phenomenal. I think
he's still.
I
think he's like, even in the episodes I don't like nowadays, I feel like I end up enjoying him a lot.
I think
Charlie Day's also.
I think Charlie's a character who I like, but I like the least by himself.
Maybe. Well, by himself, maybe.
But like,
he's consistent. I feel.
Sure. I think Mac by the more recent seasons.
He's great.
Low key, maybe the best.
Dude, I think I love every single one of those characters.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to pick.
But also, I think that, I don't know. Sometimes by the more recent ones, I feel like Mac is really just there to, like... Mac became what they didn't want Dee to become. Mac just becomes the voice of reason sometimes in the more recent seasons of the show, where he's just like, guys, we can't be doing this. And then they're just like, fuck off, Mac. And then...
I don't know if I...
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know if I think that's what's happening with him, because I feel like he's still, like... I think he got dumber recently.
Well, he does get dumber, but also he's become, like, more moral, where he used to be, like, just as shitty as the rest of them.
I don't know, maybe. I guess I can't speak. I've only seen the, like, last 3 seasons once, like, whenever they aired, so I can't say for certain, but...
I think Frank's my favorite.
I never noticed that.
After
that makes
much
sense.
Deliberation over here in my head. And I just replayed the scene where he's driving the truck in the last season finale, and he's just...
Yeah.
Like, everything...
Is that,
like,
no, wait, there's another season after that.
Is there another season after that one?
Yeah, there's another season after that.
Did I see that whole season?
I don't think
it's the one that ends with waiting for Big Mo.
Oh, wow, yeah, there was a whole season.
Yeah.
I don't think I like that season very much. I don't fucking remember anything.
I like that season, but it's not great. But I liked it better than the one before it.
Yeah. I would say, I think that Dennis is probably the character who, like, I like the most, because no matter who he is matched with, I find it very funny.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I feel the same way about Mac, pretty much.
But
I also feel like, I guess I just
Mac does have some of the best moments to me.
Yeah.
Like that whole episode where he's trying to disprove evolution.
Yeah, that part's
so
great.
Fucking funny.
That part's great because he actually makes an argument that's, like, obviously bullshit, but it's like he thought that through.
Yeah.
It was, like, pretty well thought out. Yeah.
I don't think there's a whole season of that show I like all of. The more I think about that show, and the more that we've had conversations about it, I truly don't think there's a full season I like all of.
I like it. Well, season 1's pretty good for being like 5 episodes, or
I think season 2
7
is like
episodes.
Almost perfect.
Yeah, I would agree. I honestly, there's not a season I think I don't like. Well, I think I would like more seasons all the way through than ones I wouldn't like all the way through. Because I think at least with the first 8 seasons, I personally can't think of something that I dislike. Except I think in season 7, that's the one that has the one where it's like Frank's brother, which isn't great, but I don't dislike
That one's weird, but I still like that episode.
Well, it has a lot of funny parts to it, but as a whole,
Oh, yeah, that's the one with all the flashbacks.
Yeah.
That one's fun.
But
I
see-
like that one. I like that one in general, but there's a lot about it that I think. I don't know.
I've said
That's
numerous
why-
times I don't like the Ponderosas or the McPoyles. And
Yeah,
the fact
well,
that they
that's-
keep showing up in those
that
first
does-
2 seasons
that will
completely.
sully
that is like
sullies.
a gatekeeping thing. Is if you hate those characters, and like the show's gonna be hard for you to watch.
Yeah, they show up a lot, but then there's
They
a
kind of stopped bringing them around,
Yeah,
though, which I like.
That's what I was about to
Well,
say.
just because the two of the McPoyles moved on and are like on other shows.
Yeah, Jimmy
Fucking
Simpson's just
God.
doing all sorts of stuff.
But I was gonna say, but that's again
The
same thing.
Ponderosas I get for sure.
Same thing with the Twilight Zone argument. Is like the first 10 seasons of that show are like there are episodes I like more than others, but there's no episode where I'd be like, this isn't worth watching.
I think I just don't like any character where most of the humor hinges on these guys are gross. Like I don't. You just feel like never does numbers for me. Like it's the same thing I don't like about every sketch I don't like on Tim and Eric. It usually just boils down to like the whole joke is just this is fucking
Sure.
gross.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the McPoyles are like that, but I feel like the
McCoys are more like that than the Ponderosas because like
Ponderosas.
the Bill Ponderosa is just.
I feel like I
fucking
get that.
piece of shit.
I definitely get that, but I also just think the McPoyles have a lot of good lines, and I think they're
They
funny.
do.
But yeah, they definitely the whole thing about them is just that they're.
When that's just the main joke about something, I think I am automatically I'm just like, all right, I'm just kind of I get this joke already,
Yeah.
and I don't know. I don't know.
I agree.
The Ponderosas also, not.
That's just my taste of humor.
I'm definitely
I think.
not crazy about Bill Ponderosa. I think it's weird that he.
I
I
kind of like
disagree.
him more
I
than
kinda
I
like
like
him.
Maureen.
I think Bill's
yeah,
very
but they
boring.
kill off Marie. Like she's like,
Yeah,
she's really
fine,
not
I'm
in it.
glad.
She's in
not
like
in
5
it.
episodes.
Yeah, she's in like not much of it at all.
Bill's not in that many
Yeah,
anymore.
but it's one episode like per season, so it's usually one episode
It
per
is
season.
so.
I don't
Can
care
we talk about
about.
how fucking weird it is that he went from being Bill Ponderosa to being the father of young Sheldon?
Not really.
That's funny. I didn't know that he was on Young
Yeah.
Sheldon, but
I remember watching one episode
You
of the
just
show.
see he looks like just a dad to me. So
He does look like a dad, but it was so funny because like he was in the Super Bowl episode and he was like doing coke and shit, and then I like literally the next day I was at my dad's house and he had young Sheldon. And I was like, what the fuck is that Pondy? That's weird.
Bond.
Yeah, I don't hate Bill Ponderosa, but he's definitely of the recurring characters not my favorite. I would say. I really like the lawyer guy. I wish he'd
Dude,
come
the
back
lawyer
more.
guy's so funny.
He's great. He's great in everything. I like that
Everyone
guy.
finds that more funny than I do.
I just like that guy in general.
I just like that
good
he's
and
like the only guy who's just like completely sane.
stuff. Yeah,
What are you talking? He's the man who like uses fake hands.
no,
He's,
not him.
No,
the
it's
lawyer.
Uncle Jack.
well, he's a lawyer too.
He is a lawyer.
He is a lawyer. That's
Yeah,
why I thought that.
he's-
I don't
no,
even
no,
the
we're
guy
talking
that like
about the
just gets
lawyer.
pissed off that ends up being like a waiter or whatever in the new
No,
season.
No, that's
the
waiter.
waiter.
The waiter
I
shows
like
up.
the waiter.
I like the waiter too.
The waiter is the waiter at that super nice restaurant.
The
they always
lawyer's,
go to.
Yes.
the
I know the
lawyer's the
waiter, I
guy
know the
who Charlie tries to challenge to a duel. Who's like, I'm trying to think of.
Okay.
I can't believe
The first one is. Do you remember the episode where
They keep calling him the
his
Jew
mom-
lawyer, if that helps ring any. That'd be
his
fine.
mom, Dennis's and Dee's mom dies, and they have to split up the will, and they go to this lawyer's office.
Hold on, let me.
You
If
know,
I
because-
saw
you'll-
my
you'll-
pirate-
and with the
recognize
bird law thing, it was that was who it was.
There, that guy.
Okay, yeah.
I think he's really.
He's always
And
like
he's not in it at all.
underselling everything. He's just like, you guys are fucking insane.
He's not in it enough. I think.
I
I always like when he's.
But I don't want him to overexpose.
I don't want him to
that.
overexpose it either, but he hasn't been on in
Yeah,
like 5
and
seasons.
he also just keeps. That's the other part is for some reason they said like something like all lawyers are Jewish, and so they will call him the Jew lawyer.
Yeah, they always call him the
He's
Jew.
always like, I'm not Jewish.
Yeah.
guys just made
a very
that up.
Always Sunny joke. Yeah, I like the waiter too,
Oh my.
but that's not who. Yeah.
I go there's like the waiter and the waitress on the show.
No, you've never seen us, man. We're from Philadelphia. This is my favorite part of the Super Bowl thing. When he shows up, and he's like, I cannot get away from you people. And they're like, dude, we don't know who you are. We're from Philadelphia. So we're not local.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I do remember that.
And then the waiter wasn't a waiter when he was like introduced. He was like he was the guy who like hires Mac and Charlie at that place, or if you recall.
I don't.
He's just had a fall from grace.
Yeah, he's the guy. Remember the episode where they do the "Secret to My Success" riff with the Pepe Sylvia episode.
Oh yeah.
And they get hired by. He's the one who hires them.
Is he? Okay. It's
It's
been
crazy.
It's been so long since I've like watched.
And then he's
it.
just a waiter for the rest of the show.
I really hate Gil the Snail.
There's another character where it's
Yeah.
like almost the joke is just
Yeah,
that's fine.
Not
but
even
I'm just like-
almost. That's
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
What it is. But I feel like also Gale isn't on it a lot
No,
either.
she-
So I feel
It
like
also helps that I like that actress more than I like
What is
either
she in?
Jimmy.
She did
She's in
something-
everything. She's on Mr. Show. That's what's her name? How can I not remember it now?
how could you? I wish I
It's
could help.
embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
She's on Mr. Show. She's like one of the main cast members.
Mr. Show's pretty good.
She was in something recently where I like didn't even recognize.
She's on
her.
24 also.
No.
Wow.
She was. It was weird because I was like, I didn't even recognize her. I was like, wow, you look like a normal person.
Yeah. But she's not in the show a whole lot, so I feel like I feel like a lot of the side characters, it really doesn't matter if you don't like them too much because they kind of just show
They
up.
go in and out.
They go in.
Unless it's Ricky Cricket. He's in like every fucking episode now.
I like him though.
Is he?
He's pretty.
He's
close.
in every season at least.
He's
once
in every
for sure.
season, but
He's in
not
at least half the episodes.
No,
No,
Yes, he
that
is.
That cannot be true.
That is
Of,
not
of the
true.
more recent seasons, yeah, absolutely.
I feel like
Mary
that's-
Lynn Rice-Joe was her name.
What? Okay.
I just
Oh,
wanted you to
yeah,
say
yeah,
it.
yeah.
She's just one of the character actors.
I feel like you're wrong.
Okay.
But I don't know. But
It definitely feels like it. I mean,
I definitely think there's been times where like a whole season will come by and he won't be on it, or he'll just have like a bit part in one episode. It definitely feels like they give him like full.
They give him just a full-on episode.
Yeah, that was the thing. That episode wasn't that good.
I thought that was
I agree.
You like that one?
I don't like that one, but I mean, we're not having as much of an issue as I do with other episodes that I just don't like them.
I mean, I think it
Well,
also.
but with that one, for me, I liked a lot of that season. And
I mean, I also
that
think it's because
one
David
episode.
Hornsby is like a writer on that
Yeah.
show now, so he's around all the
He was
time.
always
He's always
right
right
on the
on the show.
No, I don't think he was in the first
Def-
3 seasons.
he
He
definitely
definitely
wasn't
was.
right on the show. I think he was one of the producers of the show, right?
Yeah, I think he like.
Now he is a
He definitely is now.
Yeah.
But I think he always was. I think.
Yeah.
I have on good authority.
So there are 154 episodes, and he's in 24 of them, which is a lot.
So, but I'm saying how many of them are more recent? I think in more recent seasons,
I don't know.
it's-
I'd have to go look
on
at
the wiki, maybe they have like a list of appearances.
Maybe, yeah. Let's see.
Because the thing, I just feel like in the more recent seasons, he's in so many more episodes.
I guess I just
They have to
I might be wrong, but it just feels that way.
They have to justify doing all that makeup.
Yeah, I mean it's funny.
Yeah, they just shoot
I
5
love. I
episodes
mean,
all
Cricket's great.
Wait, what?
I like Cricket. He's great.
I like
Yeah.
Cricket too. Look, to be fair, that is a character where I guess one of the jokes is just that he looks super
Yeah, but also
frozen every
like
time.
the
Yeah, but they
joke-
build to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they built to it, and it's just so sad seeing how far he has fallen from the first time
Okay,
you
so-
see him on the show as a preacher.
Cricket wasn't even in the last season, the most recent one.
I didn't watch the most recent one.
Okay, well, let's see. Before that, he has the one episode.
The full episode, that's just about him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in 2 episodes of the one before that.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Then before that, he's in 1 episode, and then the season before that, he's in 2.
Okay.
It was one of those seasons with the 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And then the season before that, he's in 1.
Okay, it just feels like a lot. I might be wrong. So.
But he appears in a photograph in season 13. That is
They
what-
look at this photograph.
They look at this photograph, but he's
Chance the Rapper says, I love this scene.
yeah. This scene's awesome.
So
How do you feel about Dexter coming back?
I said, I don't get it. Where's Dee Dee?
Thank you. Fucking thank you. Will the Super Friends be there? Is that what they were called? The little interstitial cartoon?
No,
Or is-
are they the Super Friends? No, that's the real one.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
the
name.
real one.
It's they were like the Justice Buddies or some shit.
I was checking your power because I was like, that screen's been on for a while.
No, 27.
Yeah, you're good.
I lock it.
I just didn't want it to
Locked
die
it.
and turn this
Locked
gold.
it. Locked it.
That was Kato-esque.
Lockdown.
Where's Kato Kalin from? He's from Egypt or something?
Egypt.
What?
Am I making this up?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was thinking
It's from like San
Casey
Francisco.
Kasem was what I was thinking.
What?
Because you said Kato. Because no, Casey Kasem earlier.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Is he
Talked
from
about his
Egypt?
bottom 40. That's crazy and hard for me to believe. But look, I don't know enough. I don't know that much about his life. I know Kato is not from Egypt.
Casey Kasem, voice of Shaggy, right?
Yeah. The host of American Top 40.
I think he's Egypt American or something.
We'll see.
Because I think it's like Kasem is actually Kasim.
Ah, that's interesting.
It's well, you mean like pronunciation wise?
Yeah, like if you said it in
It's
Arabic.
spelled. Yeah, okay. Let's see where he was born in Detroit. No, he was just born.
Let me see.
Just throw it your
Lebanese. It says right there, dummy.
Let me see.
It, literally the second line after Detroit. Lebanese parents.
His parents were.
Okay,
Lebanese.
well, sorry.
You said he was
born.
from. It's literally what you said
Well,
was.
You said he was a fucking
Well, but he
pharaoh,
has.
Danny.
I said he was a pharaoh.
You said they mummified him when he died.
But I think he has
was
Lebanese
dying.
citizenship too. Because I know that he
It
did
doesn't
it.
say that. No, I'm not giving you my phone.
It's in
here.
personal life, probably. Not early life.
I'm under personal life now.
We'll go to impersonal life.
Let's see.
Because he did work for them, like humanitarian work.
He did humanitarian work, but it doesn't say anything about him having a citizenship there. He's a political liberal, though.
Was
Okay, sorry. He is of Lebanese descent. Not he is Lebanese. Apologies.
That
you
said that he was born.
You called some Lebanese.
I never said
descent.
born. I never said born. You're full.
You said that about Cato.
Oh, it's Cato. I was just mistaken.
You said he's from Egypt.
Cato, I was mistaken. Sorry. I should have said he is of Egyptian descent if you want to get specific.
I just thought you were saying that he was born in Egypt, so I looked it up and it was born in Detroit. That was all I was looking
I
at.
never said born.
Bring my Cato
Jesus
home.
Christ.
I said from.
But from, I just assumed that they were
Right.
there and now they're here.
This is a lot
I guess
of
it's just 'cause-
prepositions.
There.
Talk.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I wasn't specific, but I also wasn't also inaccurate.
I'm not saying you were inaccurate. I was
That's
saying
the most fun kind of argument.
I'm saying I was looking up to see if he was born in Egypt or not, and he wasn't, and that's all I was looking up.
But he was one of the guys who I was really surprised when you hear the voice of Shaggy. You don't go, that sounds like an Arabic dude. It was really weird.
Maybe because he was born in Detroit. Could be. I don't know.
Does Shaggy sound like he's born in Detroit?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. My God.
Yeah, every time they eat a pizza, he's like, this is good, but it's not Detroit style.
Am I right?
He sounds like Eminem. He just.
I'm a vegetarian.
Is that what you think people in Detroit sound like?
No, that's just what Shaggy's
Shaggy's
whole
whole
thing was.
He goes, I'm a vegetarian.
Just that the whole vegetarian thing in the 80s and 90s or whatever it was, or earlier than that, I don't know.
Like 60s and 70s, dude. Right?
Yeah.
I thought it was something.
Was it the 60s? Scooby did that early?
Yeah, I think late 60s.
Oh no, that's when it started.
Yeah.
But I thought that
Oh, his vegetarian thing.
I thought
came
the
later.
vegetarian thing
I
came
have no
later.
idea
Oh,
when that
maybe.
came in.
I don't actually know.
I thought that was in like the 70s or 80s. Yeah, no, Scooby Doo's from the 60s.
What's your favorite original Scooby Doo episode?
Minor 49er's really good.
Such a shame. He's the reason why I can't finish the next Roberto Tatura.
Why?
I picked Reiner Slimer Minor 49er.
That's good.
There's not enough pictures of him.
You'll be happy to know that this is weird. Especially since me and Ian were talking about this the other day. But Jonah and JP came over. We got a bunch of donuts for some reason. It was just a weird start to the day. And then we were like, since my mom's not home, we were going to watch a movie in like the living room and all that. And Jonah was like, I watched Mystery Incorporated with him once like a year ago. And he was like, we should put Mystery Incorporated on. And then we watched this episode before the season finale. He was like, oh, we got to watch the finale. And I was like, I thought we were going to watch a movie. And then we watched the finale. And JP started getting really into it. And then they didn't like the cliffhanger, so they wanted to watch the next season like opener.
Premiere.
Yeah, we watched like 3 episodes of Mystery Incorporated, and then like Jonah left.
I never watched Mystery Incorporated.
That's good. I think
That was
it is.
a new Scooby Doo movie. Was it good?
No, it's a
Scoob?
show. It's a 2-season show.
Wait,
It's
no,
on
but
Netflix.
I'm asking, was Scoob good?
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see it?
No. I don't really want
It's
to.
on Netflix, right?
It's on HBO Max for
HBO.
sure.
I mean, I'm sure.
I thought you had seen it.
Mm-mm.
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
wanna
think
see
you're
it.
going to be a fan. But I think there are going to be some jokes I think you will
I'm
at
sure
least
there is.
enjoy Dick Dastardly. He is a highlight.
Who plays Dick Nestor?
I don't know.
No.
It's not like a stunt
Okay.
casting like the other ones.
Yeah,
It's pretty, I don't know. There were some jokes I found funny, and
I'm sure it's fine.
it was fun watching it with a group, but like if I was watching it by myself, I would just be like,
I don't foresee myself enjoying that one too much, but you never know.
there was some stuff I thought was funny.
Yeah.
There were some good Fred jokes.
How'd you feel about Will Forte as Shaggy?
I felt like a lot of people didn't like him as Shaggy, and I don't know, it was whatever to me, man. I don't. I don't know. They can't fucking bring Casey Kasem back or.
Yeah, but Lillard.
Call his
Give a
kids.
fuck about Lillard.
I know, but he's like the one who's been doing it for years. So I'm saying they do
I mean, it doesn't matter. Literally, voice actors change so often
No, I
in
know.
cartoons that it does not bother me. When
No, but it was that he was going to get signed on, and then they decided not to for.
It doesn't matter.
Like the whole cast that always does it was going to do that, and then they like kind of shafted them.
But has Matthew Lillard actually been in like the shows recently?
Yeah, he's been in like the shows for the past like 15, 20
Really?
years. Yeah, he's been like in every
If
single.
anyone's gonna know this, it's
I
Eric.
promise.
Do you remember? I'm sure you will. Well, I was to say firstly,
He doesn't really have a career outside.
I
of being
totally
Shaft.
forgot to say,
That's sad.
Red Baron is my favorite episode of the original Scooby-Doo. But
Well, we should talk about frozen pizzas as well.
Yeah, I love those.
I have a lot to say about Frozen.
You used to get the little deep dish Red Baron ones.
I fucking hate any little deep dish pizza.
I agree.
I don't like
Have
Red
you
Baron.
gotten the Red Baron?
Mama
one?
Rose's
No.
bad.
I've never had Mama Rose.
Same thing.
You ever had the Red Baron deep dish pizza?
Yeah, don't like
Yeah, it's not great. I thought it was alright though.
them.
The tasty
But
stuff come
yeah,
back
that's
down.
like tasty.
I mean, I'd eat
You guys should go try them.
any like frozen pizza or anything.
I
like
eat frozen
that.
pizza way too much. Honest to God,
Same.
I probably eat it like once a week minimum. But
Same.
but
Same.
I usually prefer the thinner crust frozen pizza. I've some because like when
This guy gets it.
This
the
is an awesome
thicker
This guy absolutely
the
fucking
thicker the
gets it.
pizza is frozen, the more like mushy and gross it usually turns.
Yeah, and usually just the crust on
Were we
thicker
talking about the
ones
Brooklyn pizza from Domino's recently?
You brought it up, but I have no real opinion because I just don't think Domino's is very good.
That's not.
Oh my god!
I mean, it's what am I gonna go to
Oh,
bed?
yeah,
and be
you're
like,
not gonna go to
no,
bed.
Domino's is awesome.
Yes, but even the times I've had the Brooklyn one, it does nothing for me.
I don't think the Brooklyn one's good either. So
Yeah,
we're all in
from
agreement.
Domino's?
Yeah.
No, I like the Brooklyn style.
Oh,
So we're
really?
not all in agreement.
Okay.
In my opinion, I just think it's like the normal hand tossed, but slightly better. But I don't think it's like
I don't think
different
the
enough.
difference. Yeah, I don't think the difference is enough. I prefer.
No, it's
slightly
definitely
less,
not
but-
like Brooklyn style. It's like not Brooklyn style at all.
Yeah.
But it ends up being like the normal one, but like greasier, I guess. Which like
Sure.
I like it, but it's like it's
Yeah.
clearly
I just
way worse
I
for
hate Papa John's and Domino's when I have to reheat it. So usually I'm just.
I just hate Papa John.
Really, Papa John's my favorite.
I'm not crazy about Papa John's.
It's Papa
If
John's
it's
and
hot,
Domino's and
I don't
Pizza
mind
Hut
it.
for me.
I know Pizza Hut is terrible pizza, but I think I would like prefer to eat that pizza over either Papa John's.
Yeah, no,
It's usually cheaper than Papa John's too. I feel like.
I agree. I think
I think it
Pizza
has
Hut.
Well, Papa John's is definitely the most expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Pizza Hut is probably better, but I think I get a better deal at Domino's with the coupons and stuff.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
if you get the
that was
large-
the best deal for sure.
Yeah, that's why. That's why
Pizza
I.
Hut used to be like the best deal, as far
I
as
just feel like they got that $5.99
although
deal.
Yeah.
Papa John's.
And they got the $7.99 like large 3 topping. That's like the way
If
to
you,
go in my
but
opinion.
so does Pizza, don't they? They did for a
It's
long
not.
time.
I think it's a little bit
Oh.
more expensive than that.
I know Papa John's used to have $7.99 large 2 topping. I don't know if they still do, but back when we lived by UNO, what? I mean,
I'm just enjoying this. I was just thinking about how much I'm enjoying just talking about pizza, and then
What?
we moved on from fucking my name is Earl and bullshit.
okay.
Well, but speaking of,
yeah. My name is Earl Loves Pizza.
great show.
Love
it.
The
It's a
Papa
show
John's-
based off a bit from
Shut
Carson
the fuck
Daly.
up.
It's like how I'm going to bat for.
All right. The Papa John's by our school,
Yeah.
that one used to have a crazy good deal. It was 50% off anything on the menu.
That's insane.
Yeah, so
Wait,
you
which
could,
thing? Where
at
where
Papa
was
John's.
it? At Papa John's. That's,
The one that's right around the corner.
that's wild.
It's like next to my house. You could my old house.
That's good. That'll throw him off.
Six. No,
You live in hell?
yeah, six.
Six.
Do it.
Wario.
So, Solomon's
That's another group
Squidward
of
noises were awesome.
Yeah, that really added.
Yeah.
All I was gonna say is, but that one. So I would order a like extra large pizza with 3 toppings and like all
This
this
is great.
crazy shit, and then I could eat it over like a period of 4 days, and it was like $10.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good, but then I would just eat it over a period of like 30 minutes and then feel bad.
I have
That's
done
just
that.
me, though.
I have done that.
I do that almost every time.
I can't help myself with pizza.
Dude,
I really can't.
I really-
I think I like. I'm like. I'm not full yet, and then I'll
I like.
eat like half the pizza. Well, I'll eat the whole
I don't
thing
like
or whatever.
ordering like a pizza for myself when anyone else is there, because like one time I just like literally ate like an entire pizza, and Jonah was like, "I can't believe you ate all that," and I just like
Jonah ordered a pizza to my house and ate like a piece and then fucking left it at my house. Yeah. And
Jonah's a weird case. That pizza didn't look good either.
That pizza was foul. What we did to that pizza was a service.
I agree. If it's like, unless it's like a super big pizza, you know, like Pizza Delicious, I can't eat all of those pizzas. But like
Pizza Delicious is awesome.
Pizza Delicious is fucking awesome.
It's good, but
I think there's pizza in the city.
I'd say it's close.
Probably. What's better?
Yeah.
What's better?
Yeah.
I just think New York style pizza is just good.
Dude, in New York, there's a place called 99-cent Pizza that you can just get a huge fucking slice for 99 cents. It's like legitimately my favorite restaurant.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome.
That place is awesome. I agree.
It's sick. Best pizza. Well,
Brooklyn pizza's pretty good.
It's not open anymore.
Oh.
It was awesome. I love Brooklyn
awesome.
pizza.
I mean, it was like Pizza Delicious.
Yeah,
pretty much.
It was on Veterans.
Theo's is okay.
It was really good. It's a shame they don't.
Cece's is pretty awesome.
Shut up. Wait, what did you say before?
Theo's.
Theo's
I'm trying to think. I guess like in stuff in New Orleans proper, it's like hard for me because
I named a bunch of places in Metairie pretty much.
Yeah,
Slice is good. I like Slice. It's not like my fucking favorite, but again, it's just that big slice of pizza. It's good.
Yeah.
Gotta love a big slice.
Have you guys ever had Sam's Club pizza? Have I said this before?
Yeah, I like Sam's Club pizza.
I don't think I have had Sam's Club pizza.
I think it's pretty good. I think it's way better than I
have had Sam's Club pizza. It is good.
Yeah, I think it's weirdly like better than Domino's and Papa John's and Pizza Hut, and like I wish I could just go get Sam's.
Can I be honest?
Please
probably
I would love for you to be honest.
Can I be real with you?
That was good. Someone needs to clip that.
The Great Value, just like Great Value thin crust, like the cheapest one you can get, is like my go-to pizza. It's like honestly,
I would love for you to rank like frozen pizzas. Like I would love for you to do like a show like that, and because I want some suggestions.
Yeah, I had a ranking system of pizzas at one point.
What?
No.
We didn't talk about this that one night.
No. Okay, so. This is actually legitimately unhealthy.
I hope there's some on there.
Yes. This is legitimately unhealthy and disgusting. My freshman year, I literally ate frozen pizza every night for about 6 months. Like
that's crazy.
That's also what I pretty much did my sophomore year of school when I was at UL.
I feel like I've been eating just about as bad my entire life. So.
Well, but it wasn't even like I don't know. It was not like a. It was disgusting, like how much pizza is.
I was eating a lot of Hungry Howie's my freshman year. I don't know if you guys have ever had Hungry Howie's. That is you can tell that pizza's cheap just looking at it.
Yeah. Hungry Howie's and Little Caesars are on the like super cheap pizza level.
But I feel like maybe Little Caesars, you could, if it was hot, it could be good.
Yeah, Little Caesars is
Howie's.
I would eat Little Caesars, like without a problem. But I think they're on the same level.
I would eat most pizza without a problem.
Yeah.
Well, let's say, but I ate so much pizza because also I lived.
Reginelli's is also really good. We didn't talk about.
Yeah.
Yes, Reginelli's is a good one. But I lived at the school,
Sparrow?
So they had.
Shut up.
What?
Sparrow's fucking sucks.
Did you ever see that fucking Keith Apicary?
You like Sparrow?
Not really. I just thought I'd say it. I didn't expect to get called out for it. I thought it was
a pretty good
suggestion.
episode of Talking Classics with Keith Apicary, where for some reason I think the guy who
I don't
does
really even know Talking Classics.
It's an old web series, but he
it's
like
Western
web series.
Yeah.
Where he just talks. He talks about video games. That's all you know.
I misheard.
But anyway, there's an episode where the guy who was making it like went to vacation in Italy, so he brought his stuff with him, and he was like, "I'm going to Italy to find the real Mario or something." And he shows up in Italy, and he's like the thickest like lateral lisp. He just goes, "Hey, is there any way you can get a Sbarro pizza around here?" And then the episode ends.
That's good.
I don't know why I thought it was so funny at the time, but I still think it's a really good line.
Sparrow sucks.
It's bad. Dude, holy shit. Dude, no. Can I tell you, I went to Sbarro Pizza in a metro station in D.C.
You saw
Metro Station? Yeah, they're awesome.
They're awesome. Shake it.
Peter like still goes to bat for Metro. It's like his favorite band.
That song's awesome.
His favorite band? Anyway, I don't want to get too bogged down on Metro Station. All I know is I went to Sbarro.
Awesome.
This was recently.
I just want to make
this
clear
was in January.
That song is awesome.
This is in January. I went to Sbarro Metro in a Metro
Station. I'm not going to go to bed for any other Metro Station.
I'm not going to go to bed for anything Metro Station's ever done.
There was legitimately rats. Just like they were crawling at my feet in the Sbarro Pizza.
So
I've heard people say similar things about Sicily's before. Different Sicily's, not one.
I've never been to a Sicily's. I know you told me about
pizza
them.
buffet. It's like Cece's, but like the pizzas are even smaller.
I hear it's like Cece's, but slightly better.
Different. I was.
That's what I've heard. That's what I heard from like maybe 1 or 2 people. So I don't.
The dessert pizza. They have a chocolate chip
I
pizza.
unabashedly like Cece's, so don't.
Well, look,
Cece's is just an experience.
Honestly, I said this the other day, and I immediately wished I hadn't said it out loud because it should have just been.
But you should say it out loud again.
It should have just been a guilty thought that was in my head. But I said, I think to JP that the cheese bread at Cece's is legitimately like one of my top 10 favorite foods ever.
Oh my god.
I think it's really good.
I will say, you know what I will go to bat
when
for?
I was a kid, it was my favorite food.
Well, I loved Cece's as a kid, but you know what I'll go to bat for?
Yeah.
Mac and cheese pizza there.
That
fucking
shit's
good.
it's amazing. I
I
never
agree.
had that before we went, and
I agree. No, I like Cece's. I think the pizza is like not anything to write home about, but
you're
it's
not going there to eat
Exactly.
great pizza.
Yeah.
You're
It's
there to
hot.
eat a lot of hot, okay pizza.
It's hot and it's there, and you can eat a shitload of it.
Well,
and different kinds.
What I was gonna say is in a similar thing. You're saying better than
and you feel
Pizza
awful
Delicious.
after.
I don't know if the pizza itself is better, but I think I might like eating there more as Blaze Pizza.
I like Blaze, but
Which
I guess I haven't ever been in. I've only ordered it.
Well, this isn't because you can go in and you can literally throw whatever the fuck you want on a pizza. It doesn't cost any more money.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Yeah, that's cool.
so yeah, just be like, yeah, okay. I'm like paying per topping or whatever for Domino's. I just buy the pizza. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Buffalo chicken, whole mozzarella balls, and bacon. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. No sauce. Cover it in Alfredo sauce. And they're just like, all right.
Conceptually, that's awesome.
Were you
Yeah.
there the time that I tried to get them to put no sauce on the pizza? Chavez or something, I think it
I
was.
think I was there.
And like everyone was just against me on that.
Everyone was essentially just ignoring what
Yeah,
you were
that's
saying.
pretty much what happened.
I will say that that definitely leads me down a path of like
No, wait, that was that not at
Wendy's birthday, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yes, that was it. Sorry.
I was say it leads me on a path of like being raised very like I'm super cheap. Whenever I see that nothing like it doesn't cost any more money, I will just add as many things as possible.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it's free. Like I went to a Blaze Pizza with Rose, and she got like 3 toppings like a normal human being. I had like 7 toppings, and she was like, "Do you even want andouille sausage on your pizza?" And I was like, "I'll try it."
That just when something has that many toppings, I just feel like it makes it even hard to
Yeah,
like
it is.
eat.
Well,
It, like
'cause
some sliding off.
Basically, yeah, it did. But you know what? It was great.
Yeah, I got
It
my
basi-
money's worth.
Dude, it basically became a fucking lasagna.
That's terrible, but it's awesome. when
Honestly,
you
it
did
sounds
that.
kind of awesome to me.
Lasagna pizza.
It was just layers.
But look, you guys
can do
not
that. Someone
like,
has to have already done lasagna
Guys.
pizza, right? Sorry.
I don't know about lasagna
Neither of
pizza.
you
Pizza
like-
lasagna, yes.
do neither of you like the cheesy bread from Cece's?
No, I do.
I don't even remember, but I'm sure it had a bunch
Saying
of
it's my
them.
top 10 foods, though, absolutely not.
That's
No,
crazy.
I get it, but like, just wanted to hear someone say that they liked it.
I like any cheese bread.
That's true.
I
It's hard to go
love-
wrong.
I just think it's really good. It's like very buttery and garlicky, and I like it. And I think I don't know. I've gotten cheese bread many places, and no place has been better than Cece's for me, as far as cheese bread goes.
Honestly, I would say Cece's is better than Sicily's, but only because I
I've
just
never
feel
been
like
to Sicily.
I'm
but
just
I know I would.
as someone who's been to both. I'll let you know how I feel about it. And I've been to Sicily's a ton of times. That's
Yeah.
the one we had on the North Shore before it closed, and they would do like a school night there, so we went like every
positive
Wednesday.
I would agree, because like at the end of the day, I really downplay it, but
I feel like-
I kind of just love Cece's.
Yeah, I know you love. And we all. Anyone
You're
who
really not
knows you
downplaying it very well.
knows
I know,
you
but-
love Cece's.
Yeah, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
What can I say?
I think they're a lot better about getting the pizza out. The pizza slices are bigger.
Cece's.
Yeah. I don't even know if there was an arcade section. That was the only thing I really liked about Sicily's was they had an arcade.
Dude,
Oh, Cece's has a huge.
fucking
arcade.
Cece's used to have really good arcade theaters. Every Cece's I ever went to for a long time had Crazy Taxi in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're not still anymore.
I mean, I don't know. They
I
sold
guess
a
I
lot
haven't
of them.
stepped in the arcade for many
The
moons.
Sicily's that I would go to had Metal Slug 5, which great Metal Slug. And they had a Jurassic Park pinball machine that was replaced by a Space Jam pinball machine. So it was just like, this is just fucking
Dude,
awesome.
Okay, this is a weird story about pizza places arcades.
That's what Area 51.
I-
which got every.
Yeah.
When I
It's
was
a good one though.
I don't know, probably 7th or 8th grade, I did a theater trip where I was in this community theater and we got invited to like perform at a national theater conference. Really bizarre. And I guess it wasn't national. It was like large regional. It was
that
like
band.
Yeah.
The National.
I was in the band The National.
The regional.
The regional.
Regionals.
That's a good idea. We only
more
played.
batteries does your phone have? Just want to check and make sure this doesn't die before we.
We're at 25%. We're good.
How long is it?
It's nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, granted we had to make it 4, so.
Are we close?
Yeah, we're like 9 minutes from 4.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we had to. It was the Southeastern Theater Conference, but Southeastern goes like from Texas up to like Virginia in like a scoop.
And that's up.
So it does. So then we went up to
Hype man.
Lexington, Kentucky to go perform at this theater conference. And first of all, my dad is an idiot. The person who was running the trip knows that my dad travels a lot for work, and he was like, "This is pre like hotel websites really." I mean,
Like
it's
9/11.
My dad was traveling out pre 9/11. We took a bus, so it didn't matter. We didn't fly.
Like a bus?
No, we like rented a bus. There was 30
The
kids.
bus was coming though.
The Venga bus was coming. Yeah, no, it was like 30 kids. Yeah. So
Would you like to party?
How many wheels?
yes and yes. So, but anyway, they didn't do like a lot of travel websites, and the person running the trip was like, "Hey, Doug, you travel a lot. Can you like, get us a good hotel?" And my dad's like, "Yeah, sure." So he calls around, he finds this hotel, and he gets a really good rate. And then we show up, and I shit you not, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's not in Lexington proper. It's like in the middle of fucking nowhere, outside of Lexington. And there's 3 big buildings surrounded by just length of highway. And it is our hotel, immediately to the right of us, a Hardee's. Immediately to the right of the Hardee's, the Spearmint Rhino Gentlemen's Club. Which looks... Which is...
I feel like I always associate Hardee's with being on a road trip, too. So that's,
yes. And
that's good.
And the Spearmint Rhino, by the way, is huge. It is like... Imagine like... It's probably like 1/3 the size of a Walmart.
I'm looking up.
It was fucking big. Like, it's a big building. Like, almost as big as our hotel. We were just like, what the... I mean, maybe...
Almost like a third of a Walmart?
Almost like a third of a Walmart.
Damn.
Maybe closer to a quarter, but nonetheless, big place. And so then they're like, of course, all the parents on the bus are like, what the fuck? And so for some reason, the entire weekend, we would go to eat breakfast at Hardee's at like 7 in the morning, and we'd see guys coming out of the Spearmint Rhino at 7 in the morning. We'd be like, this is weird. And then they kept telling us, like, hey, we know it's a lot of work, and we know this rooming situation didn't work out as great as we planned, but at the end of the week, we're going to go to a great place. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese, right? It's a local place, though. It's like, but they used to, like, we had, like, local things similar to Chuck E. Cheese. It was called Fat Cat's Pizzeria.
That sounds awesome.
That does sound awesome.
There's
Okay.
a place I
The
went
way
to
your
called
mouth
Tom's
opened, I thought you were going to say,
First,
I've been
I thought
there.
I've heard of those, but
No.
I don't think I've
There was a
I
place-
swear to God you haven't.
There's a place I was at in Mississippi called Tom's Extreme Pizzeria.
That sounds really cool.
And their mascot's just a dude. He's like, whoa!
Yeah.
But so we went, like, so we fucking did this performance. We rehearsed for, like, multiple days. We dealt with weird 7 a.m. Hardee's stripper patrons. And then at the end of the week, we're like, all right, Fat Cat's Pizzeria. We're so excited. We're going to go to Chuck E. Cheese. They're going to get us all tokens. We show up. It is like the brokest ass copy of a CC's Pizza. It's, first of all, it's not even a buffet. It's just several long tables, like a picnic area. And they
sad.
bought a bunch of pizza, and then I shit you not, there's 3 arcade machines. And it is Area 51,
Of course.
which I think it's a legal requirement. There's one of those in every pizza place.
Yeah.
There's Area 51,
Area 52.
yeah, Crazy Taxi I think also might have been one, and then I guess there's also a prize machine, but
Cruising USA.
no, not Cruising
Cruising!
USA. What's the other one?
Cruising USA.
No, it's not a sit-in one. Pole Position.
Never heard.
It's a really old one. It's like 1985. But so literally, and this says it was like, oh, okay, I guess I could eat one slice of pizza because they didn't even have a buffet. They had to order a bunch of pizzas for 40 kids, and then I'll spend my own money fucking playing Area 51.
That's a sad
That
story.
was a sad story.
And we laughed about that the whole fucking time. We were just like, yeah, guys, it's the best thing ever. Fucking Fat Cat's Pizzeria. And of course, you know when you go to like daycares and they like spray paint Disney characters on the side?
Oh yes,
That's what
awesome.
it was like. They had this mascot. It was Fat Cat who it was a cat with like aviators and like a backwards hat, and he was just spray painted on the side of a brick building.
Sounds really cool.
It was so fucking. It was honestly scary.
The part of you staying in a hotel with a Hardee's right next to it reminds me that
Next to the Spearmint Rhino.
Did you find the Spearmint Rhino?
Yeah, there's a few of them.
But it reminds me of when I evacuated for Katrina to Houston,
Yeah.
and I stayed in a hotel, a Red Roof Inn, if you must know.
Oh yes.
That was right next. That would like shared a parking lot.
Details.
It shared a parking lot with an IHOP. And anyway, it had become a thing. I became friends. Seems irrelevant. I became friends with Keller in like junior year of high school. And as soon as we became friends, it was a weird thing where we kept running into each other at places, like where it's like kind of interesting that we both ran into each other here at this time, and whatnot.
Yeah.
And anyway, we found out that
You met me at a kind of strange time in my life.
yeah, but we found out that we were talking about our evacuation story. He was like, "Oh yeah, I went to Houston too." He was like, "Oh yeah, I stayed at a Red Roof Inn with like an IHOP attached." And then we were like there at the exact day to day, the exact same time.
That's weird.
And then that's not even where it gets weird. While we were talking about that, we were driving home, and I had another friend there who I went to preschool with, and we passed our preschool, and he went, "Oh yeah, I went to preschool there." And then I went and looked, and there's pictures of us in preschool together.
That is very weird.
That is really weird.
We should recreate the End of Fight Club with you and Matt Keller.
I would love to. I wish I had the picture of me and Keller as like babies in preschool, but I don't.
Keller babies.
You had something to say?
I was that. I
Keller
would have the End of
babies.
Fight Club.
I was gonna say.
Oh my god.
Does anybody ever tell you memories from school or something that they like insist happened that you don't remember at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this happens with JP all the time because he doesn't remember fucking anyone he went to high school with, and I always am like, "Yeah, you don't remember this guy you literally sat next to during lunch like for years?" He's like, "No, I don't know that guy," and I'll show him a picture, and I don't know. And it's weird because
He looks like Eric Wareheim.
yeah, exactly. But in like high school, he sat in this one table with these few people for like literally as long as I knew him, and he didn't know like half the people on that table. Like when I brought it up recently,
That was wild.
and he doesn't seem to remember like anyone from
There was a guy who messaged
Maybe he was on hard drugs.
maybe he was on soft.
I sure was.
He might have been on soft drugs.
There was a guy who messaged the Sub Pop account recently who I like barely remembered existing, but he was in high school and middle school with me, and he told me a story where he said, "Hey, do you remember when we were in high school and the superintendent came to the school and was talking about some initiative, and then you screamed at him about giving himself a raise the same year that he raised taxes, and the entire school applauded for you?" And I went, "I don't think this happened." And then I asked other people, and they were like, "I don't know if I remember that specifically, but that sounds like something you would have done." And I was
It sounds like when you told me that I ignored you
This
or whatever.
sounds like what
You
would have
did.
happened in the movie version of Daniel's life.
Yeah, no, I thought it sounded like that was the Reese Witherspoon movie or whatever, Election.
That's exactly what happens.
I was like,
That's
this
what
is
your life
way
is like.
too fucking dramatic for this to have really happened. But apparently I did, because other people remembered it, and I was like, that's insane.
That's funny.
I remember being pissed off that he did that he gave himself a raise and then raised taxes. I remember thinking that was stupid. I don't remember confronting him about it, but it was insane that I did
How
that.
about you raise the roof while you're at it,
Yeah.
Mr. Governor?
And everyone clapped.
Yeah.
He raised the fucking roof. It was
They picked
awesome.
The superintendent, not the governor.
I do think about that time you said that I ignored you quite a lot.
Because you didn't.
I know. I believe you. I don't doubt it. It's just crazy that that's what I did. I must have not heard.
When
That's
you
my
hear
only.
the,
That's the
event,
only
the
way.
series of events described, if someone was telling me that I did that, I would just be like, wow.
Because I wouldn't have done that unless I just legitimately didn't hear you. That had to have been what happened. There's no way. There's no way I would have maliciously.
You responded to me quite a few times in that class.
Did I?
Yeah.
When?
It wasn't the same conversation where you totally ignored me, but there was because like we sat because they had that like dividing line in the
we didn't sit next to each other, did we?
We sat like on the other sides of that hall, the walkway. So I was to sit right next to you, but I like sat on the same row I think as you.
Yeah. I remember the teacher telling me to shut up a few times because I was playing with the headphones on, so no one could hear what I was playing, but I was hitting the keys so loud.
Yeah.
It was disrupting class.
I do remember her saying that, but. And then she wanted to make you do finger exercises, and we were like, he clearly knows what he's doing.
But I as soon as I had to do sheet music, I was awful. I couldn't.
Well, but that's just because you didn't read. But like, you didn't need to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. You didn't need to do that shit.
I guess.
But
my finger technique wasn't ideal.
Maybe. All I know is anyway, you were playing something I knew.
This is the only finger technique I need.
You were playing a song I knew, and I came up, and I was like, hey, I know that song, it's something or other, and you're like, yep. And I was like, that's really cool, like, when did you learn to play that? And you were like, when I was at home. And I was like, okay, cool.
That's even worse to me, because I feel like I was probably just being awkward.
I mean, I'm not like mad at you about it.
I probably just felt like this guy just came up to me and was asking me questions and I don't know how to respond, probably.
Sure.
But that's still crazy. I feel like I should have said more. I got a lot better about that in college, though. Towards the beginning of college for me, like the first couple of years, I felt like I wasn't good at interacting. I wasn't good at social stuff, like in high school at all. Huh?
The distancing.
He was great at distance.
Yeah, I was awesome at that.
No, it was so
but
funny.
I was awful at like going to parties and stuff. I was awful with talking to people and stuff.
Yeah.
But I got a lot better about that now.
I was too. For all I know, I could have also maybe phrased that question way weirder than I was thinking in my head. You were probably like, who the fuck is this guy?
Maybe.
Like,
I don't know.
I mean, I hardly remember what I said. I just remember you like clearly not wanting to talk to me, and I was like, I'm gonna walk. I have enough social intelligence to walk out of this one.
Well, love that story.
But
I don't even remember this. This is the first time I'm
honestly,
hearing this.
I didn't blame you because I've told this before. I didn't know if you knew my roommate.
Who was your roommate?
It was Adam.
Scott?
Pettisclo.
Who's that?
Okay, see, that's the thing. I don't...
Oh, wait. Yeah. This is the guy who I, like, know. I, like, met once,
Yes.
maybe.
We talked about this, I think, last time you were over here.
The guy who's, like, a communist, you said?
I would say no because we're on...
That's just what I remember.
I would say no because we're on tape, but he would say yes. So, yes.
Okay, yeah. No, I don't know him.
Okay, so...
I just, like, met him once or twice.
Well, okay, so, like, I don't... It was weird because he had a lot of beef with people that I don't know if it was all deserved.
Oh, so you thought it might have been like, I don't want to associate
specifically, he had beef with, like, I don't know about Jonah, but he had a ton of beef.
Names some names.
He was in some pissing match with Johnny at some point.
Who didn't have a
that does not surprise
Right,
me.
so, and then I saw you and Johnny hang out at one point, and I was like, I bet fucking
Makes
Eric
sense.
hates...
Johnny and I were into all
Pettisco.
sorts of piss play.
Yeah.
Gross.
You say it's gross, but true love conquers all.
I don't want to... It's not love.
Yeah, but I don't remember that.
Well,
okay.
That story's even worse to me than the one of me just ignoring you. Because at least the one of me just ignoring you, I feel like I could just say, I just didn't hear.
Well, because that happened to
But
me
that
several...
one just seems like I was just like a dick.
That happened to
for no
me
reason.
several times where, and I don't think Adam deserved all the hate he got, but for some reason there was like really bad, like he had a really bad reputation in our like, he was like a little immature at the time because we were like whatever 18, but everybody fucking hated him, and like so I would say like, hey, we should hang out with sometime with somebody, and they would be like, yeah, give me your room number, and I would say like my room number is blah blah blah, and they'd be like, oh, you're Adam's roommate, and then they would never talk to me again. It happened more than once.
I'm not surprised by that.
So then when I thought, I was like, I bet you this guy probably just knows Adam and doesn't want to hang out with me.
I don't know. But
I don't know either.
yeah, that story.
You didn't live in our hall.
I can't believe you're telling me this story now. This one, I feel like I never heard this one.
I feel like,
At least I don't remember it. But
I don't know. I feel like I tried. I don't know all of them by chance. I feel like I tried.
I just
to
like I
interact with
definitely
you.
remember you telling me that you were trying to talk to me, and I just straight up didn't say anything and turned the volume up.
Yes, that also happened.
I have come to believe that, but it's still just like crazy. But I can see like I just maybe didn't hear.
Yeah, like you didn't hear me now. Yeah.
But this one just sounds like I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude, fuck off. It just sounded like
I tried to interact with you a few times in that class, mostly because
that's crazy to me. I don't
because you were the only person in that class who like wasn't like I didn't know.
Just say it.
Didn't know what a piano was.
For Patreon.
Yeah. No, like.
I thought you were gonna say wasn't a woman.
No, there was other people in my class who weren't a woman.
Was there?
Yeah.
Just say it.
There was a guy who was also in my hall who sat next to me. I can't remember his name now, but that class was predominantly women.
It was me.
Oh,
I tried
what
to
am I
talk to
saying?
Danny.
I like helped someone who wasn't a woman. Like,
yeah, let's say there was that older guy who sat up front, though, like tall, skinny dude.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I was the guy who sat next to Danny, but I was just trying to talk to him. And he turned his mic.
And
then the fucked up thing is he wasn't even wearing.
And then I look.
So,
I
just see him do this. And I'd look, all right, dude.
I'd look at Grant and go, "You know my roommate."
Do it.
I literally didn't talk to anybody in that class. I don't think.
Anyways, so I totally understand though, because I definitely had a lot of awkward interactions where people told me they were like, "You're like an asshole," and I was like, "I didn't mean to, so I'm sorry."
There's definitely a lot of people I met in college where apparently they were just starting conversations with me, and I was just like, not having it. But I think it's also just like in class, I'm not expecting anyone to just talk to me. I'm expecting to just most of the time in class, I'm just expecting to go there like either write down notes or bullshit for an hour and then go get out of there. And then so if anyone ever talks to me about anything, I'm just already like out of it.
The only reason I even remember that interaction with you, like the headphone one was, or sorry, not the other one was just the headphone one was just funny. But the other one I only remember because it was the like fourth time in a week that it happened to me where I was like, I bet you somebody's beefing with Adam right now.
To just in general with you or with me specifically?
With like that like interaction where I was like, where'd you learn to play this? Only reason I remember that is because four other times like
with other people?
Yeah, with other people.
Okay.
With random people around. One of them was with Johnny, one of them was with a guy who was working at the desk. And like I was like trying to get something done. I was like, "Hey, can I check a friend into my room?" And they were like, "Oh man, I don't know." And I was like, "What do you mean you don't know?" And they were like, "Are you checking this in for you or checking this in for Adam?" And I was like, "Why the fuck would I check my friend in from Fairhope, Alabama, in for Adam?" And they were just like, "Okay." And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what did this guy do to you?"
That just kind of makes me wonder what Adam did to warrant this kind of reputation for everybody.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know anything about this guy. So
And the thing,
I can't really speak on it.
I mean, like, yeah, he was like kind of immature.
Not to speak of the matter.
Yeah.
I
This is kind of like
I hung out with
the
him.
Buster Scruggs situation.
Weird.
Katie brings that up to me a lot.
I was I explaining to you the Buster Scruggs thing the other day? Because you didn't even know about Buster Crow.
Oh yes, you did tell me
you
the
didn't know
Buster
about
Crow
that
thing.
when that was
No,
happening?
he explained this to me recently.
Katie was pissed.
Katie Michael?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
She still kind of is. But I can't read her on it because one time, like within...
I think made Katie Girajola for a second. I was like, why would she know?
She was
about
like, pissed too.
One time kind of recently...
We pissed every Katie off with this one.
One time kind of recently she was like, no, I mean, I think it's funny now. But then she said a bunch of stuff that made me think that she didn't find it funny and was just actually pissed. Because she was like, you know what, I don't even want to talk about this. Like, at some point... she definitely still mad about it.
Yeah, she's mad.
No one else is mad about it, I don't think. I hope.
She's mad that you guys were joking about it?
No, what happened? The reason why she got mad was because she tried to get like legal counsel involved. She like told her dad about it.
Oh my god.
She just like told her dad about it, I think in passing, and then her dad knows a copyright lawyer, and just like without telling her, like started
that's
talking.
the last thing Salmon ass needs to get tangled up in.
That's literally
copyright lawyer.
That's literally the reason why I started telling people that it wasn't real because of that. Because she was like, I'm talking to a lawyer right now, and I was like, oh my god.
Well, I thought you meant that she was still mad because she still believed that they'd stolen it.
No, but I think
I suspect she's still mad about that as well.
maybe.
No,
I
Given
just,
that information, I don't understand why she'd be mad about it.
I also think it just makes sense to be mad about it if you believed it, because it just means that we lied. And then also you were like not helping it because you were just saying I'm advised not to speak on it. And she said that was one of the reasons why she believed it. She thought I was joking until you said that, apparently.
Well, I don't think I
Which
ever
is
talked
crazy.
to her directly about it.
I think she's heard it from someone else. I think the reason...
from a friend.
No, because I think she, like you should, when she read my post was probably like, he's probably BSing. And then when she heard that you had said, like, oh, I've advised not to speak on it.
I don't even remember saying this.
You said that's like everybody. Like, that was like your stance on it. Was that you were going to say, I'm advised not to speak on the matter.
You do say that about everyone.
Said about so many things. Like,
But that was like your response on it. You weren't gonna. You said you weren't gonna say that it was real. You weren't gonna add fuel to the fire, but you were not gonna deny it. You were just gonna say that. Anyway, so the fact is, because
and by that I'm just adding so much more.
Exactly. And because you said that, she said, "Well, I feel like Grant would say that," or something like. Or she said,
I don't know her super well.
"I know," but she
That's
was like, "It sounds like he got
She
legal
thought you were
advice."
such a straight shooter.
She was basically she was
that
saying.
time we spent together working on Johnny's 3-2-1
Yeah.
must have really instilled a lot of.
Basically, she was
I don't know
saying.
why.
I had no idea. She
was-
saw me acting. No one should
Gross.
believe what I say after that.
What she was saying was that it seemed like you had gotten legal advice not to talk about it. That's what. That's
I
what she
consulted Frenchie.
thought. Well, yeah, of course.
See, now she's gonna hear this and go, they're still doing it.
Well, she
Well,
hates
we're
when
still
I bring it up.
pissed.
She what?
She just hates when I bring it up.
Oh.
And we're still pissed at the Converse.
I am furious. I hated that my teacher played it in class and left soon after that.
What? You had to watch that in class?
No, I just had to
too?
watch like one segment.
Which one?
The Liam Neeson one.
What the fuck?
Because it's the literary one on the Hunger
Yes,
Artists.
yeah.
That one's really good. I like that one.
I thought you were gonna say Katie Garrett.
Oh, I was mixing that one up with the last one.
No. We watched the one with the.
That one's based on a short story.
It's based off a Hunger Artist.
Yeah.
Loosely. It's not really like anything like it at all, but it's like the same principle, I guess.
Still haven't watched that movie.
Huh?
I still haven't watched that movie.
It's alright.
It's good, but it's not like top tier Coen Brothers. It's like mid tier.
Some of it's. I feel like, yeah, it definitely would have made more sense as a show. Personally.
Yeah, if they had just released those segments all separately, I think I would have liked it more than like sitting down and watching them all back to back.
I know everyone says the first segment, the Buster Scruggs part, is the best.
I think it is.
I think it might be, but like, it kind of annoys me that it might be because it
I don't like that
feels,
it's first. I wish
No,
it
not
wasn't
even that,
first.
because it feels like it just should have been fleshed out more. I just
agree.
wanted to see it as a movie.
I agree.
Because like the character's so good, and then the fact that it's just like immediately over almost feels like it's like what's even the point to me. But I mean, yeah,
I
it is
agree.
good.
It's
I love all
frustrating,
musical
but I do-
segments and stuff. It's really good. But
Everybody
I
else
just
is
wish it was that. I wish that was just the movie.
Yeah.
I agree. I wish they made that a full movie.
But I did really like the Liam Neeson one. I thought the James Franco one was pretty good.
So is you shooting down the anthology idea?
I'm not anti-anthology.
I like anthologies. I just think that one in particular, I don't love every segment.
I think
Especially the
anthologies.
latter half, I think gets like, I don't know if I love that.
Some of them are too long. I feel like like the Zoe Kazan one. I thought was too long. Was that
I
her name?
forgot about that one. That one sucks.
That
That
one-
one feels
and it-
so much longer than
That's
all
what
the
I'm
other
saying. It's so long.
ones. And I don't really like the last one either. But I love
I wasn't crazy about it, but I thought it was okay.
I like the one with Tom Waits was awesome.
Yeah, that one's good.
That one I
but
like
that's
the
the thing.
first one.
Is that's what I like in anthology. I feel like if it was like the second one, the third one, the fourth one, it would have made more sense because those were all like little stories that made sense to be. Even though the Buster Scruggs one was really good, it just felt like it should have been bigger. It felt like it should have been.
The character's so big that I wish there had been a longer story.
Yeah, and it just that's really all it is. I feel like I like anthologies more. I would have liked the movie more if it was more like the second, third, and fourth.
I
and
think
first
I
one.
honestly would have. If they made that like they should have made that one the last one. I know that.
Yeah.
I get why they made the last one, but that one should have been the last one in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think they also wanted to be the first.
Or maybe
because
it
it's
could have
just-
been-
It's such a hook.
If they used that as a way to like connect, or if he could have been like an interstitial thing, like in some of the anthology movies where like they have like a thing
Yeah.
they keep returning to, he would have been all. Or he could have. I don't know.
I
It
think
could have been awesome.
I think they only did it because it's just such a good hook.
It is.
It's just like it's the most fun one, easily.
But I feel like you still could have had him be
Yeah.
like the one tying all the segments
I know,
together,
yeah.
possibly.
Well, Yeah,
And then
I'm not crazy about the structure of that movie. But then again, I don't know if I really like anthologies that much in general.
I think if they had split that one segment in half and used it to book in the movie, I would like that movie a lot more.
Maybe.
Like the whole first
I think
bar.
if
or
they
whatever.
just cut the entire Zoe... Talk about cut 30
that
minutes.
one's
If
that
they just cut the Zoe Kazan one, I would like that movie a lot
I
more.
100% agree.
Because the last one... Because then the last one would be the only one I'm not crazy about.
This is what it was like earlier, Dave.
No, I'm
this
fine
is
with
100% what it was
In my
like.
head, I'm deciding. I think Zoe Kazan is related to Elia Kazan.
Possibly. My dad wants to. No. Ali Kazan's the director.
Yeah.
My dad thinks like every like famous movie is directed by Ali Kazan, and I'm just like, I think he did like On the Waterfront, right?
Yeah, On the Waterfront.
That's his big one.
No, he did.
Streetcar.
It was either Streetcar or it was Rebel.
Cat. Oh wait, what?
Rebel Without Cause. That might have been Ali Kazan.
Is this film talk? Which is also just a segment I pretty much stole from you talking you two to me.
It was either Streetcar or it was Rebel. One of those two.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen any.
But he did do On the Waterfront because him and Arthur Miller were friends and then they weren't.
Yeah. I've never seen any James Dean movie. Really good. Did anyone here seen Dean?
I liked Rebel Without a Cause.
Rebel Without a Cause is good.
I'll have to check it out sometime.
East of Eden's pretty good to you.
East of Eden is good.
I didn't watch Giant.
I didn't watch that one either, yeah. I almost called it Big just now.
I have seen Big.
I've seen Big.
I've seen Big Fish.
I've seen Big Fish as well. That was a
Fuck
movie.
Tom Hanks!
Eric hates Tom Hanks.
Really? Stupid.
No, I just don't like. Did you say stupid?
Yeah. At what point watching that do you decide that you don't like Tom Hanks?
Big?
That's different when he starts making a bunch of shitty biopics and like movies like Sully and Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
I haven't watched Sully, but I don't know if I would say any of his biopics I have watched are shitty.
Which ones have you watched? Which ones? What other ones are there?
I think people like
Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
That was not even supposed to be like a real biopic necessarily.
I guess The Post count as a biopic?
Oh, The Post? You like The Post?
We had this conversation. I said it was a...
Wait. Why does Beautiful Day not count? Why is
I just...
It's like not a straight biopic.
Never mind. I shouldn't even brought up...
No, I don't know.
That proves no point. I just don't think it's a completely straight biopic in that he's like...
Yeah, it's fictional.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's about...
Someone's coming to write a story on him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they kind of end up like interspersing it with like the show, kind of.
Well, to me,
I didn't see it. I just whatever.
Those movies, like we were talking about biopics the other day, and I feel like I kind of agree. Like when I see the when I see the trailer when I see the trailer for like A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, it's not that I think the movie's going to be bad or anything, but it looks like a fake movie trailer in another movie to me.
Sure.
And that's how I feel about Sully, and that's how I feel about every every movie Tom Hanks has done in like the past 10
I just don't watch trailers anymore. I find my
But it's not a trailer thing. It's just like even just a movie post, like just a concept.
But he's also done a lot of other movies in that time that are not biopics.
I know. I'm not saying biopics is like
the Hologram for the King.
Well, but I asked you,
I don't
why
like his
you
drama
like him.
movies. Okay. I don't like him as a drama actor person. Or it's not even that I don't like him. I just think he's not. He's just like whatever. He feels kind of bland to me. So I think it's weird that he's often heralded as like one of the greats. Personally,
To answer your question, we talked about the post before. I didn't love it, but I knew it was bad. I enjoyed it.
Not bad. It's just like I feel like I'm just like in class watching that movie. Like I don't know.
I had a lot of fun watching that movie, but then I
hate the scenes where Nixon's on the phone. That shit sucked.
That was lame. But I did think that it was weird because I watched that movie and I watched it not long after I said like watching Spotlight, and I was like, Spotlight was just a better movie about newspapers. So
probably.
It was like a better.
I like that thought.
Yeah, it's just a better movie about journalism, and they came out like 1 year and then the next year, and I was like,
My whole thing with Tom Hanks is just that I like his comedies more. I feel like,
and I think most people who herald Tom Hanks would, if they really thought about it, they'd agree with you.
But even still, I feel like
Steven Stills,
I think that his comedies are.
I'm not going to say
the teeth in.
I prefer his comedies more than his dramas. But even still, he's not. I don't find him to be that good at comedies either. So I don't think that there's. Not that I don't think he's.
You're
that
not
good
even saying the most egregious part of this opinion.
What was the most egregious?
That Tim Allen is better in Toy Story than Tom Hanks, which is
no. I didn't say he's better in Toy Story. I said Tim Allen's better overall, which is worse.
Yeah.
But that's, again,
Shaggy Dog was truly so much better.
Listen, the only reason but my explanation is such. Because I think...
What was on Home Improvement and what was not?
That is literally it. Because I think... because literally, I think Tom Hanks, I only get anything out of him when he's doing comedy. But I think Home Improvement...
You love when Tim Allen goes dramatic.
But what I'm saying is I think Home Improvement is...
What is this shit?
What I'm saying is... No. What I'm saying is...
I know.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because I don't like Tom Hanks' drama, I think he's better at comedy. I think Home Improvement is a better comedy than any of the comedies Tom Hanks has done.
He only gives a shit about comedy.
Because I only give a shit about Tom Hanks' comedy. Yeah. The fact that Tim Allen's comedy I find better means I just like Tim Allen more.
What about Tim Allen stand-up? You like Tim Allen stand-up?
No.
I don't want to hear it.
I'm not even really.
It's just you
I've
saying
been
that
going
Home
to that.
Improvement is better.
Eric's.
I've
I'm
been-
really a fan of his like political views, really more than anything.
Yeah. I've been going to bat for
Last
Home
Man
Improvement.
Standing, he loves it.
I fucking don't like any of that show that I've seen.
So then,
I
don't wanna hear
actually,
So you've seen.
I've seen some of Last Man Standing. I gotta say, just watching that makes me like feel bad for going to bat for Home Improvement so much recently. I honestly, every time I go to bat for Home Improvement, a part of my brain is like, I shouldn't be going to bat for Home Improvement.
well, you can go back for Home Improvement and say, I like Home Improvement a whole lot, and then not follow that up with, and so Tim Allen is better than
Well,
Tom Hanks.
I wouldn't generally say that, but it came out
just happened.
naturally.
And it felt right.
I don't know if I actually think Tim Allen's better than Tom Hanks. my only point was
The
that
fact that you don't immediately disagree with what you're saying, that was crazy.
my only point is that I think Home Improvement is a better comedy than the comedies I like from Tom
Okay,
Hanks.
sure. That's so irrelevant to what the argument was.
What was the argument?
Which
Is he better?
Is he better overall?
Yeah, I'm saying personally. I'm not saying better overall. Generally, I can't say. I'm saying if I had to pick favorites, it would be Tim Allen. I would pick Tim Allen over Tom Hanks personally.
Whatever.
I would pick watching Home Improvement over any
This
Tom
guy
Hanks.
hates
product.
Fury Road. You know that?
Look, man, that's fine. I can understand that movie would be too much for people.
Tim Allen, it wasn't.
When
Tim Allen wasn't in it.
criticism of
wasn't
it totally made sense. There's so much spectacle that it just
And I don't
means
even
nothing.
dislike it. Like I can't even say that it's bad, or I wouldn't say that.
for you.
I just It's
He just said he only
not-
cares
not
about.
for
Was it George Miller? Directed that movie? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he only cares about George Miller's comedy, and when you compare George Miller's comedy to Home
This
Improvement,
feels a lot.
Have you seen which
This
is
feels a lot like the Silicon Valley season 5. I gave an opinion, and now I'm being ostracized.
Have you
I'm not-
seen which
oh,
is
you're not being
Strip Club?
ostracized. You're still allowed to be here. I'm just admonishing you.
Okay, thanks.
I wish you
I'm
were.
glad I wasn't excommunicated.
I'm going to exile you at the end of this.
I don't know. Look,
Go ahead, say it.
I was just gonna say that what I think was the best Tom Hanks movie that wasn't a comedy was League of Their Own, which I don't like because of Tom Hanks. I don't even really like him in that movie, but I think the movie's great.
This is how in the piano lab. This is how the
Like I
conversation.
think he's in good movies.
This is how the conversation should have gone. Is I would have said, "Hey, what are you playing?" You should have said, "I like Tim Allen overall more than Tom Hanks," and then I would have left you alone.
I'm gonna be honest. I like Shaggy Dog more than most of the.
Oh,
Shut up! Stop saying things like that. Like, I'm fine with you not liking Tom Hanks, but then you
Do
say
it.
something like that, and I'm
But
just
it's
like,
my
I don't know
opinion.
how you can think that.
But look,
I'm not trying to ostracize you either. Just don't say that.
No, I mean Shaggy Dog's more of a guilty pleasure. But I feel like it's a guilty pleasure that I enjoy more than some of the Tom Hanks movies that are actually good, like overall, like that people generally like. What?
Name names. This is Patreon.
Well, I said Turner and Hooch was my favorite.
Oh, okay. We need to back.
I don't even hate that.
I like Punchline. Like I said, I think The Burbs is okay.
You're a big charm roll guy.
I think The Burbs, he was good in it, and I think that movie should have been awesome. But
I agree.
But it ended up being kind of disappointing. But it's good.
That movie's disappointing.
It's good, but it's not great. But
Should be.
he's good in that though. I mean, Toy Story is good.
Like, you know, like Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, I like Catch Me If You Can, but I
Yeah, you said that's like of the performances that it's definitely not.
he's definitely like I don't care as much about him in that movie, but he's good. I mean, I never said he gives bad performances. I just think he's whatever to me. He's kind of like bland to me. And so
that's fine. I can
even-
accept
even
that.
in
Sure.
the-
It's just the second you say anything about Tim Allen in comparison to him, my mind.
Because even in
melts.
the comedies, I think Tom Hanks is bland, but I just end up enjoying some of those movies more. But Tim Allen, I don't think is bland. He's Tim Allen. I don't think he's good, but I don't think he's bland. I at least I feel like I get an opinion on him more than with Tom Hanks. I just feel like he's like I could just take him. or leave him.
This conversation is simply sapped like the intelligence from my brain.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm
No,
getting
look.
called a fool.
And the
I'm
longer
not
you
calling
go,
you a fool.
it's worse.
Look,
I just said don't say that.
I will be kissing the fool.
Kissing a fool.
my favorite drama from Tom Hanks, as I said, was Castaway. In case anyone.
That's not a comedy.
That movie's fucking hilarious.
So funny.
Wilson.
Wilson.
That's what I always.
That's also a favorite
I
kid.
would say that's Tim Allen. Who had the better Wilson?
Oh, Absolutely.
Well, why'd
Home
you even
Improvement.
ask this question?
Wilson's like my favorite part of Home Improvement.
He's the best part of Home Improvement.
Him and Al, I like the most.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'll be the first.
The
I'll be
parts
the
of the
first
show
to
that
say-
aren't Tim Allen and his family.
Look, I'll be the first to say Tim Allen is not easily not my favorite part of Home Improvement.
Can I ask a
But I
weird
just like the show.
question that maybe these two people aren't like as related, but in my mind they are.
Okay.
Wilson or Mr. Feeney?
I've been waiting years to say this.
I'm strong on the Mr. Feeney
I like
side.
Mr. Feeney
I like Mr. Feeney.
more than Wilson.
Yeah,
You didn't let me finish.
I like Mr. Feeney.
He's not going to not go to bat.
because
Yeah, I
they're
love
both
Wilson.
sarcastic elderly neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both great.
Mr. Feeney was just also a teacher.
Cool. Which is
I mean,
cool.
yeah. I just like that you can never
Just see his face.
I like that you can never see Wilson's face.
Wilson was a teacher one time. He taught, they helped like do the play or something.
I feel like Wilson's teaching them the entire show.
Ooh.
He's always just there to give advice. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Just stop saying that.
please stop.
You don't like Al?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I watched a lot of Home Improvement, but like that's like
I just love the
the
show.
lowest.
I just like.
it was my least favorite of any of those Nickelodeon
What does that do?
sitcoms. I watched it because my brothers wanted to.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't seen it in a while.
We watched that one clip though that we were making fun of when we heard it, and then you watch that clip and you're like, "This actually isn't that bad." I'm like, "This is insane."
I didn't think it was that bad.
What? Who's the name of the guy who plays Al?
I know you're sorry. Who plays
Richard
Al?
Karn.
Yeah, Richard
Thank you.
Karn.
It was the same. I
Family
saw
Feud guy.
him, yeah, in something else recently, and I was like, what the fuck is that guy's name?
What else is he really in?
He was in.
I've never seen him.
He's like in some bit part of a sitcom that was out there. Oh well.
What were you gonna say?
Sad as I know where your heart truly lies.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a while, but I know if I watched it, I'd probably just still feel the same way. You gotta love those transitions. That's cool, right? Like crazy
Wait,
transitions.
I'm gonna fucking be like, you know what? You're right, Eric.
Why? Why can't?
The
Why?
transitions totally made that show.
I thought the transitions were cool. They were like always over, like I don't know. They were like no, they're like the crazy animations that would describe scenes that just happened.
With the weird.
Like if they were like this is a bad example. I was gonna make it sound dumb because I'm just coming up with something on top of my head. But if like you said like oh yeah it's a home run or something, and then the cut to the next scene they'd have like a bat come up and have a baseball shoot at the TV screen, and then would cut to the next scene. They did a lot of stuff like that. It wasn't that lame. But
It sounds funny in theory, but
I always
if I
like
can't
that.
remember a
remember
single bit of it. I don't know if it really
Was
has
it?
that much
Was
of an
it?
effect.
What was the one where they
I watched a lot of Home Improvement, so I don't.
What was the one that
that
had the characters dancing in slow motion as they look into the camera? Was that that 70s show?
Yeah.
Wait.
They
Oh,
did, like,
I know what
yeah,
you're talking
that's
about.
it.
Yeah.
Wait, no, not the circle thing.
Well, I know, but
They did
that's
stuff,
it was
yeah,
like
yeah. It
psychedelic.
was definitely-
They would be like looping. And
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Season 1 of that show is really good.
I do not want to talk about that show.
But do you have any opinions on?
Like Red.
Yeah, Red's awesome. My only thing with that is that I think season 1's really
Kitty's
good,
cool, too.
and then I think everything after season 1 is just a step.
I've never watched the show all the way through.
I
It was
don't
always
like
a
Danny
show.
Masterson or Ashton
Oh,
Kutcher
well,
like at all.
Wait, why don't you like Danny Masterson?
I never liked him even when before he was just fucking.
I liked
piece
him
of
before I knew about all that. I thought he was alright at least.
I was a show I never watched like all the way through. It was like a show where
It's
like,
not a show where
one
it's not
every
good.
one every like fucking 5 weeks. I ended up seeing one on TBS. I was like, all right.
Yeah,
so sit
it was
down
quite
for
a
this.
lot. Is Ian like that show? Someone was talking about.
I've had so many
I'm
people
sorry, that show
go back and
recently.
tell me that it's like one of my favorite shows. I'm like,
Well, I've heard that from
I've heard from a few people.
Yeah, I don't get it.
People have strong opinions.
I mean,
about it.
I'd say it's better than like.
But then they
some
usually
other
agree
sitcoms.
that most of the show isn't that good. Like they know it's not that good, but at least it's a case of liking the characters, I
Yeah,
guess.
I
but
think-
I just don't like the characters. Really.
I like the characters, but I do think most of the show is. Yeah, I don't like that show in general. I like season 1.
I like the theme song.
Seems like
Yeah.
it's different in season 1. Too.
Anyway,
They don't do that.
I know. That's the one I like.
Yeah, I know that the theme song gets better. But
Yeah, theme song is better.
Weird though that they added that.
Yeah,
Just
maybe.
do like
maybe.
an old Big Star song.
I feel like also after like 2002, anything that was a like multi-camera sitcom. I'm not saying they're bad, but like anything after that was a multi. I was like, I'm done. I don't care.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Seriously, I watched Malcolm
I liked
in the Middle.
the Carmichael show a lot.
I never watched.
I feel like
that.
laugh
I liked
track
it.
shows just
Although,
in particular
you know,
keep rating.
somebody told me somebody else told me to watch that, but that was later. Like, I'm talking about like between 2002
That's yeah. I go
and like Yeah, like like when I started rewatching stuff recently, like in the last 4 years or so.
I was just trying to think of the last multicam, and I was like, this is good. Because I don't really think, I guess, that way about multicams most of the time.
Yeah,
I'm just
it depends.
Like British show, like IT Crowd's good, and like even like Black Books is funny and stuff. Where I was like going back and I was like, okay, you know what? I don't dislike, but for some reason I was so anti that format. Like it was literally after Malcolm in the Middle.
I've kind of come around the opposite way. With IT Crowd specifically, where I thought that show was awesome when I first watched it.
Same. Every time I've gone back to IT Crowd, I'm like, I don't know if I like this show.
I like some of the episodes. Like, there's one episode in particular, the one where they go to the musical.
Yeah, actually, that's the one in my head.
Everybody always says it's their favorite episode.
Yeah, that episode's awesome.
I really like the thing. I think that there was an episode of that show where I hated it. There's the one that always sticks in my mind is when they join the club of footballers, who's actually a group of criminals.
Don't remember that. That sounds familiar.
They try to make friends at the bar, and because they don't understand sports.
But I loved that show. I liked like every episode back in the day. But then whenever I revisit it, I have trouble getting into it. But I don't feel
the UK Office is the better Office.
I never watched it.
I agree. I think so. Maybe. I don't know.
I barely fucking remember. I watched it before I watched the American Office, and now I have no desire to watch either.
I think the U.S. Office definitely has higher highs, but I just respect Ricky Gervais's thing of like ending shows before they get.
I love British shows being like 6 episodes or 12 episodes tops. Like that's awesome.
That's why I prefer the UK version of The Office, but I don't really seek to watch either anymore. Really.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I did finally think of a show that everyone hates that I did like and watch all of.
Derek.
No, it was Hello Ladies with Stephen Merchant.
People didn't like that. I wanted to see
a lot of people don't like that show. I feel like anytime I read like a list of HBO shows ranked, like all of them, that's like always at the very bottom.
Dude, I heard a lot of people hated that show, but I remember thinking like that sounds like a funny idea for a show.
If you like Stephen Merchant,
I do.
Yeah, I feel like I
can get by on that.
But is it like the Warwick Davis show?
I didn't see that one.
Oh, you never saw that one?
No. I like that Warwick Davis show.
I did too, and people hated that show. Life is Short, that's right. People didn't like that show either, but I thought it was okay.
I hear mixed opinions on Idiot Abroad all the time.
Oh, that's crazy.
That show.
Idiot Abroad's awesome.
I've never heard any. I don't know. I'm not seeking out or talking to people about it. But.
Maybe it's people who approach it more like they think it's a travel show more than it is a comedy. But
yeah, I mean, I think that show's really good. That's definitely the best of maybe the ones we named just now, in my opinion. Maybe I don't know.
You're afraid to commit to that.
Well, because I'm trying to think. Well, because I haven't seen Hello Lady, so I can't.
No, that's definitely. I mean,
worse than
I watched all of it, but Lady Broad's funny.
No,
Hello Ladies is not like funny, like super funny. I feel like it should be, but it's like I don't know. It's not all of them behind that either. I think.
I also feel like that.
I don't know if I just don't know if an Idiot Abroad. If I want to say it's better than the UK Office.
Oh yeah, well look, Hello Ladies is basically just if you want to see Stephen Merchant as a leading man, which is inexplicable that they would ever greenlight a show where he was the leading man, and then give it a movie to follow up the entire show.
Awesome.
Like I don't know why they did that.
Did you see In-Betweeners?
So long ago. I watched that was one I started and I didn't keep up with.
I think that show's really good.
But let's say
that's not a laugh track.
That era of HBO also is kind of inexplicable to me because it was like after The Sopranos really kind of was like wrapping up, and then so they had like the later seasons of Entourage.
There's that Gabriel Byrne show that I can't remember the name, but they had a million seasons of
Hello Ladies.
By the
Jason Schwartzman's show that I don't remember.
Oh, Bored to Death. That show, I have such opinions on that, and no one will ever probably watch all of that besides
It's
me.
literally on my list.
What show is
it? Not good. Like, I think the second season's awesome of that show, but the first season, Bored to Death. It sounds awesome. It's got Zach Galifianakis, Jason Schwartzman, and Ted Danson.
Also, kind of how I felt about Baskets. Speaking of Zach Galifianakis, where I thought it was good, and I kind of lost steam on it.
I think Bored to Death just has giant problems with it. I think, but I don't know. I mean, watches about.
Well, Baskets is just like billed as a comedy, and it's just so.
It's not even.
It's like so wandering, dramatic kind of a show, which is like I liked at first, but then by like season 3, I was getting kind of tired of it.
There was like a single episode, or sorry, a single show on like that era of HBO. I guess Nurse Jackie's good, but where I was,
I don't think that's HBO.
Wasn't it? Is it Stars maybe?
I think it's Stars or Showtime.
Okay. I was say that of like HBO where I was like, yeah, that show's fucking killer. There's a lot of shows where I was like, this is, I guess, a cool experiment. Mm-hmm. It was also when they did like Wasn't it then that they did that fucking the one man show, the Will Ferrell, George W. Bush one man show?
Wow, you know I remember that, but I forgot that was like an HBO thing.
Yeah, it was like one of their big spins. They're like, we have the George W. Bush final hours 2008. The HBO. We're saying goodbye to George W. And I was like, I watched that special. It was pretty funny, but I was like, what a weird marquee title to have, HBO.
They fund some weird things. They funded the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. I was like, I do like that. Like,
did you hear that Jared Leto's going to be in it?
I read it earlier and wanted to bring it up. Actually,
I wanted to bring it up too.
But I was say I like that there are things that they are that era is cool because they were willing to finance like a weird show with Stephen Merchant, and they weren't doing just like we're doing 7 seasons of this blockbuster, but also a lot of those did not work out.
Did anyone else ever? Well, Animals is another show that I watched all of that I think people do not like pretty much on the whole.
I'm struggling to think of an episode or of a show
Party
that
Down
I like.
HBO or is that Starz?
That's Stars. And that show's good. People like that show.
I think of a show that I like that people just like don't like.
Yeah, so I'm like, I feel like I'm not. If a lot of people don't like it, I'm just like, I'm not gonna waste my time with this.
But it seems like I would waste my time with
You
it.
watch a lot more things, or I don't know.
I don't know. With TV though, maybe not. I definitely can name a million for movies, but I don't know about TV shows.
Yeah, well, I think movies is easier because you don't have to invest so much time to decide that you do or don't like.
Yeah, and also just I watch a lot of movies that people don't like generally, that I end up enjoying. But I can't think of which shows I'm in.
I think movies, the only ones I always find are like I love really really old movies, like from the 30s, and other people are just like that's so boring. But I don't think that's like that's more just like having a taste for like
a certain
time. Yeah.
Not wanting to watch like
having
black
a
and white.
timeless taste.
Yeah, time on me. I got a timeless taste.
Hey, Metropolis is good. Am I right, guys?
Not tanked.
Who is it? Was just talking about M to us the other day? Was it Ian?
I was talking about it because Ian keeps saying he saw it, but then he's like, well, I mean, I saw like the last scene. I'm like, then you didn't see it, Ian. You just saw like one scene from it.
Yeah, he talks about like I talk about Soundhouse albums.
Yeah, pretty much. He acted like
I saw that you put one up. Listen to them all.
He was like, I like the scene where they put him on the kangaroo court, and I'm like, that's like the second to last scene of the entire movie. Why did you watch that scene? That's like a 2-hour movie.
Yeah, and that would make no sense in context.
But
like,
did you see that Soundhouse put up a GTA EP?
Well, okay, so I talked to Graham about this. Since we started making this joke about like whatever 3 fucking months ago, I definitely have not kept up on Soundhouse albums since then.
Why?
So why?
He even finished the book.
No, I didn't. That's true. I didn't.
Did you start reading that?
Yeah, he did. He read the beginning of it.
How much of it did you read?
He read several
I don't
chapters.
remember how many
He
chapters.
at least read the egg chapters. I remember we talked specifically.
And then I got basically as far as what was the one that you kept mentioning, the like something. There's a number in it. Fuck. You just had this conversation.
Oh, I asked if you'd read the 6 Words Wonder.
That's
That's like part of the. That you read past what I'm talking about. Like
That's
way
one of the
past.
4 words.
I don't remember the order honestly, because so much of that book is
Say it wrong, Patreon.
fairly unrelated to other. There's a lot of tangents.
Tangents
Yeah, this is basically the Atlanta season 2
from us.
books.
That's a high praise for yourself.
Well,
I
the
know.
difference
I liked
is,
Atlanta season 2, so it was extremely high praise coming from me.
the difference is that we never establish a real plot going in.
Yeah.
And we're actually way more pretentious. Than
So
Exactly.
it'd be easier for you to ask me if I've read a certain part of the book for me to go yes or no, because I don't remember what the fucking order is of any of the things I read.
That's fair.
So
But I'm
what was
pissed.
your favorite chapter? I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but
this is gonna sound like such a cop out. I honestly liked the preface where you were writing in the character of somebody who's being forced to write the preface.
That's what Keller wrote.
yeah, we didn't write that.
Oh,
Someone
really?
else wrote that.
And he was being forced.
Well, that was that was. I think maybe it was just like you were saying about Buster Scruggs. It was a weird comparison, but it was such a good hook. I was laughing really loud reading that.
Well, I'm glad. And then you were like, oh, this book fucking sucks.
It sounds like this guy gave it the old Hoskins treatment. You gave it a genuine skim.
The Hoskins.
I don't even know. We
Is it Bob Hoskins?
We'd be here another hour if we tried to explain Hoskins
Alright.
to you.
Is this some guy that we sent the book to and he
Some
said
guy
he
we-
genuinely skimmed?
Who was in the Andrew WK
Oh, you
comment
did tell
section,
me
and
this.
he was the only man foolish enough to give us his email. But I think he's really reaped a lot of rewards since then.
You likes all
I will
posts?
tell you, I have not listened to that Big Shot Lounge album because you sent me.
Well, you know who
that.
did? Hoskins.
He genuinely skimmed it.
And he liked it. So
Well, that's coming soon.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for some vocals right now.
Yeah.
I can do it tomorrow.
Chinese democracy.
Yeah, okay, man. Yeah, it's actually a real Chinese democracy situation.
I
have been asking Eric.
I told you that I started it like 3 or 4 times, right?
Yes, you
and
did.
I can't figure out like what to do over it. I keep trying
All right,
different
send them
things.
my way.
Every morning, I send Eric a
I know,
personalized
I'm loving
meme
those.
about
I'm
sending
loving
me
those.
these fucking vocals, and
We got like 4 so far. I'm glad. I'm loving it. But it's almost a shame that if I do it tomorrow.
No, the thing is though, Eric, it will be replaced with memes about us finally getting the vocals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when people listen to this on Patreon, they go, "What if you release that?"
Well, look, this song is ready to go aside from these vocals, and I am sitting pretty. And I look.
Well, where are your backup vocals on the Great Guru?
There's a lot of things I gotta do. I'm telling you about one thing.
Well, you should do some too.
I've been doing. Also, I recorded mine. Unlike,
But you didn't send it.
because there's other things I have to do still too.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Is we're both behind.
No, I recorded mine.
But I started.
And where are the Darnell Rap Rock
I
tracks, Grant?
literally.
He heard the demo. You should just come over and fucking. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't even know how you're. You want to like. All right, no, it's just like okay. I'll send
No,
you.
I'll record them at your place. I just need to listen to it and write it before I get there.
Yeah, well, I'll just send you that loop, and you can just write to that loop, and then we can. I'll work the track around whatever you say. That's
Okay.
what I usually
Well,
record something anyway.
tomorrow I'm gonna force myself to figure it out. But I did genuinely like go
I did
into
genuinely skim the track.
no, at least 3 or 4 times. I was like, okay, the rest of my day I'm gonna spend doing these vocals. Like I'm gonna do that today. And I started, and I just like can't figure out what to do over.
I understand what you mean because I do that with songs all the
I'm
time.
gonna try to do it tomorrow.
I know. I just like harassing you about
I'm
it.
glad.
'Cause
Where's that bass solo?
Yeah, that's what we need to be prioritizing.
Oh, it's an album would be done. He sounded me over coming up with like high pitched vocals over this one song
For
I'm
over
asking
a year at this point.
No, it hasn't been over a year.
Eric, it has absolutely been
Not
a
that-
fucking year since I've
No,
been
because for a long time I was gonna record it at your house, if you recall, and
I
you
don't,
were
because it's been over a year.
yeah, but you never wanted to do it. I asked to do it a bunch of times at your house, and we never did it.
It sounds
was
like
all-
the exact same thing that's happened the other times you've tried to record it.
record. No, I was asked to do it at your house, and you were always like, we always ended up doing something else
Yes, but
at
even
your
then-
house.
Eric, even then, it just sounds like you wouldn't have been able to figure out what.
Oh,
you
maybe
wanted to
not,
do.
but that's not the point. The point is that I tried to do. No, the point is that over a year. You're saying that I haven't done it for over a year. I'm saying for at least half of that, I've gone to your house and asked to do it, and we haven't done it. And that's not my fault. You didn't send it to me for a long time. I'm just saying.
You're right. He couldn't have just said, "Make that one file downloadable," because that file went up.
Grant, I literally asked you that like 10 times back in the day, and you didn't send me the link. I asked you for it like a fucking.
I'm not gonna say
billion
this
times.
doesn't sound like something I would do, but I don't believe it. Is what I am.
That's
saying.
fine, but it's exactly what happened. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Back, like I get now.
Sounds
for
like
sure.
Eric in piano class.
Sounds like what?
I'm not saying it's something I wouldn't do.
Look, if I was
can't
Eric,
remember.
I would have stopped working with me a long time ago. So the fact that this is still
No,
going
I
strong,
get. I haven't
stop.
done it in a long time. When we started doing it, calling it Round One Rotosound, but there was a long period before we started calling it that. That you're not.
We're
taking-
not talking about that.
You're not talking about the
I
Howie Scandal
refuse.
period. So you part of your
Well, this is pre-Scandal.
was it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, either
No,
way,
no, sorry. This is post-Scandal. This is post-Scandal.
Was it?
It had to have been.
I thought it was.
It definitely was post-Scandal.
Okay. Well, either way, we did stop working on that
Because
album.
none of that album was recorded pre-Scandal. Except for Money Me.
Was that? Anyway,
It's crazy.
That is
Well,
crazy.
Like, one of the first times we met up after post-Scandal was us talking about,
Rodeo Romeo.
well, it was when we made the track list.
Yeah. No, I remember.
That was, like, the first time we'd, like,
so
really
Pluto
hung out.
Goes West. That was the whole thing, and then there was a huge period where we just literally didn't even address Pluto Goes West, and we started over as Round Round Rotosound. And now that new era, I will admit, I haven't done the vocals for, but that whole other shit you're saying for a year, that's making it sound worse. But I tried during that period, and that was a whole different thing. You're adding.
I think the fact that you're touting now that you said every single time you were over you wanted to record that.
No, I didn't say every single time. I said I've done it. Like I've
Roll
said
back
I've
the
asked
tape.
multiple times.
He's every time he tried to come over to do that,
we ended up doing something else.
Yes, but we do that nearly every single. That happens every single time you come over anyway to do what we're supposed to.
Well, I'll tell you the most egregious time, and you're gonna love this.
I am gonna love it.
The time I asked to do it, I genuinely got mad that we didn't do it because you worked on Child Star all day, and I left thinking like, why did I even come over? I didn't do anything that day.
Someone needed to witness greatness.
Well, look, I agree. I like Child Star.
I need you to send me the loop of the verse and the loop of the chorus, and then I will.
There's not even a chorus. It's just.
Well, but we got it.
There it is.
No, I have a
literally
hook.
like 2 bars.
I have a
It's
hook.
good.
I heard it too.
That's good.
I have a hook. I need a hook section.
And the hook will bring you back.
Yeah,
Your favorite song?
it's my favorite song.
So this has been a Patreon exclusive.
This has been a Patreon exclusive. Thank you for listening.
Round Down Rotor Sound coming soon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
Darnell Rap Rock album. Fucking maybe.
I'll do it tomorrow.
That'll probably come out before Round Down Rotor Sound.
But I want your 1-minute bass solo. Can you do that tomorrow?
We'll see.
I'll do. I'd love to do a
Can
little
Clark
exchange.
take care of my trumpet solo?
Buddy,
Also,
I literally cannot be responsible for what Clark does.
One more thing. If you do,
As you can tell, I'm not even really responsible for what I do. It sounds like
if you do send the bass solo and we finish it, should we just put it out, even though American Wet's not up?
What do you mean, just put it out?
Because it's like Fifth Coming. It's supposed to be after American Wet. Like, should we just put Fifth Coming out? If you send the bass solo and we finish the album.
If we submit it, it's going to come out later than American Wet anyway, though.
No, it's not. Because the thing is, we're waiting for them to respond because they need to just change the name. They can change the name, and we're asking if they can just change it to American Wet and All Original Beverage, and hopefully that'll do it. I'm hoping that they don't insist that we put Sound Ass Presents in there too, because I'm thinking that that's also a part of it, but I'm hoping that it's not. But anyway, the point is, because if they don't do it, then we have to start from scratch on them, and start the whole thing over, and I don't have all those it would be a huge pain in the ass to start that entire album over. So we're waiting for them to get back to us, and I don't think they're going to be quick about it. So...
No, I don't think we should put Fifth Coming out first.
Even though we have 5 albums out now at this point, it's already not going to be 5.
The other one's not an album, it's an EP.
Oh,
You're just wanting to include it so that is the Fifth Coming.
Which one? Oh, the Booger Goes to Washington.
Yeah.
Well, that and the...
Booger Goes to Stillwater.
The other one. Wait, we guess we don't have
Stillwater.
another one, huh? Wait.
We have 2 EPs. We have Sin Booger to Stillwater and Booger Goes to Washington.
But we only have 3 albums out?
We have
3 full albums out? Yeah.
we have 3 full albums out.
Well...
All on Spotify. I mean, we got countless.
I just think they're not going to respond quickly.
Check out Big Shot Lounge on Spotify.
Yeah, we need to get
maybe whatever you're changing the name to.
I just think that that's going to take a while. I doubt that Amuse is going to respond quickly. But Fifth Coming's done. And I don't think that one will have a problem. I know that it's always a possibility, but I think it's just so simple in its design. I doubt it's going to get flagged. But I was just wondering.
And you know what? I don't care. Because
I didn't want to make sure. If you do care, it's fine. I don't want to put it out if it's.
I just need to just say I cared for a second to realize I don't really care. I gotta say that and then really check with myself to see how I.
We can also make a big deal about it. How it's supposed to be our Fifth Coming for.
Honestly,
that's what we've been doing so far.
I would love to make a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly.
But I would also like to say that I've been advised not to speak on the matter.
I'm kind of hating just waiting for them to respond, because this is worse than just having to re-upload the album. Because then I'm also worried that if I didn't say that and I just re-upload the album and did all that fucking work again, that they're just going to reject that version
I feel
too.
like they're going to do that.
I know,
This
but
sucks.
at least now we'll know whether or not that's enough. If we're like, oh, can you just add an all original beverage to the title, and they're like, oh, that's not good enough either. You got to add Sound Us Presents. Then we'll just be like, okay, I guess.
Add it then. Why didn't you just add it in the first place to save us this entire chain of? Not them, not you. I'm talking
them.
To them.
Yeah, I just
In a
think
hypothetical sense.
it would be better to not have Sound Us Presents in the title.
I agree.
But I was always a fan of all original beverage.
Yes, no, you made it clear.
But
I don't know what this is about.
that sounds like nonsense.
It's a conspiracy.
That's what I would like.
Yeah.
I would like for whenever the Sound Us ARG really comes to pass, people point to hour 5 of this Patreon exclusive podcast episode.
But honestly, at the end of the day, if they come back and say you have to have Sound Us Presents, it's really not that big of a deal.
No,
it's
it
still a
just
fun
looks
name.
like a normal Sound Us title.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for listening to this Patreon exclusive. How long did we go? We went almost. We are 9 minutes from 5 hours.
Should we go find?
I feel like we gotta go to 5
All right,
hours.
we gotta go 5 hours.
I cannot believe
That's crazy. That's
this is fucked up.
Yeah, how many Soundhouse albums is that?
in general,
Like 5 albums?
like on Bandcamp. Oh, or
Like how long is 5 hours in terms of Soundhouse albums?
oh, depends on the album.
Depends on the album.
They're usually 40 to an hour, and
Right.
very recently we've been churning out feature lengths.
feature like film albums.
We've been churning out hour and a halves. So I don't know. All I know is there's over 24 hours of Sound S stuff on Sound S Radio.
Which everyone should check out, obviously.
Yeah.
I haven't updated that in a minute. Some more recent stuff.
GeekSpace.com
We're running out of space.
/soundass.
Yeah, good. Really start again. Please keep bringing
Honestly,
up that GeekSpace.com.
Is a domain that we definitely own.
We're running out of space on the Sound S Radio too. We're gonna have to start making some decisions if we keep updating.
That's fine. We probably could cut some of the mashup
Whole
songs.
Regis
No,
album.
the
has to
mashup
stay.
songs aren't on there on Sound S Radio.
That's crazy.
Whole Regis album has to stay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
It would be egregious.
That's one of my
Egregious.
favorite ones.
Egregious.
Should now be the time to put Sound S to your list.
No. This is the time or place. But
All right.
next post show.
I haven't updated it in the past couple anyway, so.
Dude, I don't know. I would say all of them very good. That's my tier list.
What a good
I've
diplomatic
listened
answer.
to all of them.
I'm also glad that it was nice putting the GTA EP up because looking at the Bandcamp, just see how much we've neglected it. Like the last 4 releases on there are all Spotify stuff, pretty much. So it's nice to.
Backwards. But I mean, you have things in the can that we could have put out. It just takes a matter of editing them.
Yeah, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. I just kind of forgot about honestly, but I'm looking to get into
That's a
that.
feature length one.
That is definitely a feature. length.
I've heard you guys talk about that quite a few times, and I don't. Not only do I not know what it is, but I don't want to know.
Okay.
So
Well, either way, I'm gonna
No,
get to that.
fucker.
I'm gonna get to that at some point. I just keep forgetting about that one. Also, it seems like kind of like it's gonna be a pain in the ass, but also
It's definitely going to be a pain in the ass.
But also, I just kind of forgot about it, so it's not just.
You know what? That's fine.
But I need to focus on the Halloween.
Do you guys realize how much shit you make, and I make like one thing a week? It's like
Yeah, but what we make is
The lowest effort.
awesome.
But it's still awesome. That can
it's
be
very
awesome.
Kappa Mikey.
Yeah, I'd
Look,
say
I've
for the
always
Kappa Mikey fans.
I think Sound S is the best outlet for me because I've always wanted to make novelty music, and so now's the time.
And he succeeded.
Yeah,
I'm very happy that I'm able to give Eric an outlet.
I'm loving that.
I always want to
outlet.
make novelist music.
I think Sound S could have a very pretentious Wikipedia
Would love for it,
introduction
too.
that would like describe why it's actually art, and someone would read it and be like, "Oh, this sounds very interesting,"
They read the discography.
and then like not listen to any of it because it's actually like kind of impossible to listen to.
Like Ween.
Maybe, except
It's like the Residents. You wanted to be
Kind
like
of.
the
honestly, yes, it's
I know
actually
you wanted to be.
no, it's not even that. It like literally, it's not even something I've done on purpose. But
No, yes,
so
we've
many
ended
times
up-
have I ended up like noticing that we've done just what they've been doing this whole time. And it's infuriating
That's
because they're a good band also is the
Yes.
difference. But also on the fringe of being like hard to bear, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, there's a concept.
Hard to bear.
That's good.
This is the absolute worst. It's a callback to
Don't
a
explain.
joke in a chapter that you wouldn't have ever read.
Nope.
No one but me and Eric have read it. And it's entirely.
I wish I had. I wish I could just
It's
end this by
entirely about just us trolling this train moderator.
You
It's
guys
a-
wrote a chapter about that since it happened?
Well, it's
Yeah,
us
we wrote
being
the night
it's
we
us,
did it.
it's us being on a train with Kato and well, he leaves early.
He couldn't even hang.
It's him and
he
we're-
flew away. He flew off.
Yeah, wait,
Literally flies
that's my
away.
favorite part is that we wrote, and so Kato got out and he just went and flew away. Like we wrote it exactly like it's awful.
Every time you guys make something, it's just slightly more unhinged, and I'm like losing. I'm literally losing continuity of you guys' lives as my friends.
Eric has said we're basically on like season 10 of Sound Ass lore, essentially. Like it feels like
No.
we fully.
No. I said
Some of the concepts we've been.
the
throwing
concept
around.
you said sounds like season 10.
I
I feel like we're in season 5.
we also, before we run out of time here, we really should hold a moment of, we should just talk about a fallen hero. The domain for where'smartinlawrence.com finally expired it finally actually expired as of today. So it's gone as of.
It's the only reason I met Elise.
Can't believe we lost
Crazy.
Where is Martin Lawrence and Quibi on the same day.
It's kind of beautiful though, because like we had just inked a deal for that to become a Quibi.
Yeah. I know, it's so true.
We're gonna cut that movie down to
Hey, but now that just means
just bite-sized chunks.
Look, that just means it's time for another poster campaign.
For where's Martin Lawrence?
That would be awesome.
It's just the same poster.
I just think it's so hard to top that. Like, it's literally just a picture of his face that says "Where's MartinLawrence.com." Like, you have to be like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to create something as weirdly anonymous as that.
Oh, yeah.
There was a similar one when we were in the Pipewater where there's a poster that just said "Blackface in 2020."
God.
And I couldn't tell if they were for it or against it.
It was just kind of a question that they were posing.
What I was going to say... Well, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, because the question mark wasn't at the end of the sentence. It was... it's blackface in... with the, so it looks like an I shape. Blackface in 2020. And then the question marks were on either side of in. So it wasn't like weird. Blackface in 2020. It also could have been... question mark, blackface in 2020. I don't know if it was a statement or it was a question.
Weird. What I was going to say, though, is we definitely should make that Prince of Pranks game.
I agree.
Because I was reading, like, The Residents made one of the first PC video games.
Yeah, that's what Ron Howard wanted to make a TV show with David Lynch.
That's so weird.
Wait. What?
Yeah. I even know this story.
About the Residents, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. He wanted to license their video game into a show that David Lynch would make.
That's weird.
Yeah,
it's extremely weird, especially even for David Lynch and the
Residents are so, like, for being kind of well known, are really not well known like, at all. And that's very weird to me.
Yeah,
it's extremely.
Which one was? They made like a few.
Like Midway.
Bad Day at the Midway.
Yeah, that was
which is a great name.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, so my friend Judah told me that story. I don't even listen to the Residents. I was like, that's insane.
Well, I haven't played any of the games or anything.
The games we play.
I've heard of, but
you
they always
stream them on GeekSpace. You're gonna stream the Residents games. I will gladly let you.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. But
I'll ink the deal with you right now. Fuck Quibi.
Fuck it. Let's do it. But all the Residents games, they release an album to accompany it. So I've heard those, but I haven't played the game. And I would love to play.
Everybody's saying that. Got you, man.
Please rise.
In memoriam.
Cool. The Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, God.
I pledge of Regis. Now, you know it's a demented
What time is it?
Is the other day I was...
It doesn't even say 9:35 p.m.?
No, it's not that early. Don't say that.
It's like 2.
It's 2:30.
Okay, it says... maybe we started at 9:35. How insane is that?
That is gross, sickening. I really don't want to think about the fact that we just did this.
But I was going to say,
awesome that we did
the other day...
We're going to do this every
Let me get this in before we go out. What I was going to say is... yesterday, I was like, oh, Soundash should do like a riff on the Pledge of Allegiance. That would be hilarious. I don't know. I just thought I should share that.
Not even realizing that we had done just that.
Exactly that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm losing track of your existence.
I am too.
The thing is, the worst is like whenever I forget that there are some people in my life who don't know about Soundash. Anytime I have to now explain it to someone who
it's weird.
Has no idea what it is, it's just like the worst.
But we'll talk about that next time. See you later, guys.
Thanks, Patreon.